Chapter 1A of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L.D. Hamilton. The Sheik by E.M. Hull. Chapter 1A. Are you coming in to watch the dancing, Lady Conway? I most decidedly am not. I thoroughly disapprove of the expedition of which this dance is the inauguration. I consider that even by contemplating such a tour, alone into the desert, with no chaperone or attendant of her own sex, with only native camel-drivers and servants, Diana Mayo is behaving with a recklessness and impropriety that is calculated to cast a slur not only on her own reputation, but also on the prestige of her country. I blush to think of it. We English cannot be too careful of our behavior abroad. No opportunity is slight enough for our continental neighbors to cast stones, and this opportunity is very far from being slight. It is the maddest piece of unprincipled folly I have ever heard of. Oh, come, Lady Conway, it's not quite so bad as all that. It is certainly unconventional and, probably not quite wise, but remember Miss Mayo's unusual upbringing. I am not forgetting her unusual upbringing, interrupted Lady Conway. It has been deplorable, but nothing can excuse this scandalous escapade. I knew her mother years ago, and I took it upon myself to expostulate both with Diana and her brother, but Sir Aubrey is hedged around with an egotistical complacency that would defy a pickaxe to penetrate. According to him, a Mayo is beyond criticism, and his sister's reputation her own to deal with. The girl herself seemed, frankly, not to understand the seriousness of her position, and was very flippant and not a little rude. I wash my hands of the whole affair, and will certainly not countenance tonight's entertainment by appearing at it. I have already warned the manager that if the noise is kept up beyond a reasonable hour, I shall leave the hotel tomorrow. And drawing her wrap around her with a little shudder, Lady Conway stalked majestically across the wide veranda of the Biskra Hotel. The two men left standing by the open French window that led into the hotel ballroom, looked at each other and smiled. "Some peroration," said one with a marked American accent. "That's the way scandal's made, I guess." "Scandal be hanged. There's never been a breath of scandal attached to Diana Mayo's name. I've known the child since she was a baby. Rum little cuss she was, too. Confound that old woman. She would wreck the reputation of the Archangel Gabriel if he came down to earth, let alone that of a mere human girl." "Not a very human girl," laughed the American. "She was sure meant for a boy, and changed at the last moment. She looks like a boy in petticoats. A damned pretty boy. And a damned haughty one," he added, chuckling. "I overheard her this morning in the garden, making mincemeat of a French officer." The Englishman laughed. "Been making love to her, I expect. A thing she does not understand and won't tolerate. She's the coldest little fish in the world, without an idea in her head beyond sport and travel. Clever, though, and plucky as they are made. I don't think she knows the meaning of the word fear. There's a queer streak in the family, isn't there? I heard somebody yapping about it the other night. Father was mad and blew his brains out, so I was told." The Englishman shrugged his shoulders. "You can call it mad if you like," he said slowly. "I live near the Mayos in England and happen to know the story. Sir John Mayo was passionately devoted to his wife. After 20 years of married life, they were still lovers. Then this girl was born, and the mother died. 2 hours afterwards, her husband shot himself, leaving the baby in the sole care of her brother, who was just 19 and as lazy and as selfish then as he is now. The problem of bringing up a girl child was too much trouble to be solved, so he settled the difficulty by treating her as if she was a boy. The result is what you see. They moved nearer to the open window, looking into the brilliantly lit ballroom, already filled with gaily chattering people. On the slightly raised platform at one end of the room, the host and hostess were receiving their guests. The brother and sister were singularly unlike. Sir Aubrey Mayo was very tall and thin, the pallor of his face accentuated by the blackness of his smoothly brushed hair and heavy black mustache. His attitude was a mixture of well-bred courtesy and languid boredom. He seemed too tired even to keep the single eyeglass that he wore in position, for it dropped continually. By contrast, the girl at his side appeared vividly alive. She was only of medium height and very slender, standing erect with the easy, vigorous carriage of an athletic boy, her small head poised proudly. Her scornful mouth and firm chin showed plainly an obstinate determination, and her deep blue eyes were unusually clear and steady. The long curling black lashes that shaded her eyes and the dark eyebrows were a foil to the thick crop of loose red gold curls that she wore short, clubbed about her ears. "The result is worth seeing," said the American admiringly, referring to his companion's last remark. A third and younger man joined them. "Hello, Arbuthnot. You're late. The divinity is 10 deep in would-be partners already." A dull red crept into the young man's face, and he jerked his head angrily. "I got waylaid by Lady Conway, a poisonous old woman. She had a great deal to say on the subject of Miss Mayo and her trip. She ought to be gagged. I thought she was going on talking all night, so I fairly bolted in the end. All the same, I agree with her on one point. Why can't that lazy-ass Mayo go with his sister?" Nobody seemed to be able to give an answer. The band had begun playing, and the floor was covered with laughing, talking couples. Sir Aubrey Mayo had moved away, and his sister was left standing with several men who waited, program in hand, but she waved them away with a little smile and a resolute shake of her head. "Things seem to be getting a hustle on," said the American. "Are you going to try your luck?" asked the elder of the two Englishmen. The American bit the end of a cigar with a little smile. "I sure am not. The haughty young lady turned me down as a dancer very early in our acquaintance. I don't blame her," he added with a rueful laugh. "But her extreme candor still rankles. She told me quite plainly that she had no use for an American who could neither ride nor dance. I did intimate to her, very gently, that there were few little openings in the States for men beside cattle punching and cabaret dancing, but she froze me with a look, and I faded away. No, Sir Egotistical Complacency will be having some bridge later on, which will suit me much better. He's not a bad chap underneath if you can swallow his peculiarities, and he's a sportsman. I like to play with him. He doesn't care a darn if he wins or loses." "It doesn't matter when you have a banking account the size of his," said Arbuthnot. "Personally, I find dancing more amusing and less expensive. I shall go and take my chance with our hostess." His eyes turned rather eagerly toward the end of the room where the girl was standing alone, straight and slim, the light from an electrolier gilding the thick bright curls framing her beautiful, haughty little face. She was staring down at the dancers with an absent expression in her eyes, as if her thoughts were far away from the crowded ballroom. The American pushed Arbuthnot forward with a little laugh. "Run along, foolish moth, and get your poor little wings singed. When the cruel fair has done trampling on you, I'll come right along and mop up the remains. If, on the other hand, your temerity meets with the success it deserves, we can celebrate suitably later on." And linking his arm in his friend's, he drew him away to the card-room. Arbuthnot went through the window and worked slowly round the room, hugging the wall, evading dancers, and threading his way through groups of chattering men and women of all nationalities. He came at last to the raised dais on which Diana Mayo was still standing, and climbed up the few steps to her side. "This is luck, Miss Mayo," he said with an assurance that he was far from feeling. "Am I really fortunate enough to find you without a partner?" She turned to him slowly, with a little crease growing between her arched eyebrows, as if his coming were inopportune and she resented the interruption to her thoughts. And then she smiled quite frankly. "I said I would not dance until everybody was started," she said rather doubtfully, looking over the crowded floor. "They are all dancing. You've done your duty nobly. Don't miss this ripping tune," he urged persuasively. She hesitated, tapping her program pencil against her teeth. "I refused a lot of men," she said with a grimace. Then she laughed suddenly. "Come along, then. I am noted for my bad manners. This will be one extra sin." Arbuthnot danced well, but with the girl in his arms he seemed suddenly tongue-tied. They swung round the room several times, then halted simultaneously beside an open window and went out into the garden of the hotel, sitting down on a wicker seat under a gaudy Japanese hanging lantern. The band was still playing, and for the moment the garden was empty, lit faintly by colored lanterns, festooned from the palm trees, and twinkling lights outlining the winding paths. Arbuthnot leaned forward, his hands clasped between his knees. "I think you are the most perfect dancer I have ever met," he said a little breathlessly. Miss Mayo looked at him seriously, without a trace of self-consciousness. "It is very easy to dance if you have a musical ear, and if you have been in the habit of making your body do what you want. So few people seem to be trained to make their limbs obey them. Mine have had to do as they were told since I was a small child," she answered calmly. The unexpectedness of the reply acted as a silencer on Arbuthnot for a few minutes, and the girl beside him seemed in no hurry to break the silence. The dance was over, and the empty garden was thronged for a little time. Then the dancers drifted back into the hotel as the band started again. "It's rather jolly here in the garden," Arbuthnot said tentatively. His heart was pounding with unusual rapidity, and his eyes, that he kept fixed on his own clasped hands, had a hungry look growing in them. "You mean that you want to sit out this dance with me?" she said with a boyish directness that somewhat nonplussed him. "Yes," he stammered rather foolishly. She held her program up to the light of the lantern. "I promised this one to Arthur Conway. We quarrel every time we meet. I cannot think why he asked me. He disapproves of me even more than his mother does. Such an interfering old lady. He will be overjoyed to be let off, and I don't want to dance tonight. I am looking forward so tremendously to tomorrow. I shall stay and talk to you, but you must give me a cigarette to keep me in a good temper." His hand shook a little as he held the match for her. "Are you really determined to go through with this tour?" She stared at him in surprise. "Why not? My arrangements have been made some time. Why should I change my mind at the last moment?" "Why does your brother let you go alone? why doesn't he go with you?" "Oh, I haven't any right to ask, but I do ask," he broke out vehemently. She shrugged her shoulders with a little laugh. "We fell out, Aubrey and I. He wanted to go to America. I wanted a trip into the desert. We quarreled for 2 whole days and half one night, and then we compromised. I should have my desert tour, and Aubrey should go to New York. And to mark his brotherly appreciation of my gracious promise to follow him to the States without fail at the end of a month, he has consented to grace my caravan for the first stage and dismiss me on my way with his blessing. It annoyed him so enormously that he could not order me to go with him, this being the first time in our wanderings that our inclinations have not jumped in the same direction. I came of age a few months ago, and in future I can do as I please. Not that I have ever done anything else," she conceded with a little laugh, "because Aubrey's ways have been my ways until now." "But for the sake of 1 month, what difference could it make to him?" he asked in astonishment. "That's Aubrey," replied MsMO dryly. "It isn't safe," persisted Arbuthnot. She flicked the ash from her cigarette carelessly. "I don't agree with you. I don't know why everybody is making such a fuss about it. Plenty of other women have traveled in much wilder country than this desert." He looked at her curiously. She seemed to be totally unaware that it was her youth and her beauty that made all the danger of the expedition. He fell back on the easier excuse. "There seems to be unrest amongst some of the tribes. There have been a lot of rumors lately," he said seriously. She made a little movement of impatience. "Oh, that's what they always tell you when they want to put obstacles in your way. The authorities have already dangled that bogey in front of me. I asked for facts, and they only gave me generalities. I asked definitely if they had any power to stop me. They said they had not, but strongly advised me not to make the attempt. I said I should go unless the French government arrested me. Why not? I'm not afraid. I don't admit that there's anything to be afraid of. I don't believe a word about the tribes being restless. Arabs are always moving about, aren't they? I have an excellent caravan leader whom even the authorities vouch for, and I shall be armed. I am perfectly able to take care of myself. I can shoot straight, and I'm used to camping. Besides, I have given my word to Aubrey to be in Oran in a month, and I can't get very far away in that time." There was an obstinate ring in her voice, and when she stopped speaking, he sat silent, consumed with anxiety, obsessed with the loveliness of her, and tormented with the desire to tell her so. Then he turned to her suddenly, and his face was very white. "MsMO, Diana, put off this trip only for a little, and give me the right to go with you. I love you. I want you for my wife more than anything on earth. I shan't always be a penniless subaltern. One of these days I shall be able to give you a position that is worthy of you. No, nothing could be that, but one at least that I am not ashamed to offer you. We've been very good friends. You know all about me. I'll give my whole life to make you happy. The world has been a different place to me since you came into it. I can't get away from you. You are in my thoughts, night and day. I love you. I want you. My God, Diana, beauty like yours drives a man mad." "Is beauty all that a man wants in his wife?" she asked, with a kind of cold wonder in her voice. "Brains and a sound body seem much more sensible requirements to me." "But when a woman has all three, as you have, Diana," he whispered ardently, his hands closing over the slim ones lying in her lap, but with a strength that seemed impossible for their smallness, she disengaged them from his grasp. "Please stop. I am sorry. We have been good friends, and it has never occurred to me that there could be anything beyond that. I never thought that you might love me. I never thought of you in that way at all. I don't understand it. When God made me, he omitted to give me a heart. I have never loved anyone in my life. My brother and I have tolerated each other, but there has never been any affection between us. Would it be likely? Put yourself in Aubrey's place. Imagine a young man of 19 with a cold, reserved nature being burdened with the care of a baby sister, thrust into his hands unwanted and unexpected. Was it likely that he would have any affection for me? I never wanted it. I was born with the same cold nature as his. I was brought up as a boy. My training was hard. Emotion and affection have been barred out of my life. I simply don't know what they mean. I don't want to. I'm very content with my life as it is. Marriage for a woman means the end of independence. That is, marriage with a man who is a man, in spite of all that the most modern woman may say. I have never obeyed anyone in my life. I do not wish to try the experiment. I am very sorry to have to hurt you. You have been a splendid pal, but that side of life does not exist for me. If I had thought for one moment that my friendship was going to hurt you, I need not have let you become so intimate. But I did not think, because it is a subject that I never think of. A man to me is just a companion with whom I ride or shoot or fish, a pal, a comrade. And that's just all there is to it. God made me a woman. Why? Only he knows." Her quiet, even voice stopped. There had been a tone of cold sincerity in it that Arbuthnot could not help but recognize. She meant everything that she said. She said no more than the truth. Her reputation for complete indifference to admiration and her unvarying attitude towards men were as well known as her dauntless courage and obstinate determination. With Sir Aubrey Mayo she behaved like a younger brother, and as such entertained his friends. She was popular with everybody, even with the mothers of marriageable daughters, for, in spite of her wealth and beauty, her notorious peculiarities made her negligible as a rival to plainer and less well-dowered girls. End of Chapter 1A. Recording by L.D. Hamilton. Chapter 1B of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L.D. Hamilton. The Sheik by E.M. Hull. Chapter 1B. Arbuthnot sat in silence. It was hardly likely, he thought bitterly, that he should succeed where other and better men had failed. He had been a fool to succumb to the temptation that had been too hard for him to resist. He knew her well enough to know beforehand what her answer would be. The very real fear for her safety that the thought of the coming expedition gave him, her nearness and the mystery of the Eastern night, the lights, the music, had all combined to rush to his lips words that in a saner moment would never have passed them. He loved her. He would love her always, but he knew that his love was as hopeless as it was undying. But it was men who were men whom she wanted for her friends, so he must take his medicine like a man. "May I still be the pal, Diana?" he said quietly. She looked at him a moment. but in the dim light of the hanging lanterns, his eyes were steady under hers, and she held out her hand frankly. "Gladly," she said candidly. "I have hosts of acquaintances, but very few friends. We are always traveling, Aubrey and I, and we never seem to have time to make friends. We rarely stay as long in one place as we have stayed in Biskra. In England they call us very bad neighbours. We are so seldom there. We generally go home for 3 months in the winter for the hunting, but the rest of the year we wander on the face of the globe." He held her slender fingers gripped in his for a moment, smothering an insane desire to press them to his lips, which he knew would be fatal to the newly accorded friendship, and then let them go. MsMO continued sitting quietly beside him. She was in no way disturbed by what had happened. She had taken him literally at his word, and was treating him as the pal he had asked to be. It no more occurred to her that she might relieve him of her society than it occurred to her that her continued presence might be distressing to him. She was totally unembarrassed and completely unself-conscious, and as they sat silent, her thoughts far away in the desert, and his full of vain longings and regrets, a man's low voice rose in the stillness of the night. "Pale lands I loved beside the Shalimar, where are you now? Who lies beneath your spell?" he sang in a passionate, vibrating baritone. He was singing in English, and yet the almost indefinite slurring from note to note was strangely un-English. Diana Mayo leaned forward, her head raised, listening intently, with shining eyes. The voice seemed to come from the dark shadows at the end of the garden, or it might have been further away out in the road beyond the cactus hedge. The singer sang slowly, his voice lingering caressingly on the words, the last verse dying away softly and clearly, almost imperceptibly fading into silence. For a moment there was utter stillness. Then Diana lay back with a little sigh. "The Kashmiri song. It makes me think of India. I heard a man sing it in Kashmir last year, but not like that. What a wonderful voice! I wonder who it is." Arbuthnot looked at her curiously, surprised at the sudden ring of interest in her tone and the sudden animation of her face. "You say you have no emotion in your nature, and yet that unknown man's singing has stirred you deeply. How do you reconcile the two?" he asked, almost angrily. "Is an appreciation of the beautiful emotion?" she challenged with uplifted eyes. "Surely not. Music, art, nature, everything beautiful appeals to me. But there is nothing emotional in that. It is only that I prefer beautiful things to ugly ones. For that reason, even pretty clothes appeal to me," she added, laughing. "You are the best-dressed woman in Biskra," he acceded. "But is not that a concession to the womanly feelings that you despise?" "Not at all. To take an interest in one's clothes is not an exclusively feminine vice. I like pretty dresses. I admit to spending some time in thinking of color schemes to go with my horrible hair, but I assure you that my dressmaker has an easier life than Aubrey's tailor." She sat silent, hoping that the singer might not have gone, but there was no sound except a cicada chirping near her. She swung round in her chair, looking in the direction from which it came. "Listen to him. Jolly little chap. They are the first things I listen for when I get to Port Said. They mean the East to me." "Maddening little beasts," said Arbuthnot irritably. "They are going to be very friendly little beasts to me during the next 4 weeks. You don't know what this trip means to me. I like wild places. The happiest times of my life have been spent camping in America and India, and I have always wanted the desert more than either of them. It is going to be a month of pure joy. I'm going to be enormously happy." She stood up with a little laugh of intense pleasure, and half turned, waiting for Arbuthnot. He got up reluctantly, and stood silent beside her for a few moments. "Diana, I wish you'd let me kiss you, just once," he broke out miserably. She looked up swiftly, with a glint of anger in her eyes, and shook her head. "No, that's not in the compact. I have never been kissed in my life. It is one of the things that I do not understand." Her voice was almost fierce. She moved leisurely towards the hotel, and he paced beside her, wondering if he had forfeited her friendship by his outburst. But on the veranda she halted, and spoke in the frank tone of camaraderie in which she had always addressed him. "Shall I see you in the morning?" He understood. There was to be no more reference to what had passed between them. The offer of friendship held, but only on her own terms. He pulled himself together. "Yes, we have arranged an escort of about a dozen of us to ride the first few miles with you, to give you a proper send-off." She made a laughing gesture of protest. "It will certainly need 4 weeks of solitude to counteract the conceit I shall acquire," she said lightly, as she passed into the ballroom. A few hours later, Diana came into her bedroom and, switching on the electric lights, tossed her gloves and program into a chair. The room was empty, for her maid had had a vertige at the suggestion that she should accompany her mistress into the desert, and had been sent back to Paris to await Diana's return. She had left during the day to take most of the heavy luggage with her. Diana stood in the middle of the room and looked at the preparations for the early start next morning, with a little smile of satisfaction. Everything was en train. The final arrangements had all been concluded some days before. The camel caravan with the camp equipment was due to leave Biskra a few hours before the time fixed for the Mayos to start with Mustafa Ali, the reputable guide whom the French authorities had reluctantly recommended. The 2 big suitcases that Diana was taking with her stood open, ready packed, waiting only for the last few necessaries, and by them the steamer trunk that Sir Aubrey would take charge of and leave in Paris as he passed through. On a chaise lounge was laid out her riding kit ready for the morning. Her smile broadened as she looked at the smart-cut breeches and high brown boots. They were the clothes in which most of her life had been spent, and in which she was far more at home than in the pretty dresses over which she had laughed with Arbuthnot. She was glad the dance was over. It was not a form of exercise that appealed to her particularly. She was thinking only of the coming tour. She stretched her arms out with a happy little laugh. "It's the life of lives, and it's going to begin all over again tomorrow morning." She crossed over to the dressing-table, and, propping her elbows on it, looked at herself in the glass with a little friendly smile at the reflection. In default of any other confidant, she had always talked to herself, with no thought for the beauty of the face staring back at her from the glass. The only comment she ever made to herself on her own appearance was sometimes to wish that her hair was not such a tiresome shade. She looked at herself now with a tinge of curiosity. "I wonder why I'm so especially happy tonight. It must be because we have been so long in Biskra. It's been very jolly, but I was beginning to get very bored." She laughed again, and picked up her watch to wind. It was one of her peculiarities that she would wear no jewelry of any kind. Even the gold repeater in her hand was on a plain leather strap. She undressed slowly, and each moment felt more wide awake. Slipping a thin wrap over her pajamas and lighting a cigarette, she went out onto the broad balcony onto which her bedroom gave. The room was on the first floor, and opposite her window rose one of the ornately carved and bracketed pillars that supported the balcony, stretching up to the second story above her head. She looked down into the gardens below. It was an easy climb, she thought, with a boyish grin. Far easier than many she had achieved successfully when the need of a solitary ramble became imperative. But the East was inconvenient for solitary ramble. Native servants had a disconcerting habit of lying down to sleep wherever drowsiness overcame them, and it was not very long since she had slid down from her balcony and landed plumb on a slumbering bundle of humanity who had roused half the hotel with his howls. She leant far over the rail, trying to see into the veranda below, and she thought she caught a glimpse of white drapery. She looked again, and this time there was nothing, but she shook her head with a little grimace and swung herself up onto the broad ledge of the railing. Settling herself comfortably with her back against the column, she looked out over the hotel gardens into the night, humming softly the Kashmiri song she had heard earlier in the evening. The risen moon was full, and its cold, brilliant light filled the garden with strong black shadows. She watched some that seemed even to move, as if the garden were alive with creeping, hurrying figures, and amused herself tracking them until she traced them to the palm tree or cactus bush that caused them. One in particular gave her a long hunt, till she finally ran it to its lair, and it proved to be a grotesque lead statue half hidden by a flowering shrub. Forgetting the hour and the open windows all around her, she burst into a rippling peal of laughter, which was interrupted by the appearance of a figure, imperfectly seen through the lattice work, which divided her balcony from the next one, and the sound of an irritable voice. "For heaven's sake, Diana, let other people sleep if you can't." "Which, being interpreted, is let Sir Aubrey Mayo sleep," she retorted with a chuckle. "My dear boy, sleep if you want to, but I don't know how you can on a night like this. Did you ever see such a gorgeous moon?" "Oh, damn the moon!" "Oh, very well. Don't get cross about it. Go back to bed and put your head under the clothes, and then you won't see it. But I'm going to sit here." "Diana, don't be an idiot. You'll go to sleep and fall into the garden and break your neck." "Tant pis pour moi, tant mieux pour toi," she said flippantly. "I have left you all that I have in the world, dear brother. Could devotion go further?" She paid no heed to his exclamation of annoyance, and looked back into the garden. It was a wonderful night, silent except for the cicadas' monotonous chirping, mysterious with the inexplicable mystery that hangs always in the Oriental night. The smells of the East rose up all around her. Here, as at home, they seemed more perceptible by night than by day. Often at home she had stood on the little stone balcony outside her room, drinking in the smells of the night, the pungent, earthy smell after rain, the aromatic smell of pine trees near the house. It was the intoxicating smells of the night that had first driven her, as a very small child, to clamber down from her balcony, clinging to the thick ivy roots, to wander with the delightful sense of wrongdoing through the moonlit park and even into the adjoining gloomy woods. She had always been utterly fearless. Her childhood had been a strange one. There had been no near relatives to interest themselves in the motherless girl left to the tender mercies of a brother nearly 20 years her senior, who was frankly and undisguisedly horrified at the charge that had been thrust upon him. Wrapped up in himself and free to indulge in the wander hunger that gripped him, the baby sister was an intolerable burden, and he had shifted responsibility in the easiest way possible. For the first few years of her life, she was left undisturbed to nurses and servants who spoiled her indiscriminately. Then, when she was still quite a tiny child, Sir Aubrey Mayo came home from a long tour and, settling down for a couple of years, fixed on his sister's future training, modeled rigidly on his own upbringing. Dressed as a boy, treated as a boy, she learned to ride and to shoot and to fish, not as amusements, but seriously, to enable her to take her place later on as a companion to the man whose only interests they were. His air of weariness was a mannerism. In reality, he was as hard as nails, and it was his intention that Diana should grow up as hard. With that end in view, her upbringing had been Spartan. No allowances were made for sex or temperament, and nothing was spared to gain the desired result. And from the first, Diana had responded gallantly, throwing herself heart and soul into the arduous, strenuous life mapped out for her. The only drawback to a perfect enjoyment of life were the necessary lessons that had to be gone through, though even those might have been worse. Every morning she rode across the park to the rectory for a couple of hours' tuition with the rector, whose heart was more in his stable than in his parish, and whose reputation was greater across country than it was in the pulpit. His methods were rough and ready, but she had brains and acquired an astonishing amount of diverse knowledge. But her education was stopped with abrupt suddenness when she was 15 by the arrival at the rectory of an overgrown young cub who had been sent by a despairing parent as a last resort to the muscular rector, and who quickly discovered what those amongst whom she had grown up had hardly realized, that Diana Mayo, with the clothes and manners of a boy, was really an uncommonly beautiful young woman. With the assurance belonging to his type, he had taken the earliest opportunity of telling her so, following it with an attempt to secure the kiss that up to now his own good looks had always secured for him. But in this case he had to deal with a girl who was a girl by accident of birth only, who was quicker with her hands and far finer trained than he was, and whose natural strength was increased by furious rage. She had blacked his eyes before he properly understood what was happening, and was dancing around him like an infuriated young gamecock when the rector had burst in upon them, attracted by the noise. What she left, he had finished, and then, breathless and angry, had ridden back across the park with her, and had briefly announced to Sir Aubrey, who happened to be at home upon one of his rare visits, that his pupil was both too old and too pretty to continue her studies at the rectory, and had taken himself off as hurriedly as he had come, leaving Sir Aubrey to settle for himself the new problem of Diana. And, as before, it was settled in the easiest possible way. Physically, she was perfectly able to take up the role for which he had always intended her. Mentally, he presumed that she knew as much as it was necessary for her to know, and, in any case, traveling itself was an education, and a far finer one than could be learned from books. So, Diana grew up in a day, and in a fortnight the old life was behind her, and she had started out on the ceaseless travels with her brother that had continued for the last 6 years. Years of perpetual change, of excitements and dangers. She thought of it all, sitting on the broad rail of the balcony, her head slanted against the column on which she leaned. "It's been a splendid life," she murmured. "And today begins the most perfect part of it." She yawned and realized suddenly that she was desperately sleepy. She turned back into her room, leaving the windows wide, and flinging off her wrap, tumbled into bed and slept almost before her head was on the pillow. It must have been about an hour later when she awoke, suddenly wide awake. She lay quite still, looking cautiously under her thick lashes. The room was flooded with moonlight. There was nothing to be seen, but she had the positive feeling that there was another presence in the room beside her own. She had had a half-conscious vision in the moment of waking of a shadowy something that had seemed to fade away by the window. As the actual reality of this thought pierced through the sleep that dulled her brain and became a concrete suggestion, she sprang out of the bed and ran onto the balcony. It was empty. She leaned over the railing, listening intently, but she could see nothing and hear nothing. Puzzled, she went back into her room and turned on the lights. Nothing seemed to be missing. Her watch lay where she had left it, on the dressing table, and the suitcases had apparently not been tampered with. By the bedside, the ivory-mounted revolver that she always carried was lying as she had placed it. She looked around the room again, frowning. "It must have been a dream," she said doubtfully, "but it seemed very real. It looked tall and white and solid, and I felt it there." She waited a moment or two, then shrugged her shoulders, turned out the lights, and got into bed. Her nerves were admirable, and in 5 minutes she was asleep again. End of Chapter 1b. Recording by L.D. Hamilton.
Chapter 2a of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.J. Franck. The Sheik by E.M. Hull. Chapter 2a. The promised send-off had been enthusiastic. The arrangements for the trip had been perfect. There had been no hitch anywhere. The guide, Mustafa Ali, appeared capable and efficient, effacing himself when not wanted and replying with courteous dignity when spoken to. The day had been full of interest, and the long, hot ride had for Diana been the height of physical enjoyment. They had reached the oasis where the first night was to be passed an hour before, and found the camp already established, tents pitched, and everything so ordered that Sir Aubrey could find nothing to criticize. Even Stevens, his servant, who had travelled with him since Diana was a baby, and who was as critical as his master on the subject of camps, had no fault to find. Diana glanced about her little travelling tent with complete content. It was much smaller than the ones to which she had always been accustomed, ridiculously so compared with the large one she had had in India the previous year, with its separate bath and dressing rooms. Servants, too, had swarmed in India. Here service promised to be inadequate, but it had been her whim on this tour to dispense with the elaborate arrangements that Sir Aubrey cultivated and to try comparative roughing it. The narrow camp cot, the tin bath, the little folding table and her 2 suitcases seemed to take up all the available space. But she laughed at the inconvenience, though she had drenched her bed with splashing and the soap had found its way into the toe of one of her long boots. She had changed from the riding clothes into a dress of clinging jade green silk, swinging short above her slender ankles, the neck cut low, revealing the gleaming white of her soft, girlish bosom. She came out of the tent and stood a moment, exchanging an amused smile with Stevens, who was hovering near dubiously, one eye on her and the other on his master. She was late, and Sir Aubrey liked his meals punctually. The baronet was lounging in one deck chair with his feet on another. Diana wagged an admonishing forefinger. "Fly, Stevens, and fetch the soup. If it is cold there will be a riot." She walked to the edge of the canvas cloth that had been thrown down in front of the tents and stood revelling in the scene around her, her eyes dancing with excitement as they glanced slowly around the camp spread out over the oasis, the clustering palm trees, the desert itself stretching away before her in undulating sweeps, but seemingly level in the evening light, far off to the distant hills, lying like a dark smudge against the horizon. She drew a long breath. It was the desert at last, the desert that she felt she had been longing for all her life. She had never known until this moment how intense the longing had been. She felt strangely at home, as if the great silent emptiness had been waiting for her as she had been waiting for it, and now that she had come it was welcoming her softly with the faint rustle of the whispering sand, the mysterious charm of its billowy, shifting surface that seemed beckoning to her to penetrate further and further into its unknown obscurities. Her brother's voice behind her brought her down to earth suddenly. "You've been a confounded long time." She turned to the table with a faint smile. "Don't be a bear, Aubrey. It's all very well for you. You have Stevens to lather your chin and to wash your hands. But thanks to that idiot Marie, I have to look after myself." Sir Aubrey took his heels down leisurely from the second chair, pitched away his cigar, and screwing his eyeglass into his eye with more than usual truculence, looked at her with disapproval. "Are you going to rig yourself out like that every evening for the benefit of Mustafa Ali and the camel drivers?" "I do not propose to invite the worthy Mustafa to meals, and I am not in the habit of rigging myself out, as you so charmingly put it, for any one's benefit. If you think I dress in camp to please you, my dear Aubrey, you flatter yourself. I do it entirely to please myself. That explorer woman we met in London that first year I began travelling with you explained to me the real moral and physical value of changing into comfortable, pretty clothes after a hard day in breeches and boots. You change yourself. What's the difference?" "All the difference," he snapped. "There's no need for you to make yourself more attractive than you are already." "Since when has it occurred to you that I am attractive? You must have a touch of the sun, Aubrey," she replied with uplifted eyebrows, drumming impatiently with her fingers on the table. "Don't quibble. You know perfectly well that you are good-looking. Too good-looking to carry through this preposterous affair." "Will you please tell me what you are driving at?" she asked quietly, but the dark blue eyes fixed on her brother's face were growing darker as she looked at him. "I've been doing some hard thinking today, Diana. This tour you propose is impossible." "Isn't it rather late in the day to find that out?" she interrupted sarcastically, but he ignored the interruption. "You must see for yourself, now that you are face to face with the thing, that it is impossible. It's quite unthinkable that you can wander for the next month all alone in the desert with those damned niggers. Though my legal guardianship over you terminated last September, I still have some moral obligations towards you. though it has been convenient to me to bring you up as a boy and to regard you in the light of a younger brother instead of a sister, we cannot get away from the fact that you are a woman, and a very young woman. There are certain things a young woman cannot do. If you had been the boy I always wished you were, it would have been a different matter. But you are not a boy, and the whole thing is impossible, utterly impossible." There was a fretful impatience in his voice. Diana lit a cigarette slowly and swung round on her chair with a hard laugh. "If I had not lived with you all my life, Aubrey, I should really be impressed with your brotherly solicitude. I should think you really meant it. But knowing you as I do, I know that it is not anxiety on my behalf that is prompting you, but the disinclination that you have to travel alone without me. You have come to depend on me to save you certain annoyances and inconveniences that always occur in travelling. You were more honest in Biskra when you only objected to my trip without giving reasons. Why have you waited until tonight to give me those reasons?" "Because I thought that here, at least, you would have sense enough to see them. In Biskra it was impossible to argue with you. You made your own arrangements against my wishes. I left it feeling convinced that the impossibility of it would be brought home to you here, and that you would see for yourself that it was out of the question. Diana, give up this insane trip." "I will not." "I've a thundering good mind to make you." "You can't. I'm my own mistress. You have no right over me at all. You have no claim on me. You haven't even that of ordinary brotherly affection, for you have never given me any. So you cannot expect it from me. We needn't make any pretense about it. I'm not going to argue any more. I will not go back to Biskra." "If you are afraid of being laughed at," he sneered, but she took him up swiftly. "I am not afraid of being laughed at. Only cowards are afraid of that, and I am not a coward." "Diana, listen to reason." "Aubrey, I have said my last word. Nothing will alter my determination to go on this trip. Your arguments do not convince me, who know you. It is your own considerations and not mine that are at the bottom of your remonstrances. You do not deny it because you can't, because it is true." They were facing each other across the little table. An angry flush rose in Sir Aubrey's face, and his eyeglass fell with a little sharp tinkle against a waistcoat button. "You're a damned obstinate little devil," he said furiously. She looked at him steadily, her scornful mouth firm as his own. "I am what you have made me," she said slowly. "Why quarrel with the result? You have brought me up to ignore the restrictions attached to my sex. You now round on me and throw them in my face. All my life you have set me an example of selfishness and obstinacy. Can you wonder that I have profited by it? You have made me as hard as yourself, and you now profess surprise at the determination your training has forced upon me. You are illogical. It is your fault, not mine. There was bound to be a clash some day. It has come sooner than I expected, that's all. Up till now my inclinations have gone with yours, but this seems to be the parting of the ways. As I reminded you before, I am my own mistress, and I will submit to no interference with my actions. Please understand that clearly, Aubrey. I don't want to wrangle any more. I will join you in New York as I promised. I am not in the habit of breaking my promises, but my life is my own to deal with, and I will deal with it exactly as I wish and not as anyone else wishes. I will do what I choose when and how I choose, and I will never obey any will but my own." Sir Aubrey's eyes narrowed suddenly. "Then I hope to heaven that one day you will fall into the hands of a man who will make you obey," he cried wrathfully. Her scornful mouth curled still more scornfully. "Then heaven help him," she retorted scathingly, and turned away to her tent. But alone, her anger gave way to amusement. It had been something, after all, to rouse the lazy Aubrey to wrath. She knew exactly the grievance he had been nursing against her during the last few weeks in Biskra. Though he travelled perpetually and often in remote and desolate places, he travelled with the acme of comfort and the minimum of inconveniences. He put himself out for nothing, and the inevitable difficulties that accrued fell on Diana's younger and less blasé shoulders. She had always known the uses he put her to and the convenience she was to him. He might have some latent feelings with regard to the inadvisability of her behaviour. He might even have some prickings of conscience on the subject of his upbringing of her, but it was thoughts of his own comfort that were troubling him most. That she knew, and the knowledge was not conducive to any kinder feeling towards him. He always had been and always would be supremely selfish. The whole of their life together had been conducted to suit his conveniences and not hers. She knew, too, why her company was particularly desired on his visit to America. It was a hunting trip, but not the kind that they were usually accustomed to. It was a wife, and not big game, that was taking Sir Aubrey across the ocean on this occasion. It had been in his mind for some time as an inevitable and somewhat unpleasant necessity. Women bored him, and the idea of marriage was distasteful, but a son to succeed him was imperative. A Mayo must be followed by a Mayo. An heir was essential for the big property the family had held for hundreds of years. No woman had ever attracted him, but of all women he had met, American women were less actively irritating to him, and so it was to America that he turned in search of a wife. He proposed to take a house in New York for a few months, and later on in Newport, and it was for that Diana's company was considered indispensable. She would save him endless trouble, as all arrangements could be left in her hands and Stephen's. Having made up his mind to go through with a proceeding that he regarded in the light of a sacrifice on the family altar, his wish was to get it over and done with as soon as possible, and Diana's interference in his plans had exasperated him. It was the first time that their wills had crossed, and she shrugged her shoulders impatiently, with a grimace at the recollection. A little more, and it would have degenerated into a vulgar quarrel. She banished Aubrey and his selfishness resolutely from her mind. It was very hot, and she lay very still in the narrow cot, wishing she had not been so rigid in the matter of its width, and wondering if a sudden movement in the night would precipitate her into the bath that stood alongside. She thought regretfully of a punkah, and then smiled derisively at herself. "Sybarite," she murmured sleepily. "You need a few discomforts." She was almost aggressively cheerful next morning at breakfast, and for the time that they lingered at the oasis after the baggage camels had started. Sir Aubrey was morose and silent, and she exchanged most of her badinage with Stevens, who was superintending the packing of the tiffin basket that would accompany her in charge of the man who had been selected as her personal servant, and who was waiting with Mustafa Ali and about 10 men to ride with her. The time for starting came. Stevens was fussing about the horse that Diana was to ride. "Everything all right, Stevens? Up to your standard? Don't look so glum. I wish you were coming to look after me, but it couldn't be done. Sir Aubrey would be lost without you." The idea of a tour without Stevens in the background seemed suddenly momentous, and the smile she gave him was more serious than she meant it to be. She went back to her brother, who was pulling his moustache savagely. "I don't think there's any use waiting any longer. You won't want to hurry yourself too much, and you will want to be in Biskra in time for dinner," she said as casually as she could. He swung towards her. "Diana, it's still not too late to change your mind. For heaven's sake, give up this folly. It's tempting Providence." For the first time there was a genuine ring in his voice, and for a moment Diana wavered, but only for a moment. Then she looked at him with a slow smile. "Do I fall on your neck and say, 'Take me back, dear guardian, I will be good'? Or do I prostrate myself at your feet and knock my head on your boots and whine in the language of the country, 'Hearing is obeying'? Don't be ridiculous, Aubrey. You can't expect me to change my mind at the 11th hour. It's perfectly safe. Mustafa Ali will take care that everything goes smoothly. He has his reputation in Biskra to think of. You know the character the authorities gave him. He is not likely to throw that away. In any case, I can take care of myself, thanks to your training. I don't mind owning to being conceited about my shooting. Even you admit that I am a credit to your teaching." With a gay little laugh she whipped out the ivory-mounted revolver and, aiming at a low, flat rock some distance away, fired. She was an unusually good revolver shot, but this time she seemed to have missed. There was no mark on the stone. Diana stared at it stupidly, a frown of perplexity creasing her forehead. Then she looked at her brother and back to the revolver in her hand. Sir Aubrey swore. "Diana, what a senseless piece of bravado!" he cried angrily. She took no notice of him. She was still staring at the smooth rock fate. "I don't understand it. How could I miss? It's as big as a house," she murmured thoughtfully, and raised the revolver again. But Sir Aubrey caught her wrist. "For God's sake, don't make a fool of yourself a second time. You have lowered your prestige quite enough already," he said in a low voice, with a glance at the group of watching Arabs. Diana jerked the little weapon back into its place reluctantly. "I don't understand it," she said again. "It must be the light." She mounted and wheeled her horse alongside of Sir Aubrey's and held out her hand. "Goodbye, Aubrey. Expect me a month after you arrive. I will cable to you from Cherbourg. Good luck. I shall roll up in time to be best man," she added, laughing, and with a nod to Mustafa Ali she turned her horse's head southwards. For a long time she rode in silence. The quarrel with Aubrey had left a nasty taste in her mouth. She knew that what she was doing was considered unconventional, but she had been brought up to be unconventional. She had never even thought, when she planned her tour, of possible criticism. It would have made no difference to her if she had thought, and she had been amazed and amused at the sensation that her proposed trip had caused. The publicity to which it had given rise had annoyed her intensely. She had been scornful that people could not occupy themselves with their own affairs and leave her to deal with hers. but that Aubrey should join in the general criticism and present such a complete volte-face to the opinions he had always held was beyond her comprehension. She was angry with him, and contempt was mingled with her anger. It was inconsistent with the whole of his lifelong attitude toward her, and the discovery of his altered ideas left her rather breathless and more than ever determined to adhere to her own deeply rooted convictions. Aubrey was responsible for them, he had instilled them, and if he chose now to abandon them, that was his lookout. For her own part, she saw no reason to change principles she had been brought up in. If Aubrey really thought there was danger in this expedition, he could have sacrificed himself for once and come with her. As Jim Arbuthnot had said, it was only a month, a negligible length of time. But Aubrey's selfishness would not allow him to make that concession any more than her own obstinacy would allow her to give way. It was too much to expect. And this was the desert. It was the expedition that she had dreamed of and planned for years. She could not give it up. The idea of danger brought a little laugh to her lips. How could anything in the desert hurt her? It had been calling to her always. There was nothing strange about the scene that lay all around her. Her surroundings seemed oddly familiar. The burning sun overhead and the cloudless sky. The shimmering haze rising from the hot, dry ground. The feathery outline of some clustering palm trees in a tiny, distant oasis were like remembrances that she watched again with a feeling of gladness that was fuller and deeper than anything she had been conscious of before. She was radiantly happy, happy in the sense of her youth and strength, her perfect physical fitness, happy in the capacity of her power of enjoyment, happy with the touch of the keen, nervous horse between her knees, exhilarated with her new authority. She had looked forward so eagerly, and realization was proving infinitely greater than anticipation. And for a whole month this perfect happiness was to be hers. End of Chapter 2A. Recording by M.J. Franck, Portland, Oregon. Chapter 2B of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.J. Franck. The Sheik by E.M. Hull. Chapter 2B. She thought of her promise to Aubrey with impatience. To give up the joyous freedom of the desert for the commonplace round of American social life seemed preposterous. The thought of the weeks in New York were frankly tedious. Newport would be a little less bad, for there were alleviations. The only hope was that Aubrey would find the wife he was looking for quickly and release her from an obligation that was going to be very wearisome. Aubrey was counting on her, and it would be unsporting to let him down. She would have to keep her promise, but she would be glad when it was over. Aubrey married would settle definitely the possibility of any further disagreements between them. She wondered vaguely what the future Lady Mayo would be like, but she did not expend much pity on her. American girls, as a rule, were well able to care for themselves. She stroked her horse with a little smile. Aubrey and his possible wife seemed singularly uninteresting beside the vivid interest of the moment. A caravan that had been visible for a long time coming towards them drew nearer, and Diana reined in to watch the long line of slow lurching camels passing. The great beasts, with their disdainful tread and long swaying necks never failed to interest her. It was a large caravan. The bales on the camels' backs looked heavy, and beside the merchants on riding camels and a motley crowd of followers, some on lean little donkeys and others on foot, there was an armed guard of mounted men. It took some time to pass. One or two of the camels carried huddled figures, swathed and shapeless with a multitude of coverings that Diana knew must be women. The contrast between them and herself was almost ridiculous. It made her feel stifled even to look at them. She wondered what their lives were like, if they ever rebelled against the drudgery and restrictions that were imposed upon them, if they ever longed for the freedom that she was reveling in, or if custom and usage were so strong that they had no thoughts beyond the narrow life they led. The thought of those lives filled her with aversion. The idea of marriage, even in its highest form, based on mutual consideration and mutual forbearance, was repugnant to her. She thought of it with a shiver of absolute repulsion. To Aubrey it was distasteful, but to her cold, reserved temperament it was a thing of horror and disgust. That women could submit to the degrading intimacy and fettered existence of married life filled her with scornful wonder. To be bound irrevocably to the will and pleasure of a man who would have the right to demand obedience in all that constituted marriage and the strength to enforce those claims revolted her. For a Western woman it was bad enough. But for the women of the East, mere slaves of the passions of the men who owned them, unconsidered, disregarded, reduced to the level of animals, the bare idea made her quiver and bring her hand down heavily on her horse's neck. The nervous creature started sharply, and she let him go, calling to Mustafa Ali as she cantered past him. He had ridden to meet the caravan and was dismounted, deep in conversation with the chief of the armed guard. With the thoughts that it had provoked, the caravan had lost all interest for Diana. She wanted to get away from it, to forget it, and she rode on unmindful of her escort, who, like her guide, had stopped to speak with the traders. Diana's horse was fleet, and it was some time before they caught her up. There was a look of annoyance on Mustafa Ali's face as she turned on hearing them behind her and signed to him to ride beside her. "Mademoiselle is not interested in the caravan?" he asked curiously. "No," she replied shortly, and asked for some details connected with her own expedition. The man talked easily and well in fluent French, and after giving the required information volunteered anecdotes relating to various well-known people whom he had guided in the desert. Diana watched him interestedly. He seemed a man of about middle age, though it was difficult to guess more than approximately, for the thick peaked beard that hid both mouth and chin made him look older than he really was. His beard had been his only drawback from Diana's point of view, for she judged men by their mouths. Eyes were untrustworthy evidences of character in an Oriental, for they usually wavered under a European's. Mustafa Ali's were wavering now as she looked at him, and it occurred to her that they had not seemed nearly so shifty in Biskra when she had engaged him. But she attached no importance to the thought and dismissed it as much less interesting than the great difference displayed in their respective modes of riding. The Arab's exaggeratedly short stirrup would have given her agonies of cramp. She pointed the difference with a laugh of amusement and drew the man on to speak of his horses. The one Diana was riding was an unusually fine beast, and had been one of the greatest points in the guide's favour when he had brought it for her inspection. He was enthusiastic in its praise, but volubly vague as to its antecedents, which left Diana with the conviction that the animal had either been stolen or acquired in some irregular manner, and that it would be tactless to pursue further inquiries. After all, it was no business of hers. It was enough that her trip was to be conducted on the back of a horse that it was a pleasure to ride, and whose vagaries promised to give interest to what otherwise might have been monotonous. Some of the horses that she had seen in Biskra had been the veriest jades. She asked Mustafa Ali about the country through which they were passing, but he did not seem to have much information that was really of interest, or what seemed important to him appeared trivial to her, and he constantly brought the conversation back to Biskra, of which she was tired, or to Oran, of which she knew nothing. The arrival at a little oasis where the guide suggested that the midday halt might be made was opportune. Diana swung to the ground, and tossing down her gloves, gave herself a shake. It was hot work riding in the burning sun, and the rest would be delightful. She had a thoroughly healthy appetite, and superintended the laying out of her lunch with interest. It was the last time that it would be as daintily packed. Stevens was an artist with a picnic basket. She was going to miss Stevens. She finished her lunch quickly, and then, with her back propped against a palm tree, a cigarette in her mouth, her arms clasped round her knees, she settled down happily overlooking the desert. The noontime hush seemed over everything. Not a breath of wind stirred the tops of the palms. A lizard on a rock near her was the only living thing she could see. She glanced over her shoulder. The men with their big cloaks drawn over their heads were lying asleep, or at any rate appeared to be so. Only Mustafa Ali was on foot, standing at the edge of the oasis, staring fixedly in the direction in which they would ride later. Diana threw the end of her cigarette at the lizard and laughed at its precipitant flight. She had no desire to follow the example of her escort and sleep. She was much too happy to lose a minute of her enjoyment by wasting it in rest that she did not require. She was perfectly content and satisfied with herself and her outlook. She had not a care or a thought in the world. There was not a thing that she would have changed or altered. Her life had always been happy. She had extracted the last ounce of pleasure out of every moment of it. That her happiness was due to the wealth that enabled her to indulge in the sports and constant travel that made up the sum total of her desires never occurred to her. That what composed her pleasure in life was possible only because she was rich enough to buy the means of gratifying it did not enter her head. She thought of her wealth no more than of her beauty. The business connected with her coming of age, when the big fortune left to her by her father passed unreservedly into her own hands, was a wearisome necessity that had been got through as expeditiously as possible, with as little attention to detail as the old family lawyer had allowed, and an absence of interest that was evidenced in the careless scrawl she attached to each document that was given her to sign. The mere money in itself was nothing. It was only a means to an end. She had never even realized how much was expended on the continuous and luxurious expeditions that she had made with Sir Aubrey. Her own individual tastes were simple, and apart from the expensive equipment that was indispensable for their hunting trips, and which was Aubrey's choosing, not hers, she was not extravagant. The long list of figures that had been so boring during the tedious hours that she had spent with the lawyer, grudging every second of the glorious September morning that she had had to waste in the library when she was longing to be out of doors, had conveyed nothing to her beyond the fact that in future, when she wanted anything, she would be put to the trouble of writing out an absurd piece of paper herself instead of leaving the matter in Aubrey's hands as she had done hitherto. She had hardly understood and had been much embarrassed by the formal and pedantic congratulations with which the lawyer had concluded his business statement. She was not aware that she was an object of congratulation. It all seemed very stupid and uninteresting. Of real life she knew nothing, and of the ordinary ties and attachments of family life less than nothing. Aubrey's cold, loveless training had debarred her from all affection. She had grown up oblivious of it. Love did not exist for her. From even the thought of passion she shrank instinctively with the same fastidiousness as she did from actual physical uncleanliness. That she had awakened an emotion that she did not understand herself in certain men had been an annoyance that had become more intolerable with repetition. She had hated them and herself impartially, and she had scorned them fiercely. She had never been so gentle and so human with anyone as she had been with Jim Arbuthnot, and that only because she was so radiantly happy that night that not even the distasteful reminder that she was a woman whom a man coveted was able to disturb her happiness. But here there was no need to dwell on annoyances or distasteful reminders. Diana dug her heels into the soft ground with a little wriggle of content. Here she would be free from anything that could mar her perfect enjoyment of life as it appeared to her. Here there was nothing to spoil her pleasure. Her head had drooped during her thoughts, and for the last few minutes her eyes had been fixed on the dusty tips of her riding boots. But she raised them now and looked up with a great content in them. It was the happiest day of her life. She had forgotten the quarrel with Aubrey. She had put from her the chain of ideas suggested by the passing caravan. There was nothing discordant to disturb the perfect harmony of her mind. A shade beside her made her turn her head. Mustafa Ali salaamed obsequiously. "It is time to start, mademoiselle." Diana looked up in surprise and then back over her shoulder at the escort. The men were already mounted. The smile faded from her eyes. Mustafa Ali was guide, but she was head of this expedition. If her guide had not realized this, he would have to do so now. She glanced at the watch on her wrist. "There is plenty of time," she said coolly. Mustafa Ali salaamed again. "It is a long ride to reach the oasis where we must camp tonight," he insisted hurriedly. Diana crossed one brown boot over the other, and scooping up some sand in the palm of her hand, trickled it through her fingers slowly. "Then we can ride faster," she replied quietly, looking at the shining particles glistening in the sun. Mustafa Ali made a movement of impatience and persisted doggedly. "Mademoiselle would do well to start." Diana looked up swiftly with angry eyes. Under the man's suave manner and simple words a peremptory tone had crept into his voice. She sat quite still, her fingers raking the warm sand, and under her haughty stare the guide's eyes wavered and turned away. "We will start when I choose, Mustafa Ali," she said brusquely. "You may give orders to your men, but you will take your orders from me. I will tell you when I am ready. You may go." Still he hesitated, swaying irresolutely backwards and forwards on his heels. Diana snapped her fingers over her shoulder, a trick she had learned from a French officer in Biskra. "I said go," she repeated sharply. She took no notice of his going and did not look back to see what orders he gave the men. She glanced at her watch again. Perhaps it was growing late. Perhaps the camp was a longer ride than she had thought. But Mustafa Ali must learn his lesson if they rode till midnight to reach the oasis. She pushed her obstinate chin out further and then smiled again suddenly. She hoped that the night would fall before they reached their destination. There had been one or two moonlight riding picnics out from Biskra, and the glamour of the desert nights had gone to Diana's head. This riding into the unknown, away from the noisy, chattering crowd who had spoiled the perfect stillness of the night, would be infinitely more perfect. She gave a little sigh of regret as she thought of it. It was not really practical. Though she would wait nearly another hour to allow the fact of her authority to sink into Mustafa Ali's brain, she would have to hasten afterwards to arrive at the camp before darkness set in. The men were unused to her ways, and she to theirs. She would not have Stephen's help tonight. She would have to depend on herself to order everything as she wished it, and it was easier done in daylight. 1 hour would not make much difference. The horses had more in them than had been taken out of them this morning. They could be pushed along a bit faster with no harm happening to them. She eyed her watch from time to time with a grin of amusement, but suppressed the temptation to look and see how Mustafa Ali was taking it, for her action might be seen and misconstrued. When the time she had set herself was up, she rose and walked slowly towards the group of Arabs. The guide's face was sullen, but she took no notice, and when they started, motioned him to her side again with a reference to Biskra that provoked a flow of words. It was the last place she wanted to hear of, but it was one of which he spoke the readiest, and she knew it was not wise to allow him to remain silent to sulk. His ill temper would evaporate with the sound of his own voice. She rode forward steadily, silent herself, busy with her own thoughts, heedless of the voice beside her, and unconscious of the fact when it became silent. She had been quite right about the capabilities of the horses. They responded without any apparent effort to the further demand made of them. The one in particular that Diana was riding moved in a swift, easy gallop that was the perfection of motion. They had been riding for some hours when they came to the first oasis that had been sighted since leaving the one where the midday halt was made. Diana pulled up her horse to look at it, for it was unusually beautiful in the luxuriousness and arrangement of its group of palms and leafy bushes. Some pigeons were cooing softly, hidden from sight amongst the trees, with a plaintive melancholy that somehow seemed in keeping with the deserted spot. Beside the well, forming a triangle, stood what had been 3 particularly fine palm trees, but the tops had been broken off about 20 feet up from the ground, and the mutilated trunks reared themselves bare and desolate looking. Diana took off her heavy helmet and tossed it to the man behind her, and sat looking at the oasis, while the faint breeze that had sprung up stirred her thick short hair and cooled her hot head. The sad notes of the pigeons and the broken palms, that with their unusualness vaguely suggested a tragedy, lent an air of mystery to the place that pleased her. She turned eagerly to Mustafa Ali. "Why did you not arrange for the camp to be here? It would have been a long enough ride." The man fidgeted in his saddle, fingering his beard uneasily, his eyes wandering past Diana's and looking at the broken trees. "No man rests here, mademoiselle. It is a place of devils. The curse of Allah is upon it," he muttered, touching his horse with his heel and making it sidle restlessly, an obvious hint that Diana ignored. "I like it," she persisted obstinately. He made a quick gesture with his fingers. "It is accursed. Death lurks beside those broken palm trees," he said, looking at her curiously. She jerked her head with a sudden smile. "For you, perhaps, but not for me. Allah's curse rests only upon those who fear it. But since you are afraid, Mustafa Ali, let us go on." She gave a little light laugh, and Mustafa Ali kicked his horse savagely as he followed. The distance before her spread out cleanly with the sharp distinctness that precedes the setting sun. She rode on until she began to wonder if it would indeed be nightfall before she reached her destination. They had ridden longer and faster than had ever been intended. It seemed odd that they had not overtaken the baggage camels. She looked at her watch with a frown. "Where is your caravan, Mustafa Ali?" she called. "I see no sign of an oasis, and the darkness will come." "If mademoiselle had started earlier," he said solemnly. "If I had started earlier it would still have been too far. Tomorrow we will arrange it otherwise," she said firmly. "Tomorrow," he growled indistinctly. Diana looked at him keenly. "What did you say?" she asked haughtily. His hand went to his forehead mechanically. "Tomorrow is with Allah," he murmured with unctuous piety. A retort trembled on Diana's lips, but her attention was distracted from her annoying guide to a collection of black specks far off across the desert. They were too far away for her to see clearly, but she pointed to them, peering at them intently. "See!" she cried. "Is that the caravan?" "As Allah wills," he replied more piously than before, and Diana wished with a sudden feeling of irritation that he would stop relegating his responsibilities to the Deity and take a little more active personal interest in his missing camel train. The black specks were moving fast across the level plain. Very soon Diana saw that it was not the slow, leisurely camels that they were overtaking, but a band of mounted men who were moving swiftly towards them. They had seen nobody since the trader's caravan had passed them in the morning. For Diana, the Arabs that were approaching were even more interesting than the caravan had been. She had seen plenty of caravans arriving and departing from Biskra, but though she had seen small parties of tribesmen constantly in the vicinity of the town, she had never seen so large a body of mounted men before. Nor had she seen them as they were here, one with the wild picturesqueness of their surroundings. It was impossible to count how many there were, for they were riding in close formation, the wind filling their great white cloaks, making each man look gigantic. Diana's interest flamed up excitedly. It was like passing another ship upon a hitherto empty sea. They seemed to add a desired touch to the grim loneliness of this scene that had begun to be a little awe-inspiring. Perhaps she was hungry, perhaps she was tired, or perhaps she was only annoyed by the bad arrangements of her guide. But before the advent of the mounted Arabs, Diana had been conscious of a feeling of oppression, as if the silent desolation of the desert was weighing heavily upon her. But the body of swiftly moving men and horses had changed the aspect utterly. An atmosphere of life and purpose seemed to have taken the place of the quiet stagnation that had been before their coming. End of chapter 2b. Recording by M.J. Franck, Portland, Oregon. Chapter 2c of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.J. Franck. The Sheik by E.M. Hall. Chapter 2c. The distance between the two parties decreased rapidly. Diana, intent on the quickly advancing horsemen, spurred ahead of her guide with sparkling eyes. They were near enough now to see that the horses were beautiful creatures and that each man rode magnificently. They were armed, too, their rifles being held in front of them, not slung on their backs as she had seen in Biskra. They passed quite close to her, only a few yards away, a solid square, the orderly ranks suggesting training and discipline that she had not looked for. Not a head turned in her direction as they went by, and the pace was not slackened. Fretted by the proximity of the galloping horses, her own horse reared impatiently, but Diana pulled him in, turning in her saddle to watch the Arabs pass, her breath coming quick with excitement. "What are they?" she called out to Mustafa Ali, who had dropped some way behind her. But he too was looking back at the horsemen and did not seem to hear her question. Her escort had lagged still further behind her guide and were some distance away. Diana watched the rapidly moving, compact square eagerly with appreciatory eyes. It was a beautiful sight. Then she gave a little gasp. The galloping horses had drawn level with the last stragglers of her own party, and just beyond they stopped suddenly. Diana would not have believed it possible that they could have stopped so suddenly and in such close formation while travelling at such a pace. The tremendous strain on the bridles flung the horses far back on their haunches, but there was no time to dwell on the wonderful horsemanship or training of the men. Events moved too rapidly. The solid square split up and lengthened out into a long line of two men riding abreast. Wheeling behind the last of Mustafa's men, they came back even faster than they had passed and circled widely round Diana and her attendants. Bewildered by this manoeuvre, she watched them with a puzzled frown, striving to soothe her horse, who was nearly frantic with excitement. Twice they galloped round her little band, their long cloaks fluttering, their rifles tossing in their hands. Diana was growing impatient. It was very fine to watch, but time and the light were both going. She would have been glad if the demonstration had occurred earlier in the day, when there would have been more time to enjoy it. She turned again to Mustafa Ali to suggest that they had better try to move on, but he had gone further from her, back towards his own. She wrestled with her nervous mount, trying to turn him to join her guide, when a sudden burst of rifle shots made her start, and her horse bound violently. Then she laughed. That would be the end of the demonstration, a parting salute, the décharge de mousqueterie, beloved of the Arab. She turned her head from her refractory horse to look at them right off, and the laugh died away on her lips. It was not a farewell salute. The rifles that the Arabs were firing were not pointing up into the heavens, but aiming straight at her and her escort. And as she stared with suddenly startled eyes, unable to do anything with her plunging horse, Mustafa Ali's men were blotted out from her sight, cut off by the band of Arabs who rode between her and them. Mustafa Ali himself was lying forward on the neck of his horse, who was standing quiet amidst the general confusion. Then there came another volley, and the guide slid slowly out of his saddle onto the ground. And at the same time Diana's horse went off with a wild leap that nearly unseated her. Until they started shooting, the thought that the Arabs could be hostile had not crossed her mind. She imagined that they were merely showing off with the childish love of display which she knew was characteristic. The French authorities had been right after all. Diana's first feeling was one of contempt for an administration that made possible such an attempt so near civilization. Her second, a fleeting amusement at the thought of how Aubrey would jeer. But her amusement passed as the real seriousness of the attack came home to her. For the first time it occurred to her that her guide's descent from his saddle was due to a wound and not to the fear that she had at first disgustedly attributed to him. But nobody had seemed to put up any kind of a fight, she thought wrathfully. She tugged angrily at her horse's mouth, but the bit was between his teeth, and he tore on frantically. Her own position made her furious. Her guide was wounded, his men surrounded, and she was ignominiously being run away with by a bolting horse. If she could only turn the wretched animal, it would only be a question of ransom, of that she was positive. She must get back somehow to the others and arrange terms. It was an annoyance, of course, but after all, it added a certain piquancy to her trip. It would be an experience. It was only a hold-up. She did not suppose the Arabs had even really meant to hurt anyone, but they were excited, and someone's shot, aimed wide, had found an unexpected billet. It could be only that. It was too near Biskra for any real danger, she argued with herself, still straining on the reins. She would not admit that there was any danger, though her heart was beating in a way that it had never done before. Then, as she hauled ineffectually at the bridle with all her strength, there came from behind her the sound of a long, shrill whistle. Her horse pricked up his ears, and she was conscious that his pace sensibly lessened. Instinctively she looked behind. A solitary Arab was riding after her, and as she looked she realized that his horse was gaining on hers. The thought drove every idea of stopping her run away from her, and made her dig her spurs into him instead. There was a sinister air of deliberation in the way in which the Arab was following her. He was riding her down. Diana's mouth closed firmly, and a new keenness came into her steady eyes. It was one thing to go back voluntarily to make terms with the men who had attacked her party. It was quite another thing to be deliberately chased across the desert by an Arab freebooter. Her obstinate chin was almost square. Then the shadow of a laugh flickered in her eyes and curved her mouth. New experiences were crowding in upon her today. She had often wondered what the feelings of a hunted creature were. She seemed in a fair way of finding out. She had always stoutly maintained that the fox enjoyed the run as much as the hounds. That remained to be proved, but in any case she would give this hound a run for his money. She could ride, and there seemed plenty yet in the frightened animal under her. She bent down, lying low against his neck, with a little reckless laugh, coaxing him with all her knowledge, and spurring him alternately. But soon her mood changed. She frowned anxiously as she looked at the last rays of the setting sun. It would be dark very soon. She could not go chasing through the night with this tiresome Arab at her heels. The humour seemed to have died out of the situation, and Diana began to get angry. In the level country that surrounded her, there were no natural features that could afford cover or aid in any way. There seemed nothing for it but to own herself defeated and pull up, if she could. An idea of trying to dodge him and of returning of her own free will was dismissed at once as hopeless. She had seen enough in her short glimpse of the Arabs' tactics when they had passed her to know that she was dealing with a finished horseman on a perfectly trained horse, and that her idea could never succeed. But, perversely, she felt that to that particular Arab following her she would never give in. She would ride till she dropped, or the horse did before that. The whistle came again, and again, in spite of her relentless spurring, her horse checked his pace. A sudden inspiration came to her. Perhaps it was the horse she was riding that was the cause of all the trouble. It was certainly the Arab's whistle that had made it moderate its speed. It was responding clearly to a signal that it knew. Her guide's reluctance to give any particulars of his acquisition of the horse came back to her. There could not be much doubt about it. The animal had unquestionably been stolen, and either belonged to or was known to the party of Arabs who had met them. The naivete that paraded a stolen horse through the desert at the risk of meeting its former owner made her smile in spite of her annoyance. But it was not a pleasant smile as her thoughts turned from the horse to its present owner. The sum of Mustafa Ali's delinquencies was mounting up fast, but it was his affair, not hers. In the meantime, she had paid for the horse to ride through the desert, not to be waylaid by Arab bandits. Her temper was going fast. She urged the horse on with all her power, but perceptibly he was slowing up. She flashed another backward look. The Arab was close behind her, closer than she had been aware. She had a momentary glimpse of a big white figure, dark, piercing eyes, and white gleaming teeth, and passionate rage filled her. With no thought of what the consequences or retaliation might be, with no thought at all beyond a wild desire to rid herself of her pursuer, driven by a sudden madness which seemed to rise up in her and which she could not control, she clutched her revolver and fired twice, full in the face of the man who was following her. He did not even flinch, and a low laugh of amusement came from him. And at the sound of his laugh Diana's mouth parched suddenly, and a cold shiver rippled across her spine. A strange feeling that she had never experienced before went through her. She had missed again, as she had missed this morning. How, she did not know. It was inexplicable. But it was a fact, and a fact that left her with a feeling of powerlessness. She dropped the useless revolver, trying vainly to force her horse's pace, but inch by inch the fiery chestnut that the Arab was riding crept up nearer alongside. She would not turn to look again, but glancing sideways she could see its small, wicked-looking head, with flat-laid ears and vicious, bloodshot eyes level with her elbow. For a moment or two it remained there, then with a sudden spurt the chestnut forged ahead, and as it shot past it swerved close in beside her, and the man, rising in his stirrups and leaning towards her, flung a pair of powerful arms around her, and with a jerk swung her clear of the saddle and onto his own horse in front of him. His movement had been so quick she was unprepared and unable to resist. For a moment she was stunned. Then her senses came back to her, and she struggled wildly, but stifled in the thick folds of the Arab's robes, against which her face was crushed and held in a grip that seemed to be slowly suffocating her, her struggles were futile. The hard, muscular arm round her hurt her acutely. Her ribs seemed to be almost breaking under its weight and strength. It was nearly impossible to breathe with the close contact of his body. She was unusually strong for a girl, but against this steely strength that held her she was helpless, and for a time the sense of her helplessness and the pain that any resistance to the arm wrapped round her gave her made her lie quiet. She felt the Arab check his horse, felt the chestnut wheel, spinning high on its hind legs, and then bound forward again. Her feelings were indescribable. She did not know what to think. Her mind felt jarred. She was unable to frame any thoughts coherently. What had happened was so unexpected, so preposterous, that no conclusion seemed adequate. Only rage filled her, blind, passionate rage against the man who had dared to touch her, who had dared to lay his hands on her, and those hands the hands of a native. A shiver of revulsion ran through her. She was choking with fury, with anger, and with disgust. The ignominy of her plight hurt her pride badly. She had been outridden, swept from her saddle as if she were a puppet, and compelled to bear the proximity of the man's own hateful body and the restraint of his arms. No one had ever dared to touch her before. No one had ever dared to handle her as she was being handled now. How was it going to end? Where were they going? With her face hidden, she had lost all sense of direction. She had no idea to what point the horse had turned when he had wheeled so suddenly. He was galloping swiftly with continual disconcerting bounds that indicated either temper or nerves, but the man riding him seemed in no way disturbed by his horse's behaviour. She could feel him swaying easily in the saddle, and even the wildest leaps did not cause any slackening of the arm around her. But by degrees, as she continued to lie still, the pressure on her body was relieved slightly, and she was able to turn her head a little towards the air for which she was almost fainting, but not enough to enable her to see what was passing around her. She drank in the cool air eagerly. Though she could not see, she knew that the night had come, the night that she had hoped would fall before she reached her destination, but which now seemed horrible. The fresh strength that the air gave her fanned the courage that still remained with her. Collecting all her force, she made a sudden, desperate spring, trying to leap clear of the arm that now lay almost loosely about her, her spurred heels tearing the chestnut's flank until he reared perpendicularly, snorting and trembling. But with a quick sweep of his long arm the Arab gathered her back into his hold, still struggling fiercely. His arms were both round her. He was controlling the maddened horse only with the pressure of his knees. Doucement, doucement, she heard the slow, soft voice indistinctly, for he was pressing her head again closely to him, and she did not know if the words were applied to herself or to the horse. She fought to lift her head, to escape the grip that held her, straining, striving, until he spoke again. "Lie still, you little fool," he snarled with sudden vehemence, and with brutal hands he forced her to obey him until she wondered if he would leave a single bone unbroken in her body, till further resistance was impossible. Gasping for breath, she yielded to the strength that overpowered her and ceased to struggle. The man seemed to know intuitively that she was beaten, and turned his undivided attention to his horse with the same low laugh of amusement that had sent the strange feeling through her when her shots had missed him. It had puzzled her then, but it grew now with a horrible intensity until she knew that it was fear that had come to her for the first time in her life, a strange fear that she fought against desperately, but which was gaining on her with a force that was sapping her strength from her and making her head reel. She did not faint, but her whole body seemed to grow nerveless with the sudden realization of the horror of her position. After that Diana lost all sense of time, as she had already lost all sense of direction. She did not know if it was minutes or hours that passed as they still galloped swiftly through the night. She did not know if they were alone or if the band of Arabs to which this man belonged were riding with them, noiseless over the soft ground. What had happened to her guide and his men? Had they been butchered and left where they fell, or were they too being hurried unwillingly into some obscure region of the desert? But for the moment the fate of Mustafa Ali and his companions did not trouble her very much. They had not played a very valiant part in the short encounter, and her own situation swamped her mind to the exclusion of everything else. The sense of fear was growing on her. She scorned and derided it. She tried to convince herself it did not exist, but it did exist, torturing her with its strangeness and with the thoughts that it engendered. She had anticipated nothing like this. She had never thought of a contingency that would end so, that would induce a situation before which her courage was shuddering into pieces with the horror that was opening up before her. A thing that had always seemed a remote impossibility, that could never touch her, from even the knowledge of which her life with Aubrey had almost shielded her, but which now loomed near her, forcing its reality upon her till she trembled and great drops of moisture gathered on her forehead. The Arab moved her position once, roughly, but she was glad of the change, for it freed her head from the stifling folds of his robes. He did not speak again. Only once, when the chestnut shied violently, he muttered something under his breath, but her satisfaction was short-lived. A few minutes afterwards his arm tightened round her once more, and he twined a fold of his long cloak round her head, blinding her. And then she understood. The galloping horse was pulled in with almost the same suddenness that had amazed her when she had first seen the Arabs. She felt him draw her close into his arms and slip down onto the ground. There were voices around her, confused, unintelligible. Then they died away as she felt him carry her a few paces. He set her down and unwound the covering from her face. The light that shone around her seemed by contrast dazzling with the darkness that had gone before. Confused, she clasped her hands over her eyes for a moment and then looked up slowly. She was in a big, lofty tent, brightly lit by 2 hanging lamps. But she took no heed of her surroundings. Her eyes were fixed on the man who had brought her there. He had flung aside the heavy cloak that enveloped him from head to foot and was standing before her, tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in white flowing robes. A waistcloth embroidered in black and silver wound several times about him, and from the top of which showed a revolver that was thrust into the folds. Diana's eyes passed over him slowly till they rested on his brown, clean-shaven face, surmounted by crisp, close-cut brown hair. It was the handsomest and cruelest face that she had ever seen. Her gaze was drawn instinctively to his. He was looking at her with fierce, burning eyes that swept her until she felt that the boyish clothes that covered her slender limbs were stripped from her, leaving the beautiful white body bare under his passionate stare. She shrank back, quivering, dragging the lapels of her riding jacket together over her breast with clutching hands, obeying an impulse that she hardly understood. "Who are you?" she gasped hoarsely. "I am the Sheik Ahmed Ben Hassan." The name conveyed nothing. She had never heard it before. She had spoken without thinking in French, and in French he replied to her. "Why have you brought me here?" she asked, fighting down the fear that was growing more terrible every moment. He repeated her words with a slow smile. "Why have I brought you here? Bon Dieu! Are you not woman enough to know?" She shrank back further, a wave of colour rushing into her face that receded immediately, leaving her whiter than she had been before. Her eyes fell under the kindling flame in his. "I don't know what you mean," she whispered faintly with shaking lips. "I think you do." He laughed softly, and his laugh frightened her more than anything he had said. He came towards her, and although she was swaying on her feet, desperately she tried to evade him, but with a quick movement he caught her in his arms. Terror, agonizing, soul-shaking terror, such as she had never imagined, took hold of her. The flaming light of desire burning in his eyes turned her sick and faint. Her body throbbed with the consciousness of a knowledge that appalled her. She understood his purpose with a horror that made each separate nerve in her system shrink against the understanding that had come to her under the consuming fire of his ardent gaze. And in the fierce embrace that was drawing her shaking limbs closer and closer against the man's own pulsating body, she writhed in his arms as he crushed her to him in a sudden access of possessive passion. His head bent slowly down to her. His eyes burned deeper, and, held immovable, she endured the first kiss she had ever received. And the touch of his scorching lips, the clasp of his arms, the close union with his warm, strong body robbed her of all strength, of all power of resistance. With a great sob, her eyes closed wearily. The hot mouth pressed on hers was like a narcotic, drugging her almost into insensibility. Numbly she felt him gather her high up into his arms, his lips still clinging closely, and carry her across the tent through curtains into an adjoining room. He laid her down on soft cushions. "Do not make me wait too long," he whispered, and left her. And the whispered words sent a shock through her that seemed to wrench her deadened nerves apart, galvanizing her into sudden strength. She sprang up with wild, despairing eyes and hands clenched frantically across her heaving breast. Then, with a bitter cry, she dropped onto the floor, her arms flung out across the wide, luxurious bed. It was not true! It was not true! It could not be! This awful thing that had happened to her! Not to her, Diana Mayo. It was a dream, a ghastly dream that would pass and free her from this agony. Shuddering, she raised her head. The strange room swam before her eyes. Oh, God! It was not a dream. It was real. It was an actual fact from which there was no escape. She was trapped, powerless, defenseless, and behind the heavy curtains near her was the man waiting to claim what he had taken. Any moment he might come. The thought sent her shivering closer to the ground, with limbs that trembled uncontrollably. Her courage, that had faced dangers and even death without flinching, broke down before the horror that awaited her. It was inevitable. There was no help to be expected, no mercy to be hoped for. She had felt the crushing strength against which she was helpless. She would struggle, but it would be useless. She would fight, but it would make no difference. Within the tent she was alone, ready to his hand like a snared animal. Without, the place was swarming with the man's followers. There was nowhere she could turn. There was no one she could turn to. The certainty of the accomplishment of what she dreaded crushed her with its surety. All power of action was gone. She could only wait and suffer in the complete moral collapse that overwhelmed her, and that was rendered greater by her peculiar temperament. Her body was aching with the grip of his powerful arms. Her mouth was bruised with his savage kisses. She clenched her hands in anguish. "Oh, God!" she sobbed, with scalding tears that scorched her cheeks. "Curse him! Curse him!" And with the words on her lips, he came, silent, noiseless, to her side. With his hands on her shoulders, he forced her to her feet. His eyes were fierce, His stern mouth parted in a cruel smile, his deep, slow voice half angry, half impatiently amused. "Must I be valet as well as lover?" End of chapter 2C. Recording by M.J. Franck, Portland, Oregon.
Chapter 3A of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Sheik by E. M. Hull. Chapter 3A. The warm sunshine was flooding the tent when Diana awoke from the deep sleep of exhaustion that had been almost insensibility, awoke to immediate and complete remembrance. One quick, fearful glance around the big room assured her that she was alone. She sat up slowly, her eyes shadowy with pain, looking listlessly at the luxurious appointments of the tent. She looked dry-eyed. She had no tears left. They had all been expended when she had grovelled at his feet, imploring the mercy he had not accorded her. She had fought until the unequal struggle had left her exhausted and helpless in his arms, until her whole body was one agonized ache from the brutal hands that forced her to compliance, until her courageous spirit was crushed by the realization of her own powerlessness, and by the strange fear that the man himself had awakened in her, which had driven her at last moaning to her knees, and the recollection of her abject prayers and weeping supplications filled her with a burning shame. She loathed herself with bitter contempt. Her courage had broken down, even her pride had failed her. She wound her arms about her knees and hid her face against them. "Coward! Coward!" she whispered fiercely. Why had she not scorned him? Or why had she not suffered all that he had done to her in silence? It would have pleased him less than the frenzied entreaties that had only provoked the soft laugh that made her shiver each time she heard it. She shivered now. "I thought I was brave," she murmured brokenly. "I am only a coward, a craven." She lifted her head at last and looked around her. The room was a curious mixture of Oriental luxury and European comfort. The lavish sumptuousness of the furnishings suggested subtly an unrestrained indulgence. The whole atmosphere was voluptuous, and Diana shrank from the impression it conveyed, without exactly understanding the reason. There was nothing that jarred artistically. The rich hangings all harmonized. There were no glaring incongruities, such as she had seen in native palaces in India. And everything on which her eyes rested drove home relentlessly the hideous fact of her position. His things were everywhere. On a low brass-topped table by the bed was the half-smoked cigarette he had had between his lips when he came to her. The pillow beside her still bore the impress of his head. She looked at it with a growing horror in her eyes until an uncontrollable shuddering seized her, and she cowered down, smothering the cry that burst from her in the soft pillows, and dragged the silken coverings up around her as if their thin shelter were a protection. She lived again through every moment of the past night, until thought was unendurable, until she felt that she would go mad, until at last, worn out, she fell asleep. It was midday when she awoke again. This time she was not alone. A young Arab girl was sitting on the rug beside her, looking at her with soft brown eyes of absorbed interest. As Diana sat up, she rose to her feet, salaaming with a timid smile. "I am Zillah, to wait on madam," she said shyly, in stumbling French, holding out a wrap that Diana recognized with wonder as her own. She looked behind her. Her suitcases were lying near her, open, partially unpacked. The missing baggage camels had been captured first, then. She was at least to be allowed the use of her own belongings. A gleam of anger shot into her tired eyes, and she swung round with a sharp question. But the Arab girl shook her head uncomprehendingly, drawing back with frightened eyes. And to all further questions she remained silent, with down drooping mouth like a scared child. She was little more. She evidently only half understood what was said to her, and could give no answer to what she did understand, and turned away with obvious relief when Diana stopped speaking. She went across the tent and pulled aside a curtain leading into a bathroom that was as big and far better equipped than the one that Diana had had in the Indian tent, and which, up to now, had seemed the last word in comfort and luxury. Though the girl's knowledge of French was limited, her hands were deft enough, but her ignorance of the intricacies of a European woman's toilette was very apparent, and constantly provoked in her a girlish giggle that changed hurriedly to a startled gravity when Diana looked at her. Laughter was very far from Diana, but she could not help smiling now and again at her funny mistakes. The girl, with her big, wondering eyes, her shy, hesitating French and childish curiosity, in some indefinable way gave back to Diana the self-control that had slipped from her. Her pride reasserted itself, rigidly suppressing any sign of feeling or emotion that could be noticed by the gentle, inquisitive eyes fixed on her. The hot bath that took the soreness out of her limbs brought back the color to her face and lips. She even tubbed her head, rubbing the glistening curls dry with fierce vigor, striving to rid herself of the contamination that seemed to have saturated her. Yet the robes against which they had been pressed were spotless, and the hands that had held her were fastidiously clean, even to the well-kept nails. She came back into the bedroom, to find Zillah on her knees, poring over her scanty but diverse wardrobe with bewilderment, fingering the evening dresses with shy hands, and finally submitting tentatively to Diana the tweed skirt that had been packed with her other things for the journey when Oran should be reached. But Diana put it aside, and pointed to the riding clothes she had worn the previous day. In them she felt more able to face what might be before her. The associations connected with them seemed to give her moral strength. In them she would feel herself again. Diana the boy, not the shivering piece of womanhood that had been born with tears and agony last night. She bit her lip as she stamped her foot down into the long boot. She sent the girl away at last, and noticed that she avoided passing into the adjoining room, but vanished instead through the curtains leading into the bathroom. Did that mean that in the outer room the Arab Sheik was waiting? The thought banished the self-control she had regained, and sent her weakly onto the side of the bed with her face hidden in her hands. Was he there? Her questions to the little waiting girl had only been concerned with the whereabouts of the camp to which she had been brought, and also of the fate of the caravan. Of the man himself she had not been able to bring herself to speak. The strange fear that he had inspired in her filled her with rage and humiliation. The thought of seeing him again brought a shame that was unspeakable. But she conquered the agitation that threatened to grow beyond restraint, pride helping her again.
It was better to face the inevitable of her own free will than be fetched, whether she would or not, for she knew now the strength of the man who had abducted her, knew that physically she was helpless against him.
She raised her head and listened. It was very silent in the next room. Perhaps she was to be allowed a further respite. She jerked her head impatiently at her own hesitation. "Coward!" she whispered again contemptuously, and flung across the room. But at the curtains she halted for a moment, then with set face drew them aside and went through. The respite had been granted. The room appeared to be empty, but as she crossed the thick rugs her heart leapt suddenly into her throat, for she became aware of a man standing in the open doorway. His back was turned to her, but in a moment she saw that the short, slim figure in white linen European clothes bore no resemblance to the tall Arab she had expected to see. She thought her footsteps were noiseless, but he turned with a little quick bow. A typical Frenchman with narrow, alert, clean-shaven face, sleek black hair, and dark, restless eyes. His legs were slightly bowed, and he stooped a little. His appearance was that of a jockey with the manners of a well-trained servant. Diana colored hotly under his glance, but his eyes were lowered instantly. "Madam is doubtless ready for lunch." He spoke rapidly, but his voice was low and pleasant. His movements were as quick and as quiet as his voice, and in a dream Diana found herself in a few moments before a lunch that was perfectly cooked and daintily served. The man hovered about her solicitously, attending to her wants with dexterous hands and watchful eyes that anticipated every need. She was bewildered, faint from want of food, everything seemed unreal. For the moment she could just sit still and be waited on by the soft-footed, soft-spoken manservant who seemed such a curious adjunct to the household of an Arab sheik. "Monseigneur begs that you will excuse him until this evening. He will return in time for dinner," he murmured, as he handed her a couscous. Diana looked up blankly. "Monseigneur?" "My master, the Sheik." She flushed scarlet and her face hardened. Hypocritical Oriental beast, who begged to be excused! She refused the last dish curtly, and as the servant carried it away she propped her elbows on the table and rested her aching head on her hands. A headache was among the new experiences that had overwhelmed her since the day before. Suffering in any form was new to her, and her hatred of the man who had made her suffer grew with every breath she drew. The Frenchman came back with coffee and cigarettes. He held a match for her, coaxing the reluctant flame with patience that denoted long experience with inferior sulphur. "Monsieur dines at 8. At what hour will Madame have tea?" he asked, as he cleared away and folded up the table. Diana choked back the sarcastic retort that sprang to her lips. The man's quiet, deferential manner, that refused to see anything extraordinary in her presence in his master's camp, was almost harder to bear than flagrant impertinence would have been. That she could have dealt with. This left her tingling with a feeling of impotence, as if a net were gradually closing round her, in whose entangling meshes her vaunted liberty was not only threatened, but which seemed destined even to stifle her very existence. She pulled her racing thoughts up with a jerk. She must not think, if she was going to keep any hold over herself at all. She gave him an answer indifferently, and turned her back on him. When she looked again, he was gone, and she heaved a sigh of relief. She had chafed under his watchful eyes until the feeling of restraint had grown unbearable. She breathed more freely now that he was gone, flinging up her head and jerking her shoulders back with an angry determination to conquer the fear that made her ashamed. Natural curiosity had been struggling with her other emotions, and she gave way to it now to try and turn the channel of her thoughts from the fixed direction in which they tended, and wandered round the big room. The night before she had taken in nothing of her surroundings. Her eyes had been held only by the man who had dominated everything. Here, also, were the same luxurious appointments as in the sleeping room. She had knowledge enough to appreciate that the rugs and hangings were exquisite. The former were Persian and the latter of a thick black material, heavily embroidered in silver. The main feature of the room was a big black divan heaped with huge cushions covered with dull black silk. Beside the divan, spread over the Persian rugs, were two unusually large black bearskins, the mounted heads converging. At one end of the tent was a small doorway, a little portable writing table. There were one or two Moorish stools heaped with a motley collection of ivories and gold and silver cigarette cases and knickknacks, and against the partition that separated the two rooms stood a quaintly carved old wooden chest. Though the furniture was scanty and made the tent seem even more spacious than it really was, the whole room had an air of barbaric splendor. The somber hangings, gleaming with thick silver threads, seemed to Diana like a studied theatrical effect, a setting against which the Arab's own white robes should contrast more vividly. She remembered the black and silver waistcloth she had seen swathed round him, with curling, scornful lip. There was a strain of vanity in all natives, she generalized contemptuously. Doubtless it pleased this native's conceit to carry out the color scheme of his tent even in his clothes, and pose among the sable cushions of the luxurious divan to the admiration of his retainers. She made a little exclamation of disgust, and turned from the soft seductiveness of the big couch with disdain. She crossed the tent to the little bookcase and knelt beside it curiously. What did a Francophile Arab read? Novels, probably, that would harmonize with the atmosphere that she dimly sensed in her surroundings. But it was not novels that filled the bookcase. They were books of sport and travel, with several volumes on veterinary surgery. They were all in French, and had all been frequently handled. Many of them had penciled notes in the margins written in Arabic. One shelf was filled entirely with the works of one man, a certain Vicomte Raoul de Saint Hubert. With the exception of one novel, which Diana only glanced at hastily, they were all books of travel. From the few scribbled words in the front of each, Diana could see that they had all been sent to the Arab by the author himself. One even was dedicated to "My friend Ahmed Ben Hassan, Sheik of the desert." She put the books back with a puzzled frown. She wished, with a feeling that she could not fathom, that they had been rather what she had imagined. The evidence of education and unlooked for tastes in the man they belonged to troubled her. It was an unexpected glimpse into the personality of the Arab that had captured her, was vaguely disquieting, for it suggested possibilities that would not have existed in a raw native, or one only superficially coated with a veneer of civilization. He seemed to become infinitely more sinister, infinitely more horrible. She looked at her watch with sudden apprehension. The day was wearing away quickly. Soon he would come. Her breath came quick and short, and the tears welled up in her eyes. I mustn't. she whispered in a kind of desperation. "If I cry again, I shall go mad." She forced them back, and crossing to the big black divan that she had scorned before, dropped down among the soft cushions. She was so tired, and her head throbbed persistently. She was asleep when the servant brought tea, but she started up as he put the tray on a stool beside her. "It is Madame's own tea, if she will be good enough to say if it is made to her taste," he said anxiously, as if his whole happiness was contained in the tiny teapot at which he was frowning deprecatingly. His assiduity jarred on Diana's new-found jangling nerves. She recognized that he was sincere in his efforts to please her, but just now they only seemed an added humiliation. She longed to shout "Go away!" like an angry schoolboy, but she managed to give him the information he wanted, and putting cigarettes and matches by her, he went out with a little smile of satisfaction. The longing for fresh air and the desire to see what place she had been brought to grew irresistible as the evening came nearer. She went to the open doorway. A big awning stretched before it, supported on lances. She stepped out from under its shade and looked about her wonderingly. It was a big oasis, bigger than any she had seen. In front of the tent there was an open space with a thick belt of palm trees beyond. The rest of the camp lay behind the chief's tent. The place was alive with men and horses. There were some camels in the distance, but it was the horses that struck Diana principally. They were everywhere, some tethered, some wandering loose, some exercising in the hands of grooms. Mounted Arabs on the outskirts of the oasis crossed her view occasionally. There were groups of men engaged on various duties all around her. Those who went by near her salaamed as they passed, but took no further notice of her. A strange look came into Diana's eyes. This was the desert indeed, the desert as she had never expected to see it, the desert as few could expect to see it. But the cost! She shuddered, then turned at a sudden noise near her. A biting, screaming chestnut fury was coming past close to the tent, taking complete charge of the two men who clung, yelling, to his head. He was stripped, but Diana recognized him at once. The one brief view she had had of his small, vicious head as he shot past her elbow the evening before was written on her brain for all time. He came to a halt opposite Diana, refusing to move, his ears laid close to his head, quivering all over, snatching continually at his grooms, who seemed unable to cope with him. Once he swung up on his hind legs, and his cruel teeth flashed almost into the face of one of the men, who was taken off his guard, and who dropped onto the ground, rolling out of the way with a howl that provoked a shout of laughter from a knot of Arabs who had gathered to watch the usual evening eccentricities of the chestnut. The French servant, coming from behind the tent, stopped to speak to the man as he picked himself up and made a grab at the horse's head, and then turned to Diana with his pleasant smile. End of chapter 3A.
Chapter 3B of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chuck Williamson. The Sheik by E.M. Hull. Chapter 3B. He is rightly named Shaitan, madame, for he is assuredly possessed of a devil, he said, indicating the chestnut, who at that moment, with a violent plunge, broke away from the men who were holding him, and headed for the edge of the oasis, with the Arabs streaming after him. "The mounted men will catch him," he added with a little laugh, in response to Diana's exclamation. "Is he amusing himself, or is it really vice?" she asked. "Pure vice, madame. He has killed 3 men." Diana looked at him incredulously, for his tone was casual, and his manner did not indicate any undue feeling. "He ought to be shot," she said indignantly. The man shrugged. "Monseigneur is fond of him," he said quietly. And so, because Monseigneur was fond of him, the vicious animal was surrounded with every care that his master's pleasure might not be interfered with. Evidently, the lives of his wretched people were of less value to him than that of his favourite horse. It sounded compatible with the mercilessness she had herself experienced. What she would not have believed yesterday, today seemed terribly credible. The courage that the relief of his absence brought back was sinking fast as the red ball glowing in the heavens was sinking down toward the horizon. She turned from her own fearful thoughts to look at some more horses that were being led away to the lines of the other side of the camp. "The horses are magnificent, but they are bigger than any Arabs I have ever seen before." "They are a special breed, madame," replied the Frenchman. "The tribe has been famous for them for generations. Monseigneur's horses are known through all the Barbary states, and as far as France," he added, with a little accent of pride creeping into his voice. Diana looked at him speculatively. There was an inflection in his voice each time he mentioned his master that indicated a devotion that she was unable to accredit to the brute for whose treatment she was still suffering. But her thoughts were broken into abruptly. "There is Monseigneur," said the servant suddenly. He spoke as if she too must be glad of his coming. Did the valet imagine for one moment that she was here of her own free will, or was it all a part of the hypocrisy in which she seemed to be enveloped? She flashed one glance at the horseman riding through the belt of trees that fringed the oasis, and an icy perspiration chilled her from head to foot. She shrank back under the awning and into the coolness of the tent, raging against the mastering fear that she could not overcome. But just inside the open doorway she stood firm. Even her fear could not make her go further. She would meet him here, not cowering into the inner room like a trembling creature skulking in the furthest corner of its cage. That much pride, at least, was left. From the shelter of the tent she watched the troop arrive at the open space before her. The horse the Sheik was riding was jet black, and Diana looked from the beautiful creature's satiny coat to the man's white robes with angry contempt. "Black and white! Black and white! Mountebank!" she muttered through her clenched teeth. Then, as he swung to the ground, every thought fell from her but the terror he inspired. She waited, breathless, the swift racing of her heart, an actual physical pain. He lingered, fondling the great black horse, and even after it had been led away, he stood looking after her, talking to a tall young Arab who had ridden in with him. At last he turned and came leisurely toward the tent. He paused at the door to speak to the Frenchman, a picturesque, barbaric figure, with flowing robes and a great white cloak. The profile of his lean face, clean cut against the evening sky, the haughty poise of his head emphasized by the attitude in which he was standing, arrogant, dominating. He moved his hands when he spoke with quick, expressive gestures, but his voice was slow and soft, pitched in a deep, musical key, but with all its softness unmistakably authoritative. He pointed with outstretched, steady hand to something beyond her line of vision. and as he turned to enter the tent he laughed softly, and she shivered involuntarily. Then he swept in, and she drew back from him with lowered eyes. She would not look at him. She would not meet his look. His presence was an offense. She was scorched with shame. Every fibre of her being cried out in protest at his proximity. She wished with passionate fierceness that she could die. She shook feverishly, and caught her quivering lip between her teeth to keep it still, and the red gold curls lay wet against her forehead. Her breast heaved stormily with the rapid beating of her heart, but she held herself proudly erect. He crossed the tent with a long, noiseless stride. "I hope that Gaston took care of you properly, and gave you everything you wanted?" he said easily, stooping a little table to light a cigarette. The coolness of his words and manner were like a dash of cold water. She had been prepared for anything but this calm nonchalance in a situation that was intolerable. His tone conveyed the perfunctory regret of a host for an unavoidable absence. Her fear gave way to rage. Her body stiffened. Her hands clenched. "Is it not time that this ended? Haven't you done enough?" she burst out passionately. "Why have you committed this outrage?" A thin thread of smoke drifted towards her, as if the hand holding the cigarette had moved in her direction in one of the gestures that she had noticed outside. But there was no answer. His silence infuriated her, and she grew utterly reckless. "Do you think that you can keep me here, you fool? That I can vanish into the desert, and no notice be made of my disappearance? That no inquiries will be made?" "There will be no inquiries," he answered calmly. She ground the heel of her boot into the soft carpet. "There will be inquiries," she choked furiously. "I am not such a non-entity that nothing will be done when I am missed. The English authorities will make the French government find out who is responsible, and you will have to pay for what you have done." He laughed, the little amused laugh that sent the same cold feeling of dread through her that she had felt the day before. "The French government has no jurisdiction over me. I am not subject to it. I am an independent chief, my own master. I recognize no government. My tribe obey me and only me." Her shaking fingers found the handkerchief for which they were groping, and she wiped the moisture that had gathered on the palms of her hands. "When I am missed," she began desperately, trying to keep a bold front. But her assurance was leaving her. "You will not be missed for so long that it will be too late," he replied dryly. "Too late? What do you mean?" she gasped. "Your own plans will stop any possibility of inquiry for some time to come." He paused, and behind her Diana heard him strike another match. The banal little incident nearly snapped her nerves that were stretched to breaking point. She put her hands to her head to try and stop the throbbing in her temples. "You engaged a caravan in charge of Mustafa Ali," he went on evenly, "to travel in the desert for a month. You set out from Biskra, but your intention was, at the end of the time, to travel northward to Oran, and there dismissed the caravan. From there you were to cross Marseille, then to Cherbourg, where you would embark for America to follow your brother, who has already started." She listened breathlessly, with an ever-increasing fear growing in her eyes. The slow, casual voice, detailing her itinerary with the quiet certainty of perfect knowledge, filled her with a terror that made her want to scream. She swayed a little as she stood, her eyes fixed on the endless strip of desert and gold-flecked sky visible through the opening of the tent. but she saw nothing of the undulating sand, nor the red glory of the setting sun. "How do you know all of this?" she whispered with dry lips that trembled. "I wished to know. It was quite simple." The answer was given carelessly, and again the thin thread of smoke drifted across her face. Her anger flamed up again. "Is it money you want? Are you holding me for ransom?" But her scornful voice faltered and died away on the last word, and it did not need his silence to convince her that it was no question of ransom. She had only spoken to try and stifle the inner conviction that grew despite her efforts to crush it. Her hands were locked together tightly, her eyes still staring out unseeing at the wonderful sunset. She felt dazed, hopeless, like a fugitive who has turned into a cul-de-sac, hemmed in on every side. There seemed no way out, no loophole of escape. She wrung her hands convulsively, and a great shudder shook her. Then, in her despair, a faint ray of hope came. Mustafa Ali, or one of the caravan men, may have given the alarm already in Biskra. "If you have not murdered them all," she whispered jerkily. "I have not murdered them all," he rejoined shortly, "but Mustafa Ali will not give them any alarm in Biskra." "Why?" She tried to keep silent, but the question was forced from her, and she waited, tense, for his answer. Tales of ruthless Arab cruelty surged through her mind. What had been the fate of the unfortunate caravan leader? Her eyes closed, and her throat grew dry. "There was no need for any murder," he continued sarcastically. "When you come to know me better, you will realize that I do not leave too much to chance. All things are with Allah, blessed be his name." "Good. But it is well to remember that Allah does not always concern himself with the affairs of men, and arrange accordingly. If I had left this affair to chance, there might very easily have been, as you suggest, murder done. Though we do not call it murder in the desert. It is very simple. Voyons, you paid Mustafa Ali well to guide you in the desert. I paid him better to lead you to me. I paid him well enough to make him content to remove himself from Biskra, where awkward questions might be asked, to another sphere of usefulness, where he is not known, and where he can build up for himself a new reputation as a caravan leader." There was another silence, and her hands went groping to her throat. It had been no chance affair, then, no accidental meeting, that the Arab chief had turned to his own account, but an organized outrage that had been carefully planned from the beginning. From the very outset she had been a dupe. She ground her teeth with rage. Her suave, subservient guide had been leading her the whole time. Not in the direction that had been mapped out in Biskra, but towards the man who had bought him, to betray his trust. Mustafa Ali's shifting eyes, his desire to hurry her from the oasis where they had rested at midday, his tone, were all explained. He had acted well. The last touch, the imaginary wound that had toppled him slowly out of his saddle, had been a masterpiece, she reflected bitterly. Nothing had been omitted to make the attempt a success. The horse that had been given her to ride was the Sheik's beyond all doubt, trained to his whistle. Even her revolver had been tampered with. She had not missed, as she thought. She remembered the noise, the fleeting vision she had had in the hotel at Biskra. It had been someone in her room, Mustafa Ali himself, or one of his men, who had stolen in and substituted the blank cartridges. The possibility of Aubrey changing his mind and accompanying her must also have been thought of, for the Sheik had provided against the resistance that would certainly have been made by the number of followers he had brought with him, a large enough force to frustrate easily any attempted opposition to the attack. The net that she had felt closing round her earlier in the afternoon seemed wrapped round her now inextricably, drawing tighter and tighter, smothering her. She gasped for breath. The sinking sun seemed suddenly to leap up wildly into the heavens. Then she pulled herself together with a tremendous effort. "Why have you done this?" she murmured faintly. Then for a moment her heart stood still, her eyes dilating. He had come close behind her, and she waited in an agony until he caught her to him, crushing her against him, forcing her head back on his arm. "Because I wanted you. Because one day in Biskra, 4 weeks ago, I saw you for a few moments, long enough to know that I wanted you. And what I want, I take. You played into my hands. You arranged a tour in the desert. The rest was easy." Her eyes were shut, the long dark lashes quivering on her pale cheeks so that she could not see his face. But she felt him draw her closer to him, and then his fierce kisses on her mouth. She struggled frantically, but she was helpless, and he laughed softly as he kissed her lips, her hair, her eyes, passionately. He stood quite still, but she felt the heavy beating of his heart under her cheek, and understood dimly the passion that she had aroused in him. She had experienced his tremendous strength. She realized from what he had told her that he recognized no law beyond his own wishes, and was prepared to go to any lengths to fulfill them. She knew that her life was in his hands, that he could break her with his lean brown fingers like a toy is broken, and all at once she felt pitifully weak and frightened. She was utterly in his power and at his mercy, the mercy of an Arab who was merciless. She gave in suddenly, lying quiet in his arms. She had touched the lowest depths of degradation. He could do nothing more to her than he had done. For a moment she could fight no further. She was worn out and utterly weary. A numb feeling of despair came over her, and with it a sense of unreality, as if it were a hideous nightmare from which she would wake, for the truth seemed too impossible, and the setting too theatrical. The man himself was a mystery. She could not reconcile him and the barbaric display in which he lived with the evidence of refinement and education that the well-worn books in the tent evinced. The fastidious ordering of his appointments puzzled her. It was strange to find in such a place a dozen incongruities that she had noticed during the day crowded in her recollection until her head reeled. She turned from them wearily. She was too tired to think, too spent in mind and body, and with the despair a kind of indifference stole over her. She had suffered so much that nothing more mattered. The strong arms around her tightened slowly. "Look at me," he said in the soft, slow voice that seemed habitual to him, and which contrasted oddly with the neat, clipping French that he spoke. She shivered, and her dark lashes flickered for a moment. "Look at me." His voice was just as slow, just as soft, but into it crept an inflection that was unmistakable. 24 hours ago Diana Mayo had not known the meaning of the word fear, and had never in all her life obeyed any one against her inclination. But in 24 hours she had lived through years of emotions, For the first time she had pitted her will against a will that was stronger than her own. For the first time she had met an arrogance that was greater, and a determination that was firmer than hers. For the first time she had met a man who had failed to bow to her wishes, whom a look had been powerless to transform into a willing slave. In a few hours that had elapsed she had learned fear, a terrible fear that left her sick with apprehension, and she was learning obedience. Obedient now, she forced herself to lift her eyes to his, and the shamed blood surged slowly into her cheeks. His dark, passionate eyes burnt into her like a hot flame. His encircling arms were like bands of fire, scorching her. His touch was torture. Helpless, like a trapped wild thing, she lay against him, panting, trembling, her wide eyes fixed on him, held against their will. Fascinated, she could not turn them away, and the image of the brown, handsome face, with its flashing eyes, straight, cruel mouth, and strong chin, seemed searing into her brain. The faint, indefinite scent of an uncommon Turkish tobacco clung about him, enveloping her. She had been conscious of the same scent the previous day, when he had held her in his arms during the wild ride across the desert. End of chapter 3b. Chapter 3c of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chuck Williamson. The Sheik by E.M. Hull. Chapter 3c. He smiled down at her suddenly. Bon Dieu, do you know how beautiful you are? He murmured. But the sound of his voice seemed to break a spell that had kept her dumb. She struggled again to free herself. "Let me go!" she cried, piteously, and it was her complete immunity from him that she prayed for. But he chose wilfully to misunderstand her. The passion faded from his eyes, giving place to a gleam of mockery. "There is plenty of time. Gaston is the most discreet servant. We shall hear him when he comes," he said with a low laugh. But she persisted with the courage of desperation. "When will you let me go?" With an exclamation of impatience, he put her from him roughly, and going to the divan, flung himself down on the cushions, lit another cigarette, and picked up a magazine that was lying on an inlaid stool beside him. She bit her lips to keep back the hysterical sobs that rose in her throat, nerving herself with clenched hands, and followed him. "You must tell me. I must know. When will you let me go?" He turned a page with deliberation, and flicked the ash from his cigarette before looking up. A heavy scowl gathered on his face, and his eyes swept her from head to foot with a slow scrutiny that made her shrink. "When I am tired of you," he said coldly. She shuddered violently and turned away with a little moan, stumbling blindly towards the inner room. But as she reached the curtains, his voice arrested her. He had thrown aside the magazine and was lying back on the divan, his long limbs stretched out indolently, his hands clasped behind his head. "You make a very charming boy," he said lightly, with a faint smile, "but it was not a boy that I saw in Biskra. You understand?" Beyond the curtains she stood a moment, shaking all over, her face hidden in her hands, able to relax a little the hold she was keeping on herself. Yes, she understood plainly enough. The understanding had already been forced upon her. It was an order from one who was prepared to compel his commands, to make herself more attractive with all that it implied in the eyes of the man who held her in his power, and who looked at her as no other man had ever dreamed to look, with a praising criticism that made her acutely conscious of her sex, that made her feel like a slave exposed for sale in a public market. She must take off the boyish clothes that somehow seemed to lend her courage, and substitute, to gratify the whim of the savage in the next room, the womanly dress that revealed more intimately the slender lines of her figure and intensified the uncommon beauty of her face. She went to the dressing-table with lagging feet and stared resentfully at the white face and haggard eyes that looked back at her from the mirror. It was like the face of a stranger. Aubrey's words came back to her with an irony that was horrible. To-night she did not dress to please herself. Her face was set, her eyes almost black with rage. But behind the rage there was lurking apprehension. She started at every sound that came from the adjoining room. Her fingers, wet with perspiration, seemed almost unable to fulfill their task. She hated him. She hated herself. She hated her beauty that had brought this horror upon her. She would have rebelled if she had dared, but instinctively she hurried. Fear had already driven her so far, but when she was ready, she did not move from the table beside which she stood. Fear had forced her to haste, but her still struggling pride would not permit her to obey her fear any further. She raised her eyes to the glass again, glowering angrily at the pale reflection, and the old obstinacy mingled with the new pain that filled them. Must she endure his mocking glance with chalk-like cheeks and eyes like a beaten hound? Had she not even courage enough left to hide the fear that filled her with self-contempt? The wave of anger that went through her rushed the color into her face, and she leaned nearer the glass with a little murmur of satisfaction that stopped abruptly as her fingers gripped the edge of the table, and she continued staring into the mirror, not at her own face, but at the white robes that appeared behind her head, blotting out the limited view she had had of the room. The Sheik was standing behind her. He had come with the peculiar noiseless tread that she had noticed before. He swung her round to look at her, and she writhed under his eyes of admiration, straining from him as far as his grip allowed. Holding her with one hand, he took her chin in the other and tilted her face up to his with a little smile. "Don't look so frightened. I don't want anything more deadly than some soap and water. Surely even an Arab may be allowed to wash his hands." His mocking voice and his taunt of fear stung her, but she would not answer, and with a laugh and a shrug he let her go, picking up a razor from the table and lounging into the bathroom. With crimson cheeks, Diana fled into the outer room. His manner could not have been more casual if she had been his wife a dozen years. She waited for him in a tumult of emotions, but with the advent of Gaston and dinner he returned to the attitude of dispassionate, courteous host that he had assumed when he first came in. He was a few minutes late, and apologized gravely as he sat down opposite her. He maintained the attitude throughout dinner, and conscious of the watching manservant, Diana made herself reply to his easy conversation. He talked mainly of the desert and the sport that it offered, as if he had studied her taste and chosen the topic to please her. He spoke well. What he said was interesting, and showed complete knowledge of the subject, and at any other time Diana would have listened, fascinated and absorbed. But now the soft, slow, cultured voice only seemed to add to the incongruity of the situation. The role of willing guest that he was forcing upon her was almost more than she could play, and the necessity of sitting still and responding was taxing her endurance to the utmost. And all the time she was aware acutely of his constant surveillance. Reluctantly, her own furtive glance was drawn frequently to his face, and always his dark, fierce eyes were watching her with a steadiness that racked her nerves, till she was reminded irresistibly of an exhibition that she had seen in a circus in Vienna, where a lion-tamer had concluded an unusually daring performance by dining in the lion's cage, surrounded by savage, snarling brutes, very different from the sleepy, half-drugged creatures ordinarily shown. Interested in the animals, she had gone behind with Aubrey after the performance, and while fondling some tiny lion cubs that had been brought for her to see, had chatted with the tamer, a girl little older than herself. She had been somewhat unapproachable until she had realized from Diana's friendly manner that her questions were prompted by real interest and not mere curiosity, and had unbent with surprising swiftness, accepting Diana's proffered cigarettes, and taking her to see her special lions, who were boxed for the night. Diana had wandered up and down before the narrow cages, looking at the big brutes, still restless from the show, rubbing her cheeks on the soft little head of the cub she was holding in her arms, smiling at its sleepy, rasping purr. "Are you ever afraid?" she had asked, suddenly. "Not of the ordinary performance, but of that last act, when you dine all alone with them." The girl shrugged her shoulders, blowing a little cloud of smoke into the cub's face, and her eyes had met Diana's slowly over his little yellow body. "One does not taste very much," she had said dryly. And it was so with Diana. She had eaten mechanically everything that had been put before her, but she had tasted nothing. She had one thought in her mind that excluded everything else, to hide from the probing eyes that watched her ceaselessly, the overmastering fear that augmented every moment. One thing she had noticed during the meal. For her only the servant poured out the light French wine that he had brought. Her eyes wandered to the Sheik's empty glass, and, meeting her glance, he smiled with a little inclination. "Excuse me, I do not drink wine. It is my only virtue," he added, with a sudden gleam leaping into his eyes that drove the blood into her cheeks and her own eyes on to her plate. She had forgotten that he was an Arab. The dinner seemed interminable, and yet she wished that it would never end. While the servant was in the room she was safe. The thought of his going sent a cold shudder through her. With the coffee came a huge Persian hound, almost upsetting the Frenchman in the entrance in his frantic endeavor to precede him through the doorway. He flung his long gray body across the Sheik's knees with a whine of pleasure, and then turned his head to growl at Diana. But the growl died away quickly, and he lumbered down and came to her side curiously, eyeing her for a moment and then thrusting his big head against her. The Sheik laughed. "You are honored. Kopek makes few friends." She did not answer. The natural reply was almost certain to provoke a retort that she did not desire, so she remained silent, smoothing the hound's rough coat. With her heart turning slowly to lead, she lingered over her coffee until there was no further possible pretext for remaining at the table, then rose with a short, sharp sigh. For some minutes the Sheik had sat silent, his own coffee long since finished. He made no comment when she got up, and went himself to the big divan, followed by the hound, who had gone back to him as soon as he moved. Diana turned to the little bookcase, snatching at the opportunity it offered for further silence, and took a book at random. She did not know what she was looking at. She did not care. She only prayed fervently that she might be left alone, that the sudden silent fit that had come over him might continue. Near her, Gaston was clearing away the table, and as he finished, he paused to speak to his master. Diana heard the words "le petit Sheik," but the rest was in Arabic and unintelligible to her. The Sheik frowned with a gesture of annoyance, then nodded, and the manservant left the tent. A few moments after, a voice that she had not heard before made her look up. The young Arab who had ridden in with the Sheik was standing beside the divan. The fierce eyes that were watching her every movement met hers, and his cigarette was waved towards the young man. "My lieutenant, Yusuf, a son of the desert with the soul of the flaneur. His body is here with me, but his heart is on the trottoir of Algiers." The tall lad laughed and salaamed profoundly, then straightened himself, posing magnificently, until a curt word from the Sheik recalled him to his errand, and his swagger changed swiftly to a deference of which the significance was not lost on Diana. The Arab might unbend to his people if it so pleased him, but he kept them well in hand. She looked at the lieutenant as he stood before his chief. He was tall and slender as a girl, with an air of languid indolence that was obviously a pose, for it was slipping from him now, fast as he talked. His face was strikingly handsome, only saved from effeminacy by a firm chin. He was patently aware of his good looks, but he was also patently in awe of his chief, and the news that he brought was apparently not welcome. Through her thick lashes, Diana watched them intently, the younger man voluble, gesticulating, at times almost cringing. The Sheik silent, except for an occasional word, the heavy scowl back on his face, growing blacker every moment. At last, with a shrug of impatience, he got up, and they went out together, the hound following them. Diana subsided onto the thick rug beside the bookcase. For a moment again she was alone, free of the watching eyes that seemed to be burning into her all the time, free of the hated proximity. She dropped her head on her knees with a little whimper of weariness. For a moment she need not check the tide of misery that rushed over her. She was tired in mind and body, exhausted with the emotion that had shaken her until she knew that no matter what happened in the future, the Diana of yesterday was dead, and her new self was strange and unfamiliar. She did not trust it. She feared its capacity for maintaining the struggle she had resolved upon. The old, courageous self had never failed her. This new, shrinking, fearful personality filled her with distrust. Her confidence in herself was gone. Her contempt for herself was unutterable. The strength that remained was not sufficient to conquer the fear that had taken so strong a hold upon her. She could only hope to hide it, to deny him at least that much satisfaction. She had grovelled at his feet once, and it had amused him. He had laughed. She would rather die than afford him a similar amusement. She could never wipe out the recollection of her cowardice. He would remember always, and so would she. But she could atone for it, if her strength held. And she prayed that it might hold, until a sob broke from her and her hands cramped around her knees. She pushed her hair off her forehead with a heavy sigh, and she looked back over her shoulder at the empty room. It had changed since this morning in the indefinable way a strange room does change after a few hours' association. If she could leave it now and never see it again in all her life, no single detail of it would ever be forgotten. Its characteristics had been stamped upon her as familiarly as if the hours passed in it had been years, and yesterday was years ago, when the poor silly fool that had been Diana Mayo had ridden blindly into the trap from which her boasted independence had not been able to save her. She had paid heavily for the determination to ignore the restrictions of her sex laid upon her, and the payment was not yet over. Her tired body shrank from the struggle that must recommence so soon. If he would only spare her until this numbing weariness that made her so powerless should lessen. She heard his voice at the door, and her icy fingers grasped at the book that had spilled to the ground. The thick rugs deadened the sound of his movements, but she knew instinctively that he had come in and gone back to the divan where he had been sitting before. She knew that he was looking at her. She could feel his eyes fixed on her, and she quivered with the consciousness of his stare. She waited, shivering, for him to speak or move. His methods of torture were diverse, she thought with dreary bitterness. Behind the tent, in the men's lines, a tom-tom was beating, and the irregular rhythm seemed hammering inside her own head. She could have shrieked with agony of it. "Come here, Diane." She started for a moment, hardly recognizing the Gaelic rendering of her name, and then flushed angrily without answering or moving. It was a very little thing to stir her after all that had been done, but the use of her name flamed the anger that had been almost swamped in fear. The proprietary tone in his voice roused all her inherent obstinacy. She was not his to go at his call. What he wanted he must take. She would never give voluntarily. She sat with her hands gripped tightly in her lap, breathing rapidly, her eyes dark with apprehension. "Come here," he repeated sharply. Still she took no notice, but the face that he could not see was growing very white. "I am not accustomed to having my orders disobeyed," he said at last, very slowly. "And I am not accustomed to obeying orders," she retorted fiercely, though her lips were trembling. "You will learn." The sinister accent of his voice almost shattered her remaining courage. She crouched, gasping, on the ground. The same horrible terror that had come to her last night, stealing over her irresistibly, paralyzing her. Waiting, listening, agonizing, the tom-tom growing louder and louder. Or was it the throbbing in her own head? With a choking cry, she leaped to her feet suddenly and fled from him, back to the side of the tent, stopped her, and she stood with wide-flung arms gripping the black and silver hangings until he reached her. Stooping, he disengaged her clinging fingers from the heavy drapery and drew her hands slowly together up to his breast with a little smile. "Come," he whispered, his passionate eyes devouring her. She fought against the fascination with which they dominated her, resisting him dumbly with tightly locked lips, till he held her palpitating in his arms. "Little fool," he said with a deepening smile, "better me than my men." The jibe broke her silence. "Oh, you brute! You brute!" she wailed, until his kisses silenced her. End of chapter 3C.
Chapter 4A of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sheik by E.M. Hull. Chapter 4A. A month. 31 days. Oh, God, only 31 days. It seems a lifetime. Only a month since I left Biskra. A month. A month. Diana flung herself onto her face, burying her head deeply into the cushions of the divan, shutting out from her sight the barbaric luxury of her surroundings, shuddering convulsively. She did not cry. The complete breakdown of the first night had never been repeated. Tears of shame and anger had risen in her eyes often, but she would not let them fall. She would not give her captor the satisfaction of knowing that he could make her weep. Her pride was dying hard. Her mind travelled back slowly over the days and nights of anguished revolt, the perpetual clash of will against will, the enforced obedience that had made up this month of horror. A month of experience of such bitterness that she wondered dully how she still had the courage to rebel. For the first time in her life she had had to obey. For the first time in her life she was of no account. For the first time she had been made conscious of the inferiority of her sex. The training of years had broken down under the experience. The hypothetical status in which she had stood with regard to Aubrey and his friends was not tolerated here, where every moment she was made to feel acutely that she was a woman, forced to submit to everything to which her womanhood exposed her, forced to endure everything that he might put upon her, a chattel, a slave to do his bidding, to bear his pleasure and his displeasure, shaken to the very foundation of her being with the upheaval of her convictions and the ruthless violence done to her cold, sexless temperament. The humiliation of it seared her proud heart. He was pitiless in his arrogance, pitiless in his Oriental disregard of the woman subjugated. He was an Arab, to whom the feelings of a woman were non-existent. He had taken her to please himself, and he kept her to please himself, to amuse him in his moments of relaxation. To Diana, before she had come to Africa, the life of an Arab sheik in his native desert had been a very visionary affair. The term sheik itself was elastic. She had been shown sheiks in Biskra who drove hard bargains to hire out mangy camels and sore-covered donkeys for trips into the interior. Her own faithless caravan leader had called himself sheik. But she had heard also of other and different sheiks who lived far away across the shimmering sand, powerful chiefs with large followings, who seemed more like the Arabs of her imaginings, and of whose lives she had the haziest idea. When not engaged in killing their neighbors, she visualized them drowsing away whole days under the influence of narcotics, lethargic with sensual indulgence. The pictures she had seen had been mostly of fat old men sitting cross-legged in the entrance of their tents, waited on by hordes of retainers, and looking languidly, with an air of utter boredom, at some miserable slave being beaten to death. She had not been prepared for the ceaseless activity of the man whose prisoner she was. His life was hard, strenuous, and occupied. His days were full, partly with the magnificent horses that he bred, and partly with tribal affairs that took him from the camp for hours at a time. Upon one or two occasions he had been away for the whole night, and had come back at daybreak with all the evidences of hard riding. Some days she rode with him, but when he had not the time or the inclination, the French valet went with her. A beautiful gray thoroughbred called Silver Star was kept for her use, and sometimes on his back she was able to forget for a little time. So the moments of relaxation were less frequent than they might have been, and it was only in the evenings when Gaston had come and gone for the last time, and she was alone with the Sheik, that an icy hand seemed to close down over her heart. And, according to his mood, he noticed or ignored her. He demanded implicit obedience to his lightest whim with the unconscious tyranny of one who had always been accustomed to command. He ruled his unruly followers despotically, and it was obvious that while they loved him, they feared him equally. She had even seen Yusef, his lieutenant, cringe from the heavy scowl that she had herself learned to dread. "You treat them like dogs," she said to him once. "Are you not afraid that one day they will rise against you and murder you?" And he had only shrugged his shoulders and laughed, the same low laugh of amusement that never failed to make her shiver. The only person whose devotion seemed untinged by any conflicting sentiment was the French valet, Gaston. It was the Sheik's complete indifference to everything beyond his own will, his Oriental egotism, that stung her most. He treated her supplications and invectives with a like unconcern. The paroxysms of wild rage that filled her periodically made no impression on him. He accorded them a shrug of ennui, or watched her with cold curiosity, his lips parted in a little cruel smile, as if the dissection of her lacerated feelings amused him, until his patience was exhausted, and then, with one of the lithe, quick movements that she could never evade, his hands would grip and hold her, and he would look at her. Only that, but in the grasp of his lean brown fingers, and under the stare of his dark, fierce eyes, her own would drop, and the frantic words die from her lips. She was physically afraid of him, and she hated him and loathed herself for the fear he inspired. And her fear was legitimate. His strength was abnormal, and behind it was the lawlessness and absolutism that allowed free rein to his savage impulses. He held life and death in his hand. A few days after he had taken her, she had seen him chastise a servant. She did not know what the man's fault had been, but the punishment seemed out of all proportion to anything that could be imagined, and she had watched fascinated with horror until he had tossed away the murderous whip, and without a second glance at the limp, blood-stained heap that huddled on the ground with suggestive stillness, had strolled back unconcerned to the tent. The sight had sickened her and haunted her perpetually. His callousness horrified her even more than his cruelty. She hated him with all the strength of her proud, passionate nature. His personal beauty, even, was an additional cause of offence. She hated him the more for his handsome face and graceful, muscular body. His only redeeming virtue in her eyes was his total lack of vanity, which she grudgingly admitted. He was as unconscious of himself as was the wild animal with which she compared him. "He is like a tiger," she murmured deep into the cushions, with a shiver. "A graceful, cruel, merciless beast." She remembered a tiger she had shot the previous winter in India. After hours of weary, cramped waiting in the machan, the beautiful creature had slipped noiselessly through the undergrowth and emerged into the clearing. He had advanced midway towards the tree where she was perched, and had stopped to listen, and the long, free stride, the haughty poise of the thrown back head, the cruel curl of the lips and the glint in the ferocious eyes flashing in the moonlight, were identical with the expression and carriage of the man who was her master. Then it had been admiration without fear, and she had hesitated at wantonly destroying so perfect a thing, until the quick pressure of her shikarri's fingers on her arm brought her back to facts, and reminded her that the perfect thing was reported to have eaten a woman the previous week. And now it was fear with a reluctant admiration that she despised herself for according. A hand on her shoulder made her start up with a cry. Usually her nerves were in better control, but the thick rugs deadened every sound, and she had not expected him so soon. He had been out since dawn, and had come in much past his usual time, and had been having a belated siesta in the adjoining room. Angry with herself, she bit her lip and pushed the tumbled hair off her forehead. He dropped on to the divan beside her, and lit the inevitable cigarette. He smoked continuously every moment he was not in the saddle. She glanced at him covertly. He was lying with his head thrown back against the cushions, idly blowing smoke rings and watching them drift towards the open doorway. And as she looked, he yawned and turned to her. "Zilah is careless. Insist that she puts away your boots, and does not leave your clothes lying on the floor. There was a scorpion in the bathroom to day," he said lazily, stretching out his long legs. She flushed hotly, as she always did when he made any casual reference to the intimacy of their life. It was his casualness that frightened her, the carelessly implied continuance of a state that scorched her with shame. His attitude invariably suggested a duration of their relations that left her numb with a kind of helpless despair. He was so sure of himself, so sure of his possession of her. She felt the warm blood pouring over her face now, up to the roots of her bright hair, and dyeing her slender neck, and she put her hands up to her head, her fingers thrust through her loose curls to shield her face from his eyes. She gave a sigh of relief when Gaston came in bringing a little tray with 2 filigree-cased cups of coffee. "I have brought coffee. Madame's tea is finished," he murmured in tones of deepest distress, and with a gesture that conveyed a national calamity. There had been just enough tea taken on the tour to last a month. It was another pin-prick, another reminder. She set her teeth, moving her head angrily, and found herself looking into a pair of mocking eyes, and, as always, her own dropped. Gaston said a few words in Arabic to his master, and the Sheik swallowed the boiling coffee and went out hastily. The valet moved about the tent with his usual deft noiselessness, gathering up cigarette ends and spent matches, and tidying the room with an assiduous orderliness that was peculiarly his own. Diana watched him almost peevishly. Was it the influence of the desert that made all these men catlike in their movements, or was the servant consciously or unconsciously copying his master? With a fit of childish irritability she longed to smash something, and with an impetuous hand sent the little inlaid table with the tray and coffee cups flying. She was ashamed of the impulse even before the crash came, and looked at Gaston clearing up the debris with anxious eyes. What was the matter with her? The even temper on which she prided herself, and the nerves that had been her boast, had vanished, gone by the board in the last month. If her nerve failed her utterly, what would become of her? What would she do? Gaston had gone, and she looked around the tent with a hunted expression. There seemed no escape possible from the misery that was almost more than she could bear. There was a way out that had been in her mind often, and she had searched frequently in the hope that she might find the means. But the Sheik had also thought and had taken precautions. One day it seemed as if her desperate wish might be fulfilled, and she had had only a moment's hesitation as she stretched out her hand to take the revolver that had been left lying on a table, but as her fingers closed on the butt, a muscular hand closed over hers. He had come in with his usual silent step, and was close to her without her knowing. He had taken the weapon from her quietly, holding her eyes with his own, and had jerked it open, showing the empty magazine. "Do you think that I am quite a fool?" he had asked, without a trace of expression in his voice. And since then she had been under a ceaseless, unobtrusive surveillance that had left her no chance of carrying out her terrible resolve. She buried her face in her hands. "Oh, my God, is it never going to end? Am I never going to get away from him?" She sprang to her feet and walked restlessly round the tent, her hands clasped behind her back, her head thrown up, and her lips pressed close together. She panted as if she had been running, and her eyes had a far away, unseeing look. Gradually she got command of herself again, and the nervous excitement died down, leaving her weary and very desolate. The solitude seemed suddenly horrible. Anything would be better than the silent emptiness of the great tent. A noise outside attracted her, and she wandered to the doorway and out under the awning. Near her the Sheik, with Gaston and Yusef, stood watching a mad, ramping colt that was being held with difficulty by 2 or 3 men, who clung to him tenaciously in spite of his efforts to break away, and beyond was a semicircle of Arabs, some mounted and some on foot, leaving a wide, open space between them and the tent. They were intensely excited, talking and gesticulating, the mounted men riding round the outer ring that they formed. Diana leaned against one of the lances that supported the awning, and watched the scene with growing interest. This camp was many miles to the south of the one to which she had first been brought, and which had been broken up a few days after her capture. The setting was wonderful, the far-off hills dusky in the afternoon light, the clustering palms behind the tents, the crowd of barbaric figures in picturesque white robes, the horsemen moving continuously up and down, and in the midst of everything the beautiful wild creature, frenzied by the noise, kicking and biting at the men holding him. After a moment the Sheik held up his hand, and a man detached himself from the chattering crowd and came to him salaaming. The Sheik said a few words, and with another salaam and a gleam of white teeth, the man turned and approached the struggling group in the centre of the ring. Diana straightened up with interest. The frantic colt was going to be broken. It was already saddled. Several additional men ran forward, and between them the horse was forcibly held for a moment, only for a moment, but it was long enough for the man who leaped like a flash on to his back. The others fell away, racing from the reach of the terrible lashing heels. Amazed for the moment at the sudden unaccustomed weight, the colt paused and then reared straight up, till it seemed to Diana that he must fall backward and crush the man who was clinging to him. But he came down at last, and for a few moments it was almost impossible to follow his spasmodic movements as he strove to rid himself of his rider. The end came quickly. End of chapter 4A. Chapter 4B of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sheik by E. M. Hull. Chapter 4B. With a twisting heave of his whole body he shot the Arab over his head, who landed with a dull thud and lay still, while the men who had been holding the colt dashed in and secured him before he was aware of his liberty. Diana looked towards the fallen man. A little crowd were gathered around him, and her heart beat faster as she thought that he was dead. Dead so quickly, and only a moment before he had been so full of life and strength. Death meant nothing to these savages, she thought bitterly, as she watched the limp body being carried away by 3 or 4 men who argued violently over their burden. She glanced at the Sheik. He seemed perfectly unconcerned, and did not even look in the direction of the man who had fallen. On the contrary, he laughed, and, turning to Yusef, put his hand on his shoulder and nodded towards the colt. Diana gave a gasp. He spared no one. He was going to make the young man take his chance as the rough rider had taken his. She knew that the Lieutenant rode well, as did all Ahmed Ben Hassan's followers, and that his languid manner was only a pose; but he looked so young and boyish, and the risk seemed enormous. She had seen colts broken before many times, but never a colt so madly savage as this one. But to Yusef the chance was evidently welcome. With an answering laugh, he swaggered out into the arena, where the men greeted him with shouts. There was the same procedure as before, and Yusef bounded up lightly into the saddle. This time, instead of rearing, the frightened beast dashed forward in a wild effort to escape, but the mounted men, closing up, headed him into the middle of the ring again, and he went back to his first tactics with a rapidity that was too much for the handsome lad on his back, and in a few moments he was thrown heavily. With a shrill scream the colt turned on him open mouthed, and Yusef flung up one arm to save his face. But the men reached him in time, dragging the colt from him by main force. He rose to his feet unsteadily and limped to the tents behind. Diana could not see him easily for the throng around him. Again she looked at the Sheik and ground her teeth. He was stooping to light a cigarette from a match that Gaston was holding, and then they walked together nearer to the colt. The animal was now thoroughly maddened, and it was increasingly difficult to hold him. They went up close to the struggling, yelling grooms, and the next minute Diana saw Gaston sitting firmly in the empty saddle. The little man rode magnificently, and put up a longer fight than the others had done, but at last his turn came, and he went flying over the colt's head. He came down lightly on his hands and knees, and scrambled to his feet in an instant amidst a storm of shouts and laughter. Laughing himself, he came back to the Sheik with a shrug of shoulders and outspread, eloquent hands. They spoke together for a moment, too low for Diana to hear, and then Ahmed Ben Hassan went again into the middle of the ring. Diana's breath came more quickly. She guessed his intention before he reached the colt, and she moved forward from under the awning and joined Gaston, who was wrapping his handkerchief round a torn hand. "Monseigneur will try?" she asked, a little breathlessly. Gaston looked at her quickly. "Try, madame?" he repeated in a queer voice. "Yes, he will try." Again the empty saddle was filled, and a curious hush came over the watching crowd. Diana looked on with bright, hard eyes, her heart beating heavily. She longed passionately that the colt might kill him, and at the same time, illogically, she wanted to see him master the infuriated animal. The sporting instinct in her acknowledged and responded to the fight that was going on before her eyes. She hated him, and she hoped that he might die, but she was forced to admire the wonderful horsemanship that she was watching. The Sheik sat like a rock, and every effort made to unseat him was unsuccessful. The colt plunged wildly, made furious blind dashes backward and forward, stopping dead in the hope of dislodging his rider, twirling round suddenly until it seemed impossible that he could keep his feet. Then he started rearing straight up, his forelegs beating the air, higher and higher, and then down to commence again without a moment's breathing space. Diana heard Gaston's breath whistle through his teeth. "Look, madame!" he cried sharply. And Diana saw the Sheik give a quick glance behind him, and as the colt shot up again, almost perpendicular, with a jerk he pulled him deliberately over backwards, leaping clear with a tremendous effort as the horse crashed to the ground. He was in the saddle again almost before the dazed creature had struggled to its feet. And then began a scene that Diana never forgot. It was the final struggle that was to end in defeat for either man or horse, and the Sheik had decided that it was not to be for the man. It was a punishment of which the untamed animal was never to lose remembrance, the savagery and determination of the man against the mad determination of the horse. It was a hideous exhibition of brute strength and merciless cruelty. Diana was almost sick with horror from the beginning. She longed to turn away, but her eyes clung fascinated to the battle that was going on. The hush that had fallen on the crowd had given way to roars of excitement, and the men pressed forward eagerly, to give back precipitately when the still fighting animal's heels flashed too near. Diana was shaking all over, and her hands were clenching and unclenching as she stared at the man, who seemed a part of the horse he was sitting so closely. Would it never end? She did not care now which killed the other, so that it would only stop. The man's endurance seemed mere bravado. She clutched Gaston's arms with a hand that was wringing wet. "It is horrible," she gasped, with an accent of loathing. "It is necessary," he replied quietly. "Nothing can justify that," she cried passionately. "Your pardon, madame. He must learn. He killed a man this morning, threw him, and what you call in English, savaged him." Diana hid her face in her hands. "I can't bear it," she said pitifully. A few moments later Gaston clicked his tongue against his teeth. "See, madame, it is over," he said gently. She looked up fearfully. The Sheik was standing on the ground beside the colt, who was swaying slowly from side to side, with heaving sides and head held low to the earth, dripping blood and foam. And as she looked, he tottered and collapsed, exhausted. There was a rush from all sides, and Gaston went towards his master, who towered above the crowd around him. Diana turned away with an exclamation of disgust. It was enough to have seen a display of such brutality. It was too much to stand by while his fellow savages acclaimed him for his cruelty. She went slowly back into the tent, shaken with what she had seen, and stood in undecided hesitation beside the divan. The helpless feeling that she so often experienced swept over her with renewed force. There was nowhere that she could get away from him, no privacy, no respite. Day and night she must endure his presence with no hope of escape. She closed her eyes in a sudden agony, and then stiffened at the sound of his voice outside. He came in laughing, a cigarette dangling from one blood-stained hand, while with the other he wiped the perspiration from his forehead, leaving a dull red smear. She shrank from him, looking at him with blazing eyes. "You are a brute, a beast, a devil! I hate you!" she choked furiously. For a moment an ugly look crossed his face, and then he laughed again. "Hate me by all means, ma belle, but let your hatred be thorough. I detest mediocrity," he said lightly, as he passed on into the other room. She sank down on to the couch. She had never felt so desperate, so powerless. She stared straight before her, shivering, as she went over the scene she had just witnessed, her fingers picking nervously at the jade green silk of her dress. She longed for some power that would deaden her feelings and blunt her capacity for suffering. She looked at Gaston with hard eyes when he came in. He had approved of what the Sheik had done, would have done it himself if he had been able. They were all alike. "The man who was hurt first," she asked abruptly, with a touch of her old hauteur in her voice, "is he dead?" "Oh, no, Madame. He has concussion, but he will be all right. They have hard heads, these Arabs." "And Yusef?" Gaston grinned. "Le petit Sheik has a broken collar bone. It is nothing. A few days' holiday to be petted in his harem, et voilà." "His harem?" echoed Diana in surprise. "Is he married?" "Mais oui, Madame. He has 2 wives." At Diana's exclamation he shrugged deprecatingly. "Que voulez vous? It is the custom of the country," he said tolerantly, with the air of conceding a melancholy fact with the best grace possible. The customs of the country was dangerous ground, and Diana changed the subject hastily. "Where did you learn to ride, Gaston?" "In a racing stable at Auteuil, Madame, when I was a boy. Then I was 5 years in the French cavalry. After that I came to Monseigneur." "And you have been with him how long?" "15 years, Madame." "15 years!" she repeated wonderingly. "15 years here, in the desert?" "Here and elsewhere, Madame," he answered rather more shortly than usual, and with a murmur of excuse left the tent. Diana leaned back against the cushions with a little sigh. Gaston need not have been afraid that she was trying to learn his master's secrets from him. She had not fallen as low as that. The mystery of the man whose path had crossed hers so terribly seemed to augment instead of lessen as the time went on. What was the power in him that compelled the devotion of his wild followers and the little French ex cavalryman? She knit her head in perplexity, and was still puzzling over it when he came back. Immaculate and well groomed, he was very different from the dishevelled, blood stained savage of half an hour before. She shot a nervous glance at him, remembering her outburst, but he was not angry. He looked grave, but his gravity seemed centred in himself, as he passed his lean fingers tenderly over his smooth chin. She had seen Aubrey do similarly hundreds of times. Occidental or Oriental, men seemed very much alike. She waited for him to speak, and waited vainly. One of the taciturn fits, to which she had grown accustomed, had come over him, hours sometimes in which he simply ignored her altogether. The evening meal was silent. He spoke once to Gaston, but he spoke in Arabic, and the servant replied only with a nod of compliance. And after Gaston was gone, he did not speak for a long time, but sat on the divan, apparently absorbed in his thoughts. Restless, Diana moved about the tent listlessly examining objects that she knew by heart, and flirting over the pages of the French magazine she had read a dozen times. Usually she was thankful for his silent moods. To night, with a woman's perversity, she wanted him to speak. She was unstrung, and the utter silence oppressed her. She glanced over her shoulder at him once or twice, but his back looked unapproachable. Yet when he called her, with a swift revulsion of feeling, she wished he had kept silent. She went to him slowly. She was too unnerved to night to struggle against him. What would be the use, she thought wearily? It would only end in defeat, as it always did. He pulled her down on the divan beside him, and before she realized what he was doing, slipped a long jade necklace over her head. For a moment she looked stupidly at the wonderful thing, almost unique in the purity of its color and the marvellous carving on the uniform square pieces of which it was composed. And then with a low cry she tore it off and flung it on the ground. "How dare you!" she gasped. "You don't like it?" he asked in his low, unruffled voice, his eyebrows raised in real or assumed surprise. "Yet it matches your dress." And lightly his long fingers touched the folds of green silk swathed across the youthful curve of her breast. He glanced at an open box filled with shimmering stones on a low stool beside him. "Pearls are too cold, and diamonds too banal for you," he said slowly. "You should wear nothing but jade. It is the color of the evening sky against the sunset of your hair." End of chapter 4B. Chapter 4C of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sheik by E.M. Hull. Chapter 4C. He had never spoken like that to her before, or used that tone of voice. His methods had been more fierce than tender. She glanced up swiftly at his face, but it baffled her. There was no love in his eyes, or even desire, nothing but an unusual gentleness. "Perhaps you would prefer the diamonds and the pearls," he went on, pointing disdainfully at the box. "No, no, I hate them, I hate them all. I will not wear your jewels. You have no right to think I am that kind of woman," she cried hysterically. "You do not like them? Bon Dieu, none of the other women ever refused them. On the contrary, they could never get enough," he said with a laugh. Diana looked up with a startled glance, a look of horror dawning in her eyes. "Other women?" she repeated blankly. "You didn't suppose you were the first, did you?" he asked with brutal candor. "Don't look at me like that. They were not like you. They came to me willingly enough, too willingly. Allah, how they bored me! I tired of them before they tired of me." She flung her arm across her eyes with a dry sob, straining away from him. She had never thought of that. In the purity of her mind it had never occurred to her. She was only one of many, one of a succession of mistresses, taken and discarded at his whim. She writhed with the shame that filled her. "Oh, you hurt me," she whispered very low, and then anger killed all other feeling. He had loosened his arm about her, and she wrenched herself free and sprang to her feet. "I hate you, do you understand? I hate you, I hate you!" He lit a cigarette leisurely before answering, and moved into a more comfortable position on the divan. "So you have already told me this afternoon," he said at length coolly, "and with reiteration your remark becomes less convincing, ma chérie." Her anger ebbed away. She was too tired to be angry. She was humiliated and hurt, and the man before her had it in his power to hurt her more, but she was at his mercy, and to night she could not fight. She pushed the hair off her forehead with a heavy sigh, and looked at the Sheik's long length stretched out on the couch, the steely strength of his limbs patent even in the indolent attitude in which he was lying; at his brown, handsome face, inscrutable as it always was to her; and the feeling of helplessness came back with renewed force, and with it the sense of her own pitiful weakness against his force, compelling her to speak. "Have you never felt pity for a thing that was weaker than yourself? Have you never spared anything or any one in all your life? Have you nothing in your nature but cruelty? Are all Arabs hard like you?" she said shakily. "Has love never even made you merciful?" He glanced up at her with a harsh laugh, and shook his head. "Love? Connais pas. Yes, I do," he added with swift mockery. "I love my horses." "When you don't kill them," she retorted. "I am corrected. When I don't kill them." There was something in his voice that made her reckless, that made her want to hurt him. "If you give no love to the women whom you bring here, do you give love to the women of your harem? You have a harem, I suppose, somewhere?" she braved him with curling lip and scornful voice. But as she spoke, she knew that she had only hurt herself, and her voice faltered. His hand reached out suddenly, and he dragged her down into his arms again with a laugh. "And if I have, are you jealous? What if the nights I spent away from you were passed in my harem? What then?" "Then may Allah put it into the heart of one of your wives to poison you so that you never come back," she said fiercely. Allah, so beautiful and so bloodthirsty," he said in bantering reproof. Then he turned her face up to his, smiling into her angry eyes with amusement. "I have no harem, and thanks be to Allah, no wives, chérie. Does that please you?" "Why should I care? It is nothing to me," she replied sharply, with a vivid blush. He held her closer, looking deeply into her eyes, holding them as he could when he liked, in spite of her efforts to turn them away, a mesmerism she could not resist. "Shall I make you care? Shall I make you love me? I can make women love me when I choose." She went very white, and her eyes flickered. She knew that he was only amusing himself, that he was utterly indifferent to her feelings, that he did not care if she hated or loved him; but it was a new form of torture that was more detestable than anything that had gone before it. It infuriated her that he could even suggest that she could come to care for him, that she could ever look on him as anything but a brutal savage who had committed a hideous outrage, that she could ever have any feeling for him except hatred and loathing. That he should class her with the other women he spoke of revolted her. She felt degraded, soiled, as she had never done before, and she had thought that she had felt the utmost humiliation of her position. The color rushed back into her face. "I would rather you killed me!" she cried passionately. "So would I," he said dryly, "for if you loved me you would bore me, and I should have to let you go. While as it is," he laughed softly, "as it is, I do not regret the chance that took me into Biskra that day." He let her go, and got up with a yawn, watching her approvingly as she crossed the tent. The easy swing of her boyish figure and the defiant carriage of her head reminded him of one of his own thoroughbred horses. She was as beautiful and as wild as they were, and as he broke them, so would he break her. She was nearly tamed now, but not quite, and by Allah, it should be quite. As he turned, his foot struck against the jade necklace lying on the rug where she had thrown it. He picked it up and called her back. She came reluctantly, slowly, with mutinous eyes. He held out the necklace silently, and silently she stared not at it, but at him. Her heart began to beat faster, and the color slowly left her face. "Take it. I wish it," he said quietly. "No." It was little more than a gasp. "You will wear it to please me," he went on in the same soft voice, and the old hateful mockery crept into his eyes. "To please my artistic soul. I have an artistic soul, even though I am only an Arab." "I will not." The mockery was wiped out of his eyes in a flash, giving place to the usual ferocity, and his forehead knit in the dreaded heavy scowl. "Diane, obey me!" She clenched her teeth on her lower lip until a rim of blood stained their whiteness. If he would only shout or bluster like the average angry man, she felt that she could brave him longer; but the cold, quiet rage that characterized him always was infinitely more sinister, and paralyzed her with its silent force. She had never heard him raise his voice in anger, or quicken his usual slow, soft tone; but there was an inflection that came into his voice, and a look that came into his eyes, that was more terrible than any outburst. She had seen his men shrink when, standing near him, she had barely been able to hear what he had said. She had seen a look from him silence a clamorous quarrel that had broken out among his followers too close to his own tent for his pleasure. And that inflection was in his voice, and that look was in his eyes now. It was no longer use to resist. The fear of him was an agony. She would have to obey, as in the end he always forced her to obey. She wrenched her eyes away from his compelling stare, her bosom heaving under the soft silk, her chin quivering, and reached out blindly and took it from him. But the sudden chill of it against her bare breast seemed to revive the courage that was not yet dead in her. She flung up her head, the transient color flaming into her cheeks, and her lips sprang open, But he drew her to him swiftly, and laid his hand over her mouth. I know," he said coldly. "I am a brute and a beast and a devil. You need not tell me again. It commences to grow tedious." His hand slipped to her shoulder, his fingers gripping the delicate, rounded arm. "How much longer are you going to fight? Would it not be wiser, after what you have seen to day, to recognize that I am master?" "You mean that you will treat me as you treated the colt this afternoon?" she whispered, her eyes drawn back irresistibly to his in spite of all her efforts. "I mean that you must realize that my will is law." "And if I do not?" He guessed rather than heard the words. "Then I will teach you, and I think that you will learn soon." She quivered in his hands. It was a threat, but how much of it he meant to be taken literally she did not know. Again every ghastly detail of the afternoon passed with lightning speed through her mind. When he punished mercilessly. To what lengths would he go? The Arab standards were not those of the men amongst whom she had lived. The position of a woman in the desert was a very precarious one. There were times when she forgot altogether that he was an Arab, until some chance, as now, drove the hard fact home indisputably. He was an Arab, and as a woman she need expect no mercy at his hands. His hands! She looked down for a second sideways at the fingers gripping her shoulder, and she saw them again stained with blood, saw them clenched round the dripping thong. She knew already by bitter experience the iron grip of his lean fingers and the compelling strength of his arms. Her quick imagination leaped ahead. What she had already suffered would be nothing compared with what would be. The remembrance of the stained, huddled figure of the servant he had chastised rose before her. And as she battled with herself, still torn in her passionate desire to make her strong will and courageous spirit triumph over her coward woman's body that shrank instinctively from physical torture, his arm tightened around her, and she felt the hard muscles pressing against her shoulders and soft bare neck, a suggestion of the force lying dormant beside her. She looked up at him slowly. His expression was unchanged. His forehead was still drawn together in the heavy frown, and there was no softening in his eyes. The cruel lines about his mouth were accentuated, and the tiger look in his face was more marked than ever. He was not threatening idly. He meant what he said. "You had better kill me," she said drearily. "That would be to admit my own defeat," he replied coolly. "I do not kill a horse until I have proved beyond all possible doubt that I cannot tame it. With you I have no such proof. I can tame you, and I will. But it is for you to choose, and to choose to night if you will obey me willingly or if I must make you. I have been very patient for me," he added, with an odd smile flitting across his face. "But my patience is exhausted. Choose quickly." Insensibly he drew her closer to him till his arm felt like an inflexible steel band about her, and she thought with a shudder of the coils of a great serpent closing round its victim. She made a final effort to conquer herself, but between her and the broad chest so close to her she seemed to see a horse's head held low in agony, blood and foam dripping from his lacerated mouth, and a horse's flanks heaving piteously, torn with the cruel punishment he had undergone. A sudden nausea came over her. Everything seemed to swim before her eyes, and she swayed against the man who was holding her. Her bodily fear overruled her mind. She could not bear any more. "I will obey you," she whispered heavily. He took her chin in his fingers and jerked her head up sharply, staring at her intently until she felt he was looking into her very soul. The heavy scowl smoothed away, but the fierceness lingered in his eyes. "Good!" he said at length, briefly. "You are wise," he added significantly. He tilted her head further back, bending his own down until his lips were nearly touching hers. She shivered involuntarily, an anguished appeal leaping into her eyes. He smiled ironically. "Do you hate them so much, my kisses?" She swallowed convulsively. "You are at least candid, if you are not complimentary." And with that he released her and turned away. She reached the curtain that divided the two rooms, her heart beating wildly, giddy with the strain that she had gone through. She paused a moment and looked back at him, amazed at her own temerity. He had unbuttoned the flap of the tent and was standing in the entrance, looking out into the night. The scent of the peculiar tobacco he used drifted to her with the draught from the open door. Her eyes grew puzzled. Would she ever understand him? To night he had given her a choice instead of simply enforcing his will. He had made her choose to save herself. He had proved his determination and his mastery over her. And with his last words the unexpected gentleness had come into his voice again, and the cruel lines about his mouth had relaxed in a smile of amusement. It was the swift transition from ferocity to gentleness that she could never fathom. His complex nature was beyond her understanding. She would not try to understand him. She could never know the depths of his baffling personality. She only knew that for some reason of his own he had spared her, and she feared him more than ever. End of chapter 4C.
Chapter 5A of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Perard. The Sheik by E. M. Hull. Chapter 5A. Under the awning of the tent, Diana was waiting for Gaston and the horses, pulling on her thick riding gloves nervously. She was wrought up to the utmost pitch of excitement. Ahmed Ben Hassan had been away since the previous day, and it was uncertain if he would return that night or the next. He had been vague as to how long he would be absent. There had been a constant coming and going amongst his followers, messengers arriving on exhausted horses at all hours of the day and night, and the Sheik himself had seemed unusually preoccupied. He had not condescended to give any reason for the special activity of his people, and she had not asked him. In the 4 weeks that had elapsed since she had promised him her obedience, she had been very silent. The fear and hatred of him grew daily. She had learned to stifle the wild fits of rage and the angry words that leapt to her lips. She had learned to obey. A reluctant obedience, given with compressed lips and defiant eyes, but given, and with a silence that surprised even herself. Day after day she had followed the usual routine, dumb unless he spoke to her, and with his own attention occupied with matters beyond the 4 walls of his tent. He had not noticed, or did not trouble to heed, her silence. Lately he had left her very much alone. She had ridden with him almost daily until the last week, when he had announced curtly that in the meantime the length of her rides must be curtailed and that Gaston would accompany her. He had not offered any explanation, and she had not sought one. She had chosen to see in it merely another act of tyranny imposed on her by the man whose arbitrary exercise of power over her and whose tacit possession of her galled her continually. And under the sullen submission a wild fury of revolt was raging. She searched feverishly for means of flight, and now the Sheik's absence seemed to have given her the chance she had been waiting for. In the solitude of the previous night she had tossed impatiently from side to side of the big couch, vainly trying to find some means of taking advantage of her comparative freedom to effect her escape. Surely she could find some way of avoiding Gaston's vigilance. Excitement had kept her awake half the night, and in the morning she had had hard work to keep her agitation hidden and to appear as usual. She had even been afraid to order the horses any earlier, in her nervous terror lest the valet should suspect there was any reason behind the simple request. After her petit déjeuner she had paced the tent, unable to sit still, dreading lest any moment might bring the return of the Sheik and frustrate her hopes. She looked back into the room with a shudder as her eyes travelled over the luxurious appointments and different objects that had become so curiously familiar in the last 2 months. The unexpected equipments and the man's own baffling personality would remain in her recollection always as an enigma that she would never be able to solve. So much had been so inexplicable in himself and in his mode of life. She drew a long breath and went out hastily into the sunshine. The horses were waiting, and Gaston was standing ready to hold her stirrup. She fondled the beautiful gray horse's soft nose and patted his satiny neck with a hand that trembled a little. She loved the horse, and today he should be the means of saving her. He responded to her caresses, gentling her with slobbering mouth and whinnying softly. With one last look at the big double tent and the rest of the camp behind it, she mounted and rode away without another backward glance. She had to exercise a rigid control over herself. She longed to put Silver Star into a hard gallop at once and shake off Gaston, but she was still too near the camp. She must be patient and put a certain number of miles between herself and the possibility of pursuit before she attempted anything. Too early an endeavor would only bring the whole horde in wild chase at her heels. The thought of the promise she had given to the man from whom she was flying came back to her. She had promised obedience, but she had not promised that she would not try to escape, and, if she had, no promise wrung from her by fear was valid in her opinion. She rode steadily forward at a slow swinging canter, instinctively saving her horse, plan after plan passing through her brain to be rejected as impracticable. Silver Star fretted continually at the moderate pace, tossing his head and catching at his bit. She took no heed of the time beyond the fact that it was passing quickly, and that if anything was to be done, it must be done as soon as possible. But Gaston, riding a few paces behind her, was very much alive to the hour and had looked several times at his watch. He ranged alongside of her now, with a murmured apology. "Pardon, madame, it grows late," and submitted his wristwatch for her inspection. Diana glanced mechanically at her own wrist, and then remembered that she had broken her watch the day before. She pulled up, and tilting her helmet back, mopped her hot forehead, and as she did so a sharp breeze sprang up, the curious wind that comes and goes so rapidly in the desert. An idea flashed into her mind. It was a poor chance, but it might succeed. She shot a glance at Gaston. He was looking in the opposite direction, and, raising her hand, she fluttered her handkerchief a moment in the breeze, and then let it go. The wind carried it some distance away. She gave a little cry and caught at the bridle of the valet's horse. "Oh, Gaston, my handkerchief!" and pointed to where the morsel of cambric lay white against a rock. With a comical exclamation of dismay, he slipped to the ground and started to run across the sand. She waited until he had got well on his way, sitting tense with shining eyes and thumping heart. Then, snatching off her helmet, she brought it down with a resounding smack on the hindquarters of the servant's horse. stampeding it in the direction of the camp, and wheeling Silver Star, headed for the north, deaf to Gaston's cries. Wild with excitement and free to go his own pace at last, her mount galloped swiftly, and the wind whistled past Diana's ears. To the possible fate of the little Frenchman left on foot so far from the encampment she gave no heed. For the moment she did not even think of him. She had no thought for anybody but herself. Her ruse by its very simplicity had succeeded. She was free, and she did not care about anything else. She had no plans or ideas what she should do or where she should go beyond the fact that she would keep riding northward. She had vague hopes that she might fall in with friendly Arabs who, for a promised reward, would guide her to civilization. Most of them could speak a little French, and for the rest her small stock of Arabic must do. She knew that she was mad to attempt to ride across the desert alone, but she did not mind. She was free. She was too excited to think coherently. She laughed and shouted like a mad thing, and her madness communicated itself to the grey, who was going at racing speed. Diana knew that he was out of control, that she could not stop him if she tried. But she did not want to try. The faster, the better. In time he would tire himself, but until then let him go as he pleased. She was fast putting miles between herself and the camp that had been a prison, between herself and the brute who had dared to do what he had done. At the thought of the Sheik, a sick feeling of fear ran through her. If anything should happen? If he should catch her again? She shuddered, and a cry burst from her lips, but she gripped herself at once. She was idiotic, contemptible. It was impossible. It would be hours, perhaps even the next day, before the alarm was given. He would not know in what direction she had gone. She would have miles of start on one of the fleetest of his horses. She tried to put him out of her mind. She had escaped from him and his cruelty. It was a nightmare that was over. The effects would remain with her always. Nothing would ever be the same again. But the daily dread, the daily contamination would be gone. The helpless, tortured feeling, the shame of submission that had filled her with an acute self-loathing that was as intense as her passionate hatred of the man who had forced her to endure his will. The memory of it would live with her forever. He had made her a vile thing. Her cheeks scorched with the thought, and she shivered at the remembrance of all that she had gone through. She had been down into the depths, and she would carry the scars all her life. The girl who had started out so triumphantly from Biskra had become a woman through bitter knowledge and humiliating experience. The pace was less killing now. Silver Star had settled down into the steady, tireless gallop for which Ahmed Ben Hassan's horses were famous. The little breeze had died away as quickly as it had sprung up, and it was very hot. Diana looked about her with glowing eyes. Everything seemed different. From the first she had loved the desert, but back of everything and mingled with everything had been the feeling of fear, the continual restraint, the perpetual subservience to the whims of her captor which had dominated everything. But now the whole aspect was changed. She loved the endless, undulating expanse stretching out before her, and as the gray topped each rise, her interest grew keener. What might not be behind the next one? For an hour or more the ground rose and fell in monotonous succession, and then the desert grew level again, and quite suddenly she could see for miles. About 2 miles away a few palm trees showed clustering together, and Diana turned in their direction. They probably meant a well, and it was time she rested her horse and herself. It was the tiniest little oasis, and she drew rein and dismounted with fears for the well she had hoped to find. But there was one, very much silted up, and she set to work to clear it as well as she could to procure enough for herself and Silver Star, who was frantically trying to get to the water. It was exhausting work, but she managed to satisfy the gray, and, having unloosed his girths, she flung herself down on the ground in a small patch of shade. She lit a cigarette and lay flat on her back with her helmet over her eyes. For the first time since she had shaken off Gaston, she began to think seriously. What she had done was madness. She had no food for herself or her horse, no water, and heaven only knew where the next well might be. She was alone in an uncivilized country among a savage people with no protection of any kind. She might fall in with friendly Arabs, or she might not. She might come across an encampment, or she might wander for days and see no one, in which case death from hunger and thirst stared her in the face. What would she do when night came? With a sharp cry she leapt to her feet. What was she to do? She looked all around the little oasis with startled eyes, at the few palm trees and clumps of camel thorn, the broken well, and the gray horse still snuffing about its mouth. She felt frightened for the first time. She was alone, and about her was unending space, and she felt an atom, insignificant, the least of all things. She looked up into the clear sky, and the blue vastness appalled her. Then the sudden panic to which she had given way subsided, and her courage rose with a bound. It was only midday; anything might happen between then and nightfall. Of one thing only she was sure: she did not repent of what she had done. Behind her was Ahmed Ben Hassan, and before her was possibly death, and death was preferable. She was quite calm again, and lay down in the patch of shade once more with a resolute determination to mind. Time to think of them when they came. For the next hour or two she must rest and escape the intense heat. She rolled over on her face with her head in her arms and tried to sleep, but she was too excited, and soon gave up the attempt. And in any case, she argued with herself, she might sleep too long and lose precious time. She stretched luxuriously on the soft ground, thankful for the shade from the burning sun. The gray, tired of nosing round the well and blowing disdainfully at the thorn bushes, wandered over to her side and nuzzled her gently. She caught at his velvety nose and drew it down beside her face. He was a very affectionate beast, and gentler than most of the other horses, and he pressed close up to her, whinnying softly, and looking at her with large, expressive eyes. "I haven't anything to give you, poor old boy," she said regretfully, kissing his muzzle, and then pushing him away from her. She looked up again into the sky. A dark speck sailed overhead, the slow, heavy flight of a vulture. In a few hours he might be picking her bones. Merciful heavens! Why did such thoughts come into her head? Had she nothing left of the courage that had once been second nature? If she let her nerves get the upper hand, she might as well make no further effort, but lie down and die at once. With shaking fingers she took another cigarette. Smoking would soothe her. Yet she hesitated before she lit it. There were only a few left, and her need might still be greater. But, with a reckless laugh, she snapped the thin case to, and carefully scraped the evil-smelling sulphur match torn from a flat wood strip. She settled herself comfortably again, full length. All around her were the innumerable tiny noises of the desert, the hum of the countless insect life, the rustling of the sand, and the occasional dry crackle of the camel thorns, made by the slipping of a twig or the displacing of a branch, sounds that would have been incomprehensible some weeks before. For a few minutes a sand spider attracted her attention, and she watched his hurried, painstaking operations with wondering interest. Gradually a drowsy feeling stole over her, and she realized suddenly that the air was impregnated with the scent of the tobacco that was always associated with the Sheik. It was one of his cigarettes that she was smoking. She had always been powerfully affected by the influence of smell, which induced recollection with her to an extraordinary degree, and now the uncommon penetrating odor of the Arab's cigarettes brought back all that she had been trying to put out of her mind. With a groan she flung it away and buried her face in her arms. The past rose up and rushed, uncontrolled, through her brain. Incidents crowded into her recollection, memories of headlong gallops across the desert riding beside the man who, while she hated him, compelled her admiration, memories of him schooling the horses that he loved, sitting them like a centaur, memories of him amongst his men, memories more intimately connected with herself, of his varying moods, his swift changes from savage cruelty to amazing gentleness, from brutal intolerance to sudden consideration. There had even been times when he had interested her despite herself, and she had forgotten the relationship in which they stood towards each other in listening to his deep, slow voice, till a word or a gesture brought back the fact vividly. Memories of moments when she had struggled against his caresses and he had mocked her helplessness with his great strength, when she had lain in his arms panting and exhausted, cold with fear and shrinking from his fierce kisses. She had feared him as she had never believed it possible to fear. His face rose before her clearly with all the expressions she had learned to know and dread. She tried to banish it, striving with all her might to put him from her mind, twisting this way and that, writhing on the soft sand as she struggled with the obsession that held her. She saw him all the time plainly, as though he were there before her. Would he pursue her always, phantom-like? Would the recollection of the handsome brown face haunt her forever, with its fierce eyes and cruel mouth? She buried her head deeper in her arms, but the vision persisted until, with a scream, she started up with heaving chest and wild eyes, standing rigid, staring towards the south with a desperate fixedness that made her eyeballs ache. End of chapter 5A. Chapter 5B of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Sheik by E.M. Hull. Chapter 5B. The sense of his presence had been terribly real. She dropped onto the ground again with an hysterical laugh, and pushed the thick hair off her forehead wearily. Silver Star, laying his muzzle suddenly on her shoulder, made her start again violently with heavy beating heart. A frightened look went across her face. "I'm nervous," she muttered, looking round with a little shiver. "I shall go mad if I stay here much longer." The little oasis that she had hailed so joyfully had become utterly repugnant, and she was impatient to get away from it. She climbed eagerly into the saddle, and, with the rapid motion, she regained her calm and her spirits rose quickly. She shook off the feeling of apprehension that had taken hold of her, and her nervous fears died away. A reckless feeling, like the excitement of the morning, came over her, and she urged the gray on with coaxing words, and, responding to her voice, and hardly feeling her light weight, he raced on untiringly. All around was silence and a solitude that was stupendous. The vast emptiness was awe-inspiring. The afternoon was wearing away. Already it was growing cooler. Diana had seen no sign of human life since she had left Gaston hours before, and a little feeling of anxiety stirred faintly deep down in her heart. Traces of caravans she passed several times, and from the whitening bones of dead camels she turned her head in aversion. They were too intimately suggestive. She had seen a few jackals, and once a hyena lumbered away clumsily among some rocks as she passed. She had got away from the level desert, and was threading her way in and out of some low hills, which she felt were taking her out of her right course. She was steering by the setting sun, which had turned the sky into a glory of golden crimson, but the intricate turnings amongst the rocky hills were bewildering. The low, narrow defile seemed hemming her in, menacing her on all sides, and she was beginning to despair of finding her way out of the labyrinth, when, on rounding a particularly sharp turn, the rocks fell away suddenly and she rode out into open country. She breathed a sigh of relief and called out cheerily to the grey, but, as she looked ahead, her voice died away, and she reined him in sharply with a quickening heartbeat. Across the desert, about a mile away, she saw a party of Arabs coming towards her. There were about 50 of them, the leader riding a big black horse some little distance in front of his followers. In the clear atmosphere they seemed nearer than they were. It was not what she wished. She had hoped for an encampment where there would be women, or a caravan of traders whose constant communication with the towns would make them realize the importance of guiding her to civilization unharmed. This band of fighting men, for she could see their rifles clearly, and their close and orderly formation was anything but peaceful, filled her with the greatest misgivings. Only the worst might be expected from the wild, lawless tribesmen towards a woman alone amongst them. She had fled from one hideousness to another which would be 10 times more horrible. Her face blanched, and she set her teeth in desperation. The human beings she had prayed for were now a deadly menace, and she prayed as fervently that they might pass on and not notice her. Perhaps it was not too late. Perhaps they had not yet seen her, and she might still slip away and hide in the twisting turnings of the defile. She backed Silver Star further into the shadow of the rock, but as she did so she saw that she had been seen. The leader turned in his saddle and raised his hand high above his head, and with a wild shout and a great cloud of dust and sand his men checked their horses, dragging them back onto their haunches, while he galloped towards her alone. And at the same moment an icy hand clutched at Diana's heart and a moan burst from her lips. There was no mistaking him or the big black horse he rode. For a moment she reeled with a sudden faintness, and then, with a tremendous effort, she pulled herself together, dragging her horse's head round, and urged him back along the track which she had just left, and behind her raced Ahmed Ben Hassan, spurring the great black stallion as he had never done before. With ashy face and wild hunted eyes, Diana crouched forward on the grey's neck, saving him all she could and riding as she had never ridden in her life. Utterly reckless, she urged the horse to its utmost pace, regardless of the rough, dangerous track. Perhaps she could still shake off her pursuer among the tortuous paths of the hills. Nothing mattered but that.
Better even an ugly toss and a broken neck than that he should take her again.
Panic-stricken, she wanted to shriek and clenched her teeth on her lips to keep back the scream that rose in her throat. She dared not look behind, but straight ahead before her, riding with all her skill, hauling the grey round perilous corners and bending lower and lower in the saddle to aid him. In her terror she had forgotten what a little distance the hills stretched from where she had entered them, and blindly she turned into the track by which she had come, leaving the main hills on her right hand and emerging onto the open desert on the south side of the range. There was nothing now but the sheer speed of her horse to save her, and how long could she count on it? Then with a little glimmer of hope she remembered that the Sheik was riding the Hawk, own brother to the grey, and she knew that neither had ever outpaced the other. She had ridden hard all day, but it was probable that Ahmed Ben Hassan had ridden harder. He never spared his horses, and his weight was considerably greater than hers. Would it not be possible for Silver Star, carrying the lighter burden, to outdistance the Hawk? It was a chance. She would take it, but she would never give in. The perspiration was rolling down her face, and her breath was coming laboriously. Suddenly, a few minutes after she had left the hills behind, the Sheik's deep voice came clearly across the space between them. "If you do not stop, I will shoot your horse. I give you 1 minute." She swayed a little in the saddle, clutching the grey's neck to steady herself, and for a moment she closed her eyes, but she did not falter for an instant. She would not stop. Nothing on earth should make her stop now. Only because she knew the man, she kicked her feet clear of the stirrups. He had said he would shoot, and he would shoot, and if the grey shied or swerved a hair's breadth, she would probably receive the bullet that was meant for him. Better that! Yes, even better that! Silver Star tore on headlong, and the minute seemed a lifetime. Then, before even she heard the report, he bounded in the air and fell with a crash. Diana was flung far forward and landed on some soft sand. For a moment she was stunned by the fall, then she staggered dizzily to her feet and stumbled back to the prostrate horse. He was lashing out wildly with his heels, making desperate efforts to rise, and as she reached him, the black horse dashed up alongside, stopping suddenly and rearing straight up. The Sheik leapt to the ground and ran towards her. He caught her wrist and flung her out of his way, and she lay where she had fallen, every nerve in her body quivering. She was beaten, and with the extinguishing of her last hope all her courage failed her. She gave way to sheer, overwhelming terror, utterly cowed. Every faculty was suspended, swallowed up in the one dominating force, the dread of his voice and the dread of the touch of his hands. She heard a second report, and knew that he had put Silver Star out of his misery. And then, in a few seconds, his voice beside her. She got up unsteadily, shrinking from him. "Why are you here, and where is Gaston?" In a stifled voice she told him everything. What did it matter? If she tried to be silent, he would force her to speak. He made no comment, and bringing the Hawk nearer, tossed her up roughly into the saddle, and swung up behind her, the black breaking at once into the usual headlong gallop. She made no kind of resistance. A complete apathy seemed to have come over her. She did not look at the body of Silver Star. She looked at nothing, clinging to the front of the saddle and staring ahead of her unseeingly. She had dropped her helmet when she fell, and she had left it, thankful to be relieved of the pressure on her aching head. Her mental collapse had affected her physically, and it needed a real effort of will power to enable her to sit upright. Very soon they would join the horsemen, who were waiting for them, and for her pride's sake she must concentrate all her energy to avoid betraying her weakness. Ahmed Ben Hassan did not go back through the defile. He turned into a little path that Diana had overlooked, and which skirted the hills. In about half an hour the troop met them, riding slowly from the opposite direction. She did not raise her eyes as they approached, but she heard Yusuf's clear tenor voice calling out to the Sheik, who answered shortly as the men fell in behind him. Back over the ground that she had traversed so differently, she knew that it had been madness from the first. She should have known that it could never succeed, that she could never reach civilization alone. She had been a fool ever to imagine that she could win through. The chance that had thrown her again into the Sheik's power might just as easily have thrown her into the hands of any other Arab. Luck had helped Ahmed Ben Hassan even as she herself had unknowingly played into his hands when he had captured her first. Fate was with him. It was useless to try and struggle against him any more. Her brain was a confused medley of thoughts that she was too tired to unravel, strange, conflicting ideas chasing wildly through her mind. She did not understand them. She did not try. The effort of thinking made her head ache agonizingly. She was conscious of a great unrest, a dull aching in her heart and a terrible depression that was altogether apart from the fear she felt of the Sheik. She gave up trying to think. She was concerned only with trying to keep her balance. She lifted her head for the first time and looked at the magnificent sky. The sun had almost set, going down in a ball of molten fire, and the heavens on either side were a riot of gold and crimson and palest green, shading off into vivid blue that grew blacker and blacker as the glory of the sunset died away. The scattered palm trees and the far off hills stood out in strong relief. It was a country of marvelous beauty, and Diana's heart gave a sudden throb as she realized that she was going back to it all. She was drooping wearily, unable to sit upright any longer, and once or twice she jolted heavily against the man who rode behind her. His nearness had ceased to revolt her. She thought of it with a dull feeling of wonder. She had even a sense of relief at the thought of the strength so close to her. Her eyes rested on his hands, showing brown and muscular under the folds of his white robes. She knew the power of the long, lean fingers that could, when he liked, be gentle enough. Her eyes filled with sudden tears, but she blinked them back before they fell. She wanted desperately to cry. A wave of terrible loneliness went over her, a feeling of desolation, and a strange, incomprehensible yearning for what she did not know. As the sunset faded and it grew rapidly dusk, a chill wind sprang up, and she shivered from time to time, drooping more and more with fatigue, at times only half conscious. She had drifted into complete oblivion, when she was awakened with a jerk that threw her back violently against the Sheik. But she was too tired to more than barely understand that they had stopped for something, and that there were palm trees near her. She felt herself lifted down and a cloak wrapped round her, and then she remembered nothing more. She awoke slowly, shaking off a persistent drowsiness by degrees. She was still tired, but the desperate weariness was gone, and she was conscious of a feeling of well-being and security. The cool night air blew in her face, dissipating her sleepiness. She became aware that night had fallen, and that they were still steadily galloping southward. In a few moments she was wide awake, and found that she was lying across the saddle in front of the Sheik, and that he was holding her in the crook of his arm. Her head was resting just over his heart, and she could feel the regular beat beneath her cheek. Wrapped warmly in the cloak and held securely by his strong arm, at first she was content to give way only to the sensation of bodily rest. End of chapter 5b. Chapter 5c of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Sheik by E.M. Hull. Chapter 5c. It was enough for the moment to lie with relaxed muscles, to make no effort of any kind, to feel the soothing rush of the wind against her face, and the swift, easy gallop of the hawk as he carried them on through the night. Them! With a start of recollection she realized fully whose arm was round her and whose breast her head was resting on. Her heart beat with sudden violence. What was the matter with her? Why did she not shrink from the pressure of his arm and the contact of his warm, strong body? What had happened to her? Quite suddenly she knew that she loved him, that she had loved him for a long time, even when she thought she hated him and when she had fled from him. She knew now why his face had haunted her in the little oasis at midday, that it was love calling to her subconsciously. All the confusion of mind that had assailed her when they started on the homeward journey, the conflicting thoughts and contrary emotions, were explained. But she knew herself at last and knew the love that filled her, an overwhelming, passionate love that almost frightened her with its immensity and with the sudden hold it had laid upon her. Love had come to her at last, who had scorned so fiercely. The men who had loved her had not had the power to touch her. She had given love to no one. She had thought that she could not love, that she was devoid of all natural affection, and that she would never know what love meant. But she knew now, a love of such complete surrender that she had never conceived. Her heart was given for all time to the fierce desert man who was so different from all other men whom she had met, a lawless savage who had taken her to satisfy a passing fancy and who had treated her with merciless cruelty. He was a brute, but she loved him for his very brutality and superb animal strength. And he was an Arab, a man of different race and color, a native. Aubrey would indiscriminately class him as a damned nigger. She did not care. It made no difference. A year ago, a few weeks even. She would have shuddered with repulsion at the bare idea. The thought that a native could even touch her had been revolting. But all that was swept away and was nothing in the face of the love that filled her heart so completely. She did not care if he was an Arab. She did not care what he was. He was the man she loved. She was deliriously, insanely happy. She was lying against his heart, and the clasp of his arm was joy unspeakable. She was utterly content. For the moment all life narrowed down to the immediate surroundings, and she wished childishly that they could ride so for ever through eternity. The night was brilliant, the stars blazed against the inky blackness of the sky, and the light of the full moon was startlingly clear and white. The discordant yelling of a pack of hunting jackals came from a little distance, breaking the perfect stillness. The men were riding in unusual silence, though a low exclamation or the subdued jingle of accoutrement was heard occasionally. Once someone fired at a night creature that bounded out from almost under his horse's feet. But the Sheik flung a word of savage command over his shoulder and there were no more shots. Diana stirred slightly, moving her head so that she could see his face showing clearly in the bright moonlight, which threw some features into high relief and left the rest in dark shadow. She looked at him with quickening breath. He was peering intently ahead, his eyes flashing in the cold light, his brows drawn together in the characteristic heavy scowl, and the firm chin so near her face was pushed out more doggedly than usual. He felt her move and glanced down. For a moment she looked straight into his eyes, and then, with a low, inarticulate murmur, she hid her face against him. He did not speak, but he shifted her weight a little, drawing her closer into the curve of his arm. It was very late when they reached the camp. Lights flashed up in the big tent and on all sides, and they were surrounded by a crowd of excited tribesmen and servants. In spite of the hard day's work, the hawk started plunging and rearing, his invariable habit on stopping, which nothing could break, and at a word from the Sheik, two men leapt to his head while he transferred Diana to Yusuf's outstretched arms. She was stiff and giddy, and the young man helped her to the door of the tent and then vanished again into the throng of men and horses. Diana sank wearily onto the divan and covered her face with her hands. She was trembling with fatigue and apprehension. What would he do to her? She asked herself the question over and over again, with shaking, soundless lips, praying for courage, nerving herself to meet him. At last she heard his voice, and looking up, saw him standing in the doorway. His back was turned, and he was giving orders to a number of men who stood near him, for she could hear their several voices. And shortly afterwards half a dozen small bands of men rode quickly away in different directions. For a few moments he stood talking to Yusuf, and then came in. At the sight of him Diana shrank back among the soft cushions, but he took no notice of her, and, lighting a cigarette, began walking up and down the tent. She dared not speak to him. The expression on his face was terrible. Two soft-footed Arab servants brought a hastily prepared supper. It was a ghastly meal. He never spoke or showed in any way that he was conscious of her presence. She had had nothing to eat all day, but the food nearly choked her, and she could hardly swallow it, but she forced herself to eat a little. It seemed interminable until the servants finally withdrew, after bringing two little gold-cased cups of native coffee. She gulped it down with difficulty. The Sheik had resumed his restless pacing, smoking cigarette after cigarette in endless succession. The monotonous tramp to and fro worked on Diana's nerves until she winced each time he passed her, and, huddled on the divan, she watched him continually, fascinated, fearful. He never looked at her. From time to time he glanced at the watch on his wrist, and each time his face grew blacker. If he would only speak! His silence was worse than anything he could say. What was he going to do? He was capable of doing anything. The suspense was torture. Her hands grew clammy and she wrenched at the soft open collar of her riding shirt with a feeling of suffocation. Twice Yusuf came to report, and the second time the Sheik came back slowly from the door where he had been speaking to him, and stopped in front of Diana, looking at her strangely. She flung out her hands instinctively, shrinking further back among the cushions, her eyes wavering under his. "What are you going to do to me?" she whispered involuntarily, with dry lips. He looked at her without answering for a while, as if to prolong the torture she was enduring, and a cruel look crept into his eyes. "That depends on what happens to Gaston," he said at length slowly. "Gaston?" she repeated stupidly. She had forgotten the valet. In all that had occurred since the morning she had forgotten his very existence. "Yes, Gaston," he said sternly. "You do not seem to have thought of what might happen to him." She sat up slowly, a puzzled look coming into her face. "What could happen to him?" she asked wonderingly. He dragged back the flap of the tent and pointed out into the darkness. "Over there is the southwest. There is an old Sheik whose name is Ibrahim Omar. His tribe and mine have been at feud for generations. Lately I have learned that he has been venturing nearer than he has ever before dared. He hates me. To capture my personal servant would be more luck than he could have hoped for." He dropped the flap and began walking up and down again. There was a sinister tone in his voice that made Diana suddenly comprehend the little Frenchman's peril. Ahmed Ben Hassan was not the man to be easily alarmed on any one's behalf. That he was anxious about Gaston was apparent, and with her knowledge of him, she understood his anxiety argued a very real danger. She had heard tales before she left Biskra, and since then she had been living in an Arab camp, and she knew something of the fiendish cruelty and callous indifference to suffering of the Arabs. Ghastly mental pictures with appalling details crowded now into her mind. She shuddered. "What would they do to him?" she asked shakily, with a look of horror. The Sheik paused beside her. He looked at her curiously, and the cruelty deepened in his eyes. "Shall I tell you what they would do to him?" he said meaningly, with a terrible smile. She gave a cry, and flung her arms over her head, hiding her face. "Oh, do not! Do not!" she wailed. He jerked the ash from his cigarette. "Bah!" he said contemptuously. "You are squeamish." She felt sick with the realization of what could result to Gaston from her action. She had had no personal feeling with regard to him. On the contrary, she liked him. She had not thought of him, the man, when she had stampeded his horse and left him on foot so far from camp. She had looked upon him only as a jailer, his master's deputy. The near presence of this hostile Sheik explained many things she had not understood. Gaston's evident desire daring their ride not to go beyond a certain distance, the special activity that had prevailed of late amongst the Sheik's immediate followers, and the speed and silence that had been maintained during the headlong gallop across the desert that evening. She had known all along the Arab's obvious affection for his French servant, and it was confirmed now by the anxiety that he did not take the trouble to conceal, so unlike his usual complete indifference to suffering or danger. She looked at him thoughtfully. There were still depths that she had not fathomed in his strange character. Would she ever arrive at even a distant understanding of his complex nature? There was a misty yearning in her eyes as they followed his tall figure up and down the tent. His feet made no sound on the thick rugs, and he moved with the long, graceful stride that always reminded her of the walk of a wild animal. Her new found love longed for expression as she watched him. If she could only tell him! If she had only the right to go to him and in his arms to kiss away the cruel lines from his mouth! But she had not. She must wait until she was called, until he should choose to notice the woman whom he had taken for his pleasure, until the baser part of him had need of her again. He was an Arab, and to him a woman was a slave, and as a slave she must give everything and ask for nothing. And when he did turn to her again, the joy she would feel in his embrace would be an agony for the love that was not there. His careless kisses would scorch her, and the strength of his arms would be a mockery. But would he ever turn to her again? If anything happened to Gaston, if what he had suggested became a fact, and the servant fell a victim to the blood feud between the two tribes, she knew he would be terribly avenged. And what would her part be? She wondered dully if he would kill her, and how; if the long brown fingers with their steely strength would choke the life out of her. Her hands went up to her throat mechanically. He stopped near her to light a fresh cigarette, and she was trying to summon up courage to speak to him of Gaston, when the covering of the doorway was flung open, and Gaston himself stood in the entrance. "Monseigneur," he stammered, and with his two hands outstretched, palm uppermost, he made an appealing gesture. The Sheik's hand shot out and gripped the man's shoulder. "Gaston, enfin, mon ami," he said slowly, but there was a ring in his low voice that Diana had never heard before. For a moment the two men stared at each other, and then Ahmed Ben Hassan gave a little laugh of great relief. "Praise be to Allah, the merciful, the compassionate," he murmured. "To his name praise," rejoined Gaston softly. Then his eyes roved around the tent towards Diana, and there was no resentment in them, but only anxiety. "Madame is—" he hesitated, but the Sheik cut him short. "Madame is quite safe," he said dryly, and pushed him gently towards the door with a few words in rapid Arabic. He stood some time after Gaston had gone to his own quarters, looking out into the night, and when he came in, lingered unusually over closing the flap. Diana stood hesitating. She was worn out, and her long riding boots felt like lead. She was afraid to go and afraid to stay. He seemed purposely ignoring her. The relief of Gaston's return was enormous, but she had still to reckon with him for her attempted flight. That he said no word about it at the moment meant nothing. She knew him too well for that. And there was Silver Star, the finest of all his magnificent horses. She had yet to pay for his death. The strain that she had gone through since the morning was tremendous. She could not bear much more. His silence aggravated her breaking nerves until she felt that her nerves would go. He had moved over to the writing table and was tearing the wrapping off a box of cartridges preparatory to refilling the magazine of his revolver. The little operation seemed to take centuries. She started at each separate click. She gripped her hands and passed her tongue over her dry lips. If he would not speak, she must. She could endure it no longer. "I am sorry about Silver Star," she faltered, and even to herself her voice sounded hoarse and strange. He did not answer, but only shrugged his shoulders as he dropped the last cartridge into its place. The gesture and his uncompromising attitude exasperated her. "You had better have shot me," she said bitterly. "Perhaps. You would have been easier replaced. There are plenty of women. But Silver Star was almost unique," he retorted quickly, and she winced at the cold brutality of his tone. A little sad smile curved her lips. "Yet you shot your horse to get me back," she said in a barely audible voice. He flung round with an oath. "You little fool! Do you know so little of me yet? Do you think that I will let anything stand between me and what I want? Do you think that by running away from me you will make me want you less? By Allah, I would have found you if you had got as far as France. What I have I keep, until I tire of it. And I have not tired of you yet." He jerked her to him, staring down at her passionately, and for a moment his face was the face of a devil. "How shall I punish you?" He felt the shudder he expected go through her, and laughed as she shrank in his arms and hid her face. He forced her head up with merciless fingers. "What do you hate most? My kisses?" And with another mocking laugh he crushed his mouth to hers in a long, suffocating embrace. Then he let her go suddenly, and blind and dizzy, she reeled from him and staggered. He caught her as she swayed, and swept her into his arms. Her head fell back against his shoulder, and his face changed at the sight of her quivering features. He carried her into the adjoining room and laid her on the couch, her hands lingering as he drew them from her. For a moment he stood looking down with smoldering eyes on the slight, boyish figure lying on the bed, the ferocity dying out of his face. "Take care you do not wake the devil in me again, ma belle," he said sombrely. Alone, Diana turned her face into the pillows with a moan of anguish. Back in the desert a few hours ago, under the shining stars, when the truth had first come to her, she had thought that she was happy. But she knew now that without his love she would never be happy. She had tasted the bitterness of his loveless kisses, and she knew that a worse bitterness was to come, and she writhed at the thought of what her life with him would be. "I love him! I love him! And I want his love more than anything in heaven and earth." End of chapter 5C.
Chapter 6A of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.J. Franck. The Sheik by E.M. Hull. Chapter 6A. Diana was sitting on the divan in the living room of the tent, lingering over her petit déjeuner, a cup of coffee poised in one hand, and her bright head bent over a magazine on her knee. It was a French periodical of fairly recent date, left a few days before by a Dutchman who was touring through the desert, and who had asked a night's hospitality. Diana had not seen him, and it was not until the traveller had been served with dinner in his own tent that the Sheik had sent the usual flowery message, conveying what, though wrapped in honeyed words, amounted practically to a command that he should come to drink coffee and let himself be seen. Only native servants had been in attendance, and it was an Arab untinged by any Western influence who had received him, talking only Arabic, which the Dutchman spoke fluently, and placing at his disposal himself, his servants, and all his belongings with a perfunctory Oriental insincerity which the traveller knew meant nothing and accepted at its own value, returning to the usual set phrases the customary answers that were expected of him. Once or twice as they talked a woman's subdued voice had reached the Dutchman's ears from behind the thick curtains, but he knew too much to let any expression betray him, and he smiled grimly to himself at the thought of the change that an indiscreet question would bring to the stern face of his grave and impassive host. He was an elderly man with a tender heart, and he wondered speculatively what the girl in the next room would have to pay for her own indiscretion in allowing her voice to be heard. He left the next morning early without seeing the Sheik again, escorted for some little distance by Yusef and a few men. Diana read eagerly. Anything fresh to read was precious. She looked like a slender boy in the soft riding shirt and smart-cut breeches, one slim foot in a long brown boot drawn up under her, and the other swinging idly against the side of the divan. She finished her coffee hastily, and lighting a cigarette, leaned back with a sigh of content over the magazine. 2 months had slipped away since her mad flight, since her dash for freedom that had ended in tragedy for the beautiful Silver Star, and so unexpectedly for herself. Weeks of vivid happiness that had been mixed with poignant suffering, for the perfect joy of being with him was marred by the passionate longing for his love. Even her surroundings had taken on a new aspect. Her happiness colored everything. The Eastern luxury of the tent and its appointments no longer seemed theatrical, but the natural setting of the magnificent specimen of manhood who surrounded himself by all the display dear to the heart of the native. How much was for his own pleasure, and how much was for the sake of his followers, she had never been able to determine. The beauties and attractions of the desert had multiplied 100 times. The wild tribesmen, with their primitive ways and savagery, had ceased to disgust her, and the free life with its constant exercise and simple routine was becoming indefinitely dear to her. The camp had been moved several times, always towards the south, and each change had been a source of greater interest. And since the night that he had carried her back in triumph, he had been kind to her, kind beyond anything that she had expected. He had never made any reference to her fight or to the death of the horse that he had valued so highly. In that he had been generous. The episode over, he wished no further allusion to it, but there was nothing beyond kindness. The passion that smoldered in his dark eyes often was not the love she craved. It was only the desire that her uncommon type and her utterly dissimilarity from all the other women who passed through his hands had awakened in him. The perpetual remembrance of those other women brought her a constant burning shame that grew stronger every day, a shame that was only less strong than her ardent love, and a wild jealousy that tortured her with doubts and fears, an ever-present demon of suggestion reminding her of the past when it was not she who lay in his arms, not her lips that received his kisses. The knowledge that the embraces she panted for had been shared by les autres was an open wound that would not heal. She tried to shut her mind to the past. She knew that she was a fool to expect the abstinence of a monk in the strong, virile desert man, and she was afraid for the future. She wanted him for herself alone, wanted his undivided love, and that he was an Arab with Oriental instincts filled her with continual dread of the real future about which she never dared to think, dread of the passing of his transient desire. She loved him so passionately, so completely, that beyond him was nothing. He was all the world. She gave herself to him gladly, triumphantly, as she would give her life for him, if need be. But she had schooled herself to hide her love, to yield apathetically to his caresses, and to conceal the longing that possessed her. She was afraid that the knowledge that she loved him would bring about the disaster she dreaded. The words that he had once used remained continually in her mind. "If you loved me, you would bore me, and I should have to let you go." And she hid her love closely in her heart. It was difficult, and it hurt her to hide it from him and to assume indifference. It was difficult to remember that she must make a show of reluctance when she was longing to give unreservedly. She dropped the end of the cigarette hissing into the dregs of the coffee and turned a page, and as she did so she looked up suddenly, the magazine dropping unheeded on the floor. Close outside the tent, the same low, vibrating baritone was singing the Kashmiri love song that she had heard last the night before she left Biskra. She sat tense, her eyes growing puzzled. "Pale hands I loved beside the Shalimar, where are you now? Who lies beneath your spell?" The voice came nearer, and he swept in, still singing, and came to her. "Pale hands pink-tipped," he sang, stopping in front of her and catching her fingers in his up to his lips. But she tore them away before he kissed them. "You do know English," she cried sharply, her eyes searching his. He flung himself on the divan beside her with a laugh. "Because I sing an English song," he replied in French. "La la! I heard a Spanish boy singing in Carmen once in Paris who did not know a word of French beside the score. He learned it parrot-like as I learn your English songs," he added, smiling. She watched him light a cigarette, and her forehead wrinkled thoughtfully. "It was you who sang outside the hotel in Biskra that night?" she asked at last, more statement than question. "One is mad sometimes, especially when the moon is high," he replied teasingly. "And was it you who came into my bedroom and put the blank cartridges in my revolver?" His arm stole round her, drawing her to him, and he lifted her head up so that he could look into her eyes. "Do you think that I would have allowed anybody else to go to your room at night? I, an Arab, when I meant you for myself?" "You were so sure?" He laughed softly, as if the suggestion that any plan of his could be liable to miscarriage amused him infinitely, and the smouldering passion flamed up in his dark eyes. He strained her to him hungrily, as if her slim body lying against his had awakened the sleeping fires within him. She struggled against the pressure of his arm, averting her head. "Always cold?" he chided. "Kiss me, little piece of ice." She longed to, and it almost broke her heart to persevere in her efforts to repulse him. A wild desire seized her to tell him that she loved him, to make an end once and for all of the misery of doubt and fear that was sapping her strength from her, and abide by the issue. But the spark of hope that lived in her heart gave her courage, and she fought down the burning words that sought utterance, forcing indifference into her eyes and a mutinous pout to her lips. His black brows drew together slowly. "Still disobedient? You said you would obey me. I loathe the English, but I thought their word—" She interrupted him with a quick gesture, and turning her face to his, for the first time, kissed him voluntarily, brushing his tanned cheek with swift, cold lips. He laughed disdainfully. "Bon Dieu! Has the hot sun of the desert taught you no better than that? Have you learned so little from me? Has the vile climate of your detestable country frozen you so thoroughly that nothing can melt you? Or is there some man in England who has the power to turn you from a statue to a woman?" he added with an angry snarl. She clenched her hands with the pain of his words. "There is no one," she muttered. "But I don't feel like that." "You had better learn," he said thickly. "I am tired of holding an icicle in my arms," and sweeping her completely into his masterful grasp, he covered her face with fierce, burning kisses. And for the first time she surrendered to him wholly, clinging to him passionately, and giving him kiss for kiss with an absolute abandon of all resistance. At last he let her go, panting and breathless, and leaped up, drawing his hand across his eyes. "You go to my head, Diane," he said, with a laugh that was half anger, and shrugging his shoulders moved across the tent to the chest where the spare arms were kept, and unlocking it, took out a revolver and began to clean it. She looked at him bewildered. What had he meant? How could she reconcile what he said with the advice that he had given her before? Was he totally inconsistent? Did he, after all, want the satisfaction of knowing that he had made her love him, of flattering himself on the power he exercised over her? Did he care that he was able to torture her heart with a refinement of cruelty that took all and gave nothing? Did he wish her to crawl abjectly to his feet, to give him the pleasure of spurning her contemptuously? Or was it only that he wanted her senses merely to respond to his ardent Eastern temperament? Her face grew hot and shamed. She knew the fiery nature that was hidden under his impassive exterior, and knew the control he exercised over himself, knew too that the strain he put upon himself was liable to be broken with unexpected suddenness. It was an easy thing to rule his wild followers, and she guessed that the relaxation that he looked for in the privacy of his own tent meant more to him than he would ever have admitted, than perhaps he even knew. The hatred and defiance with which she had repelled him had provoked and amused him, but it had also at times angered him. He was very human, and there must have been moments when he wanted a willing mate rather than a rebellious prisoner. She gave a quick sigh as she looked at him. He was so strong, so vigorous, so intensely alive. It was going to be very difficult to anticipate his moods and be subservient to his temper. She sighed again wearily. If she could but make him and keep him happy. She ruffled her loose curls, tugging them with a puzzled frown, a trick that was a survival of her nursery days, when she clutched frantically at her red gold mop to help her settle any childish difficulty. She knelt up suddenly on the cushions of the divan. "Why do you hate the English so bitterly, Monseigneur?" She had dropped almost unconsciously into Gaston's mode of address for some time. It was often awkward to give him no name, and she shrank from using his own, and the title fitted him. He looked up from his work, and, gathering the materials together, brought them over to the divan. "Light me a cigarette, chérie. My hands are busy," he replied irrelevantly. She complied with a little laugh. "You haven't answered my question." He polished the gleaming little weapon in his hand for some time without speaking. "Ma petite Diane, your lips are of an adorable redness, and your voice is music in my ears, but I detest questions. They bore me to a point of exasperation," he said at last lightly, and started humming the Kashmiri song again. She knew him well enough to know that all questions did not bore him, but that she must have touched some point connected with the past of which she was ignorant that affected him, and to prove her knowledge she asked another question. "Why do you sing? You have never sung before." He looked at her with a smile of amusement at her pertinacity. "Inquisitive one, I sing because I am glad, because my friend is coming." "Your friend?" "Yes, by Allah, the best friend a man ever had, Raoul de Saint-Hubert." She flashed a look at the bookcase with a jerk of her head, and he nodded. "Coming here?" she queried, and the dismay she felt sounded in her voice. He frowned in quick annoyance at her tone. "Why not?" he said haughtily. "No reason," she murmured, sinking down among the cushions again and picking up the magazine from the floor. The advent of a stranger, a European, was a shock, but she felt that the Sheik's eyes were on her, and she determined to show no feeling in his presence. "What time will you be ready to ride?" she asked indifferently, with a simulated yawn, flirting over the pages. "I can't ride with you today. I am going to meet Saint-Hubert. His courier only came an hour ago. It is 2 years since I have seen him." Diana slipped off the couch and went to the open doorway. A detachment of men were already waiting for him, and close by the tent Shaitan of the ugly temper was biting and fidgeting in the hands of the grooms. She scowled at the beautiful, wicked creature's flat-laid ears and rolling eyes. She would have backed him fearlessly herself if the Sheik had let her, but she was nervous for him every time he rode the vicious beast. No one but the Sheik could manage him, and though she knew that he had perfect mastery over the horse, she never lost the feeling of nervousness, a sensation the old Diana had never experienced, and she wished today that it had been any other horse but Shaitan waiting for him. She went back to him slowly. "It makes my head ache to stay in all day. May Gaston not ride with me?" she asked diffidently, her eyes anywhere but on his face. He had not allowed her to ride with anyone except himself since her attempted escape, and to her tentative suggestions that the rides with the valet might be resumed, he had given a prompt refusal. He hesitated now, and she was afraid he was going to refuse again, and she looked up wistfully. "Please, monseigneur?" she whispered humbly. He looked at her for a moment with his chin squarer than usual. "Are you going to run away again?" he asked bluntly. Her eyes filled slowly with tears, and she turned her head away to hide them. "No, I am not going to run away again," she said very low. "Very well, I will tell him. He will be delighted, le bon Gaston. He is your very willing slave in spite of the trick you played on him. He has a beautiful nature, le pauvre diable. He is not an Arab, eh, little Diane?" The mocking smile was back in his eyes as he turned her face up to his in the usual peremptory way. Then he held out the revolver he had been cleaning with sudden seriousness. "I want you to carry this always now when you ride. Ibrahim Omer is still in the neighborhood." She looked at it blankly. "But," she stammered. He knew what was in her mind, and he stooped and kissed her lightly. "I trust you," he said quietly, and went out. She followed him to the door, the revolver dangling from her hand, and watched him mount and ride away. His horsemanship was superb, and her eyes glowed as they followed him. She went back into the tent and slipped the revolver into the holster he had left lying on a stool, and tucking it and Saint-Hubert's novel, which she took from the bookcase, under her arm, went into the bedroom, and calling to Zillah to pull off her riding boots, threw herself on the bed to laze away the morning and to try and picture the author from the book he had written. She hated him in advance. She was jealous of him and of his coming. The Sheik's sudden new tenderness had given rise to a hope she hardly dared allow herself to dwell upon. Might not the power that she had exercised over other men be still extended to him in spite of the months that he had been indifferent to anything except the mere physical attraction she had for him? Was it not possible that out of that attraction might develop something finer and better than the primitive desire she had aroused? Oriental though he was, might he not be capable of a deep and lasting affection? He might have loved her if no outside influence had come to interrupt the routine that had become so intimately a part of his life. Those other episodes to which he had referred so lightly had been a matter of days or weeks, not months, as in her case. He might have cared but for the coming of this Frenchman. She hurled Saint-Hubert's book across the room in a fit of girlish rage and buried her head in her arms. He would be odious, a smirking, conceited egotist. She had met several French writers, and she visualized him contemptuously. His books were undoubtedly clever, so much the worse. He would be correspondingly inflated. His novel revealed a passionate, emotional temperament that promised to complicate the situation if he should be pleased to cast an eye of favour on her. She writhed at the very thought, and that he was to see her was evident. The Sheik had left no orders to the contrary. It was not to be the case of the Dutch traveller when the fact that she belonged to an Arab had been brought home to her effectually by Ahmed Ben Hassan's peremptory commands, and she had experienced for the first time the sensation of a woman kept in seclusion. End of section 6A. Recording by M.J. Franck, Portland, Oregon. Chapter 6B of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.J. Franck. The Sheik by E.M. Hall. Chapter 6B. The emotions of the morning and the disappointment of the intended ride, together with the dismay produced by the unexpected visitor, all combined to agitate her powerfully, and she worked herself up into a fever of self-torture and unhappiness. She ended by falling asleep, and slept heavily for some hours. Zilah waked her with a shy hand on her arm and a soft announcement of lunch, and Diana sat up, rubbing her eyes, flushed and drowsy. She stared uncomprehendingly for a moment at the Arab girl, and then waved her away imperiously and buried her head in the pillows again. Lunch, when her heart was breaking? Mindful of her lord's deputy, who was waiting in the next room, and whom she regarded with awe, Zilah held her ground with a timid insistence until Diana started up wrathfully and bade her go into tones that she had never used before to the little waiting girl. Zilah fled precipitately, and thoroughly awakened, Diana swung her heels to the ground and with her elbows on her knees rested her hot head in her hands. She felt giddy, her head ached, and her mouth was parched and dry. She got up languidly, and going to the table, studied her face in the mirror intently. She frowned at the reflection. She had never been proud of her own beauty. She had lived with it always, and it had seemed to her a thing of no consequence. And now that it had failed to arouse the love she wanted in Ahmed Ben Hassan, she almost hated it. "Are you going to have fever, or are you merely bad-tempered?" she asked out loud, and the sound of her own voice made her laugh in spite of her heavy heart. She went into the bathroom and soused her head in cold water. When she came back, a frightened Zilah was putting a small tray on the brass-topped table by the bed. "Monsieur Gaston," she stammered, almost crying. Diana looked at the tray, arranged with all the dainty neatness dear to the valet's heart, and then at the travelling clock on the table beside it, and realized that it was an hour past her usual lunch time, and that she was extremely hungry after all. A little piece of paper on the tray caught her eye, and picking it up, she read in Gaston's clear though minute handwriting, "At what hour does Madame desire to ride?" The servant clearly had no intention of giving up the programme for the afternoon without a struggle. She smiled as she added a figure to the end of the note and went to the curtains that divided the rooms. "Gaston!" "Madame?" She passed the paper silently through the curtains and went back to her lunch. When she sent Zilah away with the empty tray, she rescued the Vicomte de Saint-Hubert's book from the floor where she had thrown it, and tried to read it dispassionately. She turned to the title page and studied the penciled scrawl, "Souvenir de Raoul," closely. It did not look like the handwriting of a small-minded man, but handwriting was nothing to go by, she argued obstinately. Aubrey, who was the essence of selfishness, wrote beautifully, and had once been told by an expert that his writing denoted a generous love of his fellow men, which deduction had aroused no enthusiasm in the baronet, and had given his sister over to helpless mirth. She turned the pages, dipping here and there, finally forgetting the author altogether in the book. It was a wonderful story of a man's love and faithfulness, and Diana pushed it aside at last with a very bitter sigh. Things happened so in books. In real life they happened very differently. She looked round the room with pain-filled eyes at the medley of her own and the Sheik's belongings, her ivory toilet appointments jostling indiscriminately among his brushes and his razors on the dressing-table, and then at the pillow beside her where his head rested every night. She stooped and kissed it with a little quivering breath. "Ahmed, oh, Monseigneur," she murmured longingly. Then, with an impatient jerk of the head, she sprang up and dragged on her boots. She pulled a soft felt hat down over her eyes and picked up the revolver the Sheik had given her. She paused a moment, looking at it with an odd smile before buckling it round her slim waist. Gaston's face lit up with genuine pleasure when she came out to the horses. She had felt a momentary embarrassment before she left the tent, thinking of the last time he had ridden with her, but she had known from the moment he came back that night that he bore no malice, and the look on his face and his stammered words to the Sheik had indicated that the fear he felt for her was not for what might have happened in the desert, but for what might yet happen to her at the hands of his master and hers. The horse that she rode always now was pure white, not so fast as Silver Star, and very tricky, called the Dancer from a nervous habit of dancing on his hind legs at starting and stopping like a circus horse. He was difficult to mount and edged away shyly as Diana tried to get her foot into the stirrup. But she swung up at last, and by the time the Dancer had finished his display of haute école, Gaston was mounted. "After riding the Dancer, I feel confident to enter for the concours hippique," she laughed over her shoulder and touched the horse with her heel. She wanted exercise primarily, hard physical exercise that would tire her out and keep her mind occupied and prevent her from thinking, and the horse she rode supplied both needs. He required watching all the time. She let him out to his full pace for his own sake and hers, and the air and the movement banished her headache, and a kind of exhilaration came over her, making her almost happy. After a while she reined in her horse and waved to Gaston to come alongside. "Tell me of this Vicomte de Saint-Hubert who is coming. You know him, I suppose, as you have been so long with Monseigneur." Gaston smiled. "I knew him before Monseigneur did. I was born on the estate of Monsieur le Comte de Saint-Hubert, the father of Monsieur le Vicomte. I and my twin brother Henri. We both went into Monsieur le Comte's training stables, and then after our time in the cavalry, Henri became valet to Monsieur le Vicomte, and I came to Monseigneur." Diana took off her hat and rubbed her forehead thoughtfully. 15 years ago Ahmed must have been about 20. Why should an Arab chief of that age, or any age, indulge in such an anomaly as a French valet, or, for that matter, why should a French valet attach himself to an Arab sheik and exile himself in the wilds of the desert? Whichever way she turned, the mystery of the man she loved seemed to crop up. She started arguing with herself in a circle. Why should the sheik have a European servant? Or why should he not? Until she gave it up in hopeless confusion. She turned to Gaston with the intention of asking further of the coming visitor, and keeping the Dancer as still as she could, sat looking at the valet with great questioning eyes, fanning her hot face with her hat. Gaston, whose own horse stood like a rock, was frankly mopping his forehead. Diana decided against any more questions. Gaston would naturally be hopelessly biased, having been born and brought up in the shadow of the family, and after all she would rather judge for herself. One inquiry only she permitted herself. "The family of Saint Hubert, are they of the old or the new noblesse?" "Of the old, madame," replied Gaston quickly. Diana coaxed her nervous mount close beside his steadier companion, and thrusting his bridle and her hat into Gaston's hands, slipped to the ground and walked away a little distance to the top of a small mound. She sat down on the summit with her back to the horses and her arms clasped round her knees. All that the coming of this strange man meant to her rushed suddenly over her. He was a man, obviously, who moved in the world, her world, since he apparently travelled extensively, and his father was wealthy enough to run a racing stable as a hobby and was a member of the dwindling class of ancienne noblesse. It was characteristic of her that she put first what she did. How could she bear to meet one of her own order in the position in which she was? She who had been proud Diana Mayo, and now the mistress of an Arab sheik? She laid her face on her knees with a shudder. The ordeal before her cut like a knife into her heart. The pride that Ahmed Ben Hassan had not yet killed flamed up and racked her with humiliation and shame, the shame that still seared her soul like a hot iron, so that there were moments she could not bear even the presence of the man who had made her what she was, in spite of the love she bore him, and pleading fever prayed to be alone. Not that he ever granted her prayer, for he knew fever when he saw it, but would pull her down beside him with a mocking laugh that still had the power to hurt so much. The thought of what it would be to her to meet his friend had presumably never entered his mind, or if it had made no impression and been dismissed as negligible. It was the point of view, she supposed drearily. The standpoint from which he looked at things was fundamentally different from her own. Racially and temperamentally they were poles apart. To him she was only the woman held in bondage, a thing of no account. She sat very still for a while with her face hidden, until a discreet cough from Gaston warned her that time was flying. She went back to the horses slowly, with white face and compressed lips. There was the usual trouble in mounting, and her strained nerves made her impatient of the dancer's idiosyncrasies, and she checked him sharply, making him rear dangerously. "Careful, madame!" cried Gaston warningly. "For whom? Me or Monseigneur's horse?" she retorted bitterly, and ignoring her hat, which Gaston held out to her with reproachful eyes, she spurred the horse viciously, making him break into a headlong gallop. It had got to be gone through, so get it over as soon as possible. And behind her, Gaston, for the first time in all his long service, cursed the master he would cheerfully have died for. The horse's nerves, like her own, were on edge, and he pulled badly, his smooth satiny neck growing dark and seamed with sweat. Diana needed all her knowledge to control him, and she began to wonder if, when they came to the camp, she would be able to stop him. She topped an undulation that was some little distance from the tents with misgivings, and wrapped the reins round her hands to prevent them slipping through her fingers. As they neared, she saw the Sheik standing outside his tent, with a tall, thin man beside him. She had only a glimpse of the dark, unruly hair and a close-cut beard as she shot past, unable to pull up the dancer. But just beyond the tent, with the reins cutting into her hands, she managed to haul him round and bring him back. A couple of grooms jumped to his head, but owing to his peculiar tactics landed short, and he pranced to his own satisfaction and Diana's rage until the amusement of it passed and he let himself be caught. Diana had done nothing to stop him once she had managed to turn him. If the horse chose to behave like a fool, she was not going to be made to look foolish by fighting him when she knew that it was useless. In the hands of the men he sidled and snorted, and dropping the reins, Diana pulled off her gloves and sat for a moment rubbing her sore hands. Then the Sheik came forward and she slid down. Before looking at him she turned, and catching at the dancer's head, struck him angrily over the nose with her thick riding gloves and watched him led away, plunging and protesting, pulling the gloves through her fingers nervously until Ahmed Ben Hassan's voice made her turn. "Diane, the Vicomte de Saint-Hubert waits to be presented to you." She drew herself up, and the colour that had come into her face drained out of it again. Slowly she glanced up at the man standing before her and looked straight into the most sympathetic eyes that her own sad, defiant ones had ever seen. Only for a moment, then he bowed with a conventional murmur that was barely audible. His lack of words gave her courage. "Monsieur," she said coldly in response to his greeting, then turned to the Sheik without looking at him. "The dancer has behaved abominably. Gaston, my hat, please. Thanks," and vanished into the tent without a further look at anyone. It was late, but she lingered over her bath and changed with slow reluctance into the green dress that the Sheik preferred, a concession that she despised herself for making. She had taken up the jade necklace when he joined her. He turned her to him roughly, with his hands on her shoulders, and the merciless pressure of his fingers was indication enough, without the black scowl on his face, that he was angry. "You are not very cordial to my guest." "Is it required of a slave to be cordial towards her master's friends?" she replied in a stifled voice. "What is required is obedience to my wishes," he said harshly. "And is it your wish that I should please this Frenchman?" "It is my wish." "If I were a woman of your own race," she began bitterly, but he interrupted her. "If you were a woman of my own race, there would be no question of it," he said coldly. "You would be for the eyes of no other man than me. But since you are not," he broke off with an enigmatical jerk of the head. "Since I am not, you are less merciful than if I was," she cried miserably. "I could wish that I was an Arab woman." "I doubt it," he said grimly. "The life of an Arab woman would hardly be to your taste. We teach our women obedience with a whip." "Why have you changed so since this morning?" she whispered, "when you told me that you trusted no one to climb to my balcony in the hotel but yourself. Are you not an Arab now as then? Have I become of so little value to you that you are not even jealous any more?" "I can trust my friend, and I do not propose to share you with him," he said brutally. She winced as if he had struck her, and hid her face in her hands with a low cry. His fingers gripped her shoulder cruelly. "You will do as I wish?" The words were a question, but the intonation was a command. "I have no choice," she murmured faintly. His hands dropped to his sides and he turned to leave the room, but she caught his arm. "Monseigneur, have you no pity? Will you not spare me this ordeal?" He made a gesture of refusal. "You exaggerate," he said impatiently, brushing her hand from his arm. "If you will be merciful this once," she pleaded breathlessly, but he cut her short with a fierce oath. "If?" he echoed. "Do you make bargains with me? Have you so much yet to learn?" She looked at him with a little weary sigh. The changing mood that she had set herself to watch for had come upon him suddenly and found her unprepared. The gentleness of the morning had vanished, and he had reverted to the tyrannical, arbitrary despot of 2 months ago. She knew that it was her own fault. She knew him well enough to know that he was intolerant of any interference with his wishes. She had learned the futility of setting her determination against his. There was one master in his camp, whose orders, however difficult, must be obeyed. His attention had concentrated on a broken fingernail, and he turned to the dressing table for a knife. She followed him with her eyes and watched him carefully trimming the nail. She had often, amongst the many things that puzzled her, wondered at the fastidious care he took of his well-manicured hands. The light of the lamp fell full on his face, and there was a dull ache in her heart as she looked at him. He demanded implicit obedience, and only a few hours before she had made up her mind to unreserved submission, and she had broken down at the first test. The proof of her obedience was a hard one, from which she shrank, but it was harder far to see the look of anger she had provoked on the face of the man she loved. For 2 months of wild happiness it had been absent. The black scowl she had learned to dread had not been directed at her, and the fierce eyes had looked at her with only kindness or amusement shining in their dark depths. Anything could be borne but a continuance of his displeasure. No sacrifice was too great to gain his forgiveness. She could not bear his anger. She longed so desperately for happiness, and she loved him so passionately, so utterly, that she was content to give up everything to his will. If she could only get back the man of the last few weeks, if she had not angered him too far. She was at his feet, tamed thoroughly at last, all her proud, angry self-will swamped in the love that was consuming her with an intensity that was an agony. Love was a bitter pain, a torment that was almost unendurable, a happiness that mocked her with its hollowness, a misery that tortured her with visions of what might have been. She went to him slowly, and he turned to her abruptly. "Well?" His voice was hard and uncompromising, and the flash of his eyes was like the tiger's in the Indian jungle. She set her teeth to keep down the old paralyzing fear. End of chapter 6b. Recording by M.J. Franck, Portland, Oregon. Chapter 6c of The Sheik. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.J. Franck. The Sheik by E.M. Hull. Chapter 6c. I will do what you want. I will do anything you want. Only be kind to me, Ahmed, she whispered unsteadily. She had never called him by his name before. She did not even know that she had done so now, but at the sound of it a curious look crossed his face, and he drew her into his arms with hands that were as gentle as they had been cruel before. She let him lift her face to his and met his searching gaze bravely. Holding her look with the mesmerism that he could exert when he chose, he read in her face her final surrender, and knew that while it pleased him to keep her, he had broken her utterly to his hand. A strange expression grew in his eyes as they travelled slowly over her. She was like a fragile reed in his strong grasp that he could crush without an effort. And yet for 4 months she had fought him, matching his determination with a courage that had won his admiration even while it had exasperated him. He knew she feared him. He had seen terror leap into her flickering eyes when she had defied him most. Her defiance and her hatred which had piqued him by contrast with the fawning adulation to which he had been accustomed and which had wearied him infinitely, had provoked in him a fixed resolve to master her. Before he tired of her she must yield her will to him absolutely, and to-night he knew that the last struggle had been made, that she would never oppose him again, that she was clay in his hands to do with as he would. And the knowledge that he had won gave him no feeling of exultation. Instead, a vague, indefinite sense of irritation swept over him and made him swear softly under his breath. The satisfaction he had expected in his triumph was lacking, and the unaccountable dissatisfaction that filled him seemed inexplicable. He did not understand himself, and he looked down at her again with a touch of impatience. She was very lovely, he thought, with a strange new appreciation of the beauty he had appropriated, and very womanly in the soft, clinging green dress. The slim, boyish figure that rode with him had a charm all its own, but it was the woman in her that sent the hot blood racing through his veins and made his heart beat as it was beating now. His eyes lingered a moment on her bright curls, on her dark-fringed, pleading eyes, and on her bare neck, startlingly white against the jade green of her gown. Then he put her from him. "Va," he said gently. "Dépêche-toi." She looked after him as he went through the curtains with a long, sobbing sigh. She was paying a heavy price for her happiness, but she would have paid a heavier one willingly. Nothing mattered now that he was not angry any more. She knew what her total submission meant. It was an end to all individualism, a complete self-abnegation, an absolute surrender to his wishes, his moods, and his temper. And she was content that it should be so. Her love was prepared to endure whatever he might put upon her. Nothing that he could do could alter that, and nothing should make her own her love. She had hidden it from him, and she would hide it from him, cost what it might. Though he did not love her, he wanted her still. She had read that in his eyes 5 minutes ago, and she was happy even for that. She turned to the glass suddenly and wrenched the silk folds off her shoulder. She looked at the marks of his fingers on the delicate skin with a twist of the lips, then shut her eyes with a little gasp and hid her bruised arm hastily, her mouth quivering. But she did not blame him. She had brought it on herself. She knew his mood, and he did not know his own strength. "If he killed me, he could not kill my love," she murmured with a little pitiful smile. The men were waiting for her, and with a murmured apology for her lateness, she took her place. The Sheik and his guest resumed the conversation that her entrance had interrupted. Diana's thoughts were in confusion. She felt as if she were in some wild, improbable dream. An Arab Sheik, a French explorer, and herself, playing the conventional hostess in the midst of lawless unconventionalism. She looked around the tent that had become so familiar, so dear. It seemed different tonight, as if the advent of the stranger had introduced a foreign atmosphere. She had grown so accustomed to the routine that had been imposed upon her that even the Vicomte's servant standing behind his master seemed strange. The man's likeness to his twin brother was striking, the only difference being that while Gaston's face was clean-shaven, Henri's upper lip was hidden by a neat dark moustache. The service was, as always, perfect, silent, and quick. She glanced at the Sheik covertly. There was a look on his face that she had never seen, and a ring in his voice that was different even from the tone she had heard when Gaston had come back on the night of her flight. That had been relief and the affection of a man for a valued servant. This was the deep affection of a man for the one chosen friend, the love passing the love of women. and the jealousy she had felt in the morning welled up uncontrollably. She looked from the Sheik to the man who was absorbing all his attention, but in his pale, clever face, half hidden by the close beard, she saw no trace of the conceited, smirking egotist she had imagined, and his voice, as low as the Sheik's, but more animated, was not the voice of a man unduly elated or conscious of himself. And as she looked, her eyes met his. A smile that was extraordinarily sweet and half sad lit up his face. "Is it permitted to admire Madame's horsemanship?" he asked, with a little bow. Diana coloured faintly and twisted the jade necklace round her fingers nervously. "It is nothing," she said, with a shy smile that his sympathetic personality evoked, in spite of herself. "With a dancer it is all foolishness and not vice. One has to hold on very tightly. It would have been humiliating to precipitate myself at the feet of a stranger. Monseigneur would not have approved of the concession to the dancer's peculiarities. It is an education to ride his horses, monsieur." "It is a strain to the nerves to ride beside some of them," replied the Vicomte pointedly. Diana laughed with pure amusement. The man whose coming she had loathed was making the dreadful ordeal very easy for her. "I sympathize, monsieur. Was Shaitan very vile?" "If Monsieur de Saint-Hubert is trying to suggest to you that he suffers from nerves, Diane," broke in the Sheik with a laugh, "disabuse yourself at once. He has none." Saint-Hubert turned to him with a quick smile. "Et toi, Ahmed, do you remember?" And he plunged into a flood of reminiscences that lasted until the end of the dinner. The Vicomte had brought with him a pile of newspapers and magazines, and Diana curled up on the divan with an armful, hungry for news. But somehow, as she dipped into the batch of papers, her interest waned. After 4 months of complete isolation, it was difficult to pick up the threads of current events, allusions were incomprehensible, and controversies seemed pointless. The happenings of the world appeared tame beside the great adventure that was carrying her on irresistibly, and whose end she could not see and dared not think of. She pushed them aside carelessly and kept only on her knee a magazine that served as a pretext for her silence. When Gaston brought coffee, the Vicomte hailed him with a gay laugh. "Enfin, Gaston! After 2 years, the nectar of the gods again. There's a new machine for you amongst my things, mon ami, providing it has survived Henri's packing." He brought a cup to Diana and set it on a stool beside her. "Ahmed flatters himself I come to see him, madame. I do not. I come to drink Gaston's coffee. It has become proverbial, the coffee of Gaston. I propitiate him every time I come with a new apparatus for making it. The last is a marvel of ingenuity. Excuse me, I go to drink it with the reverence it inspires. It is a rite, madame, not a gastronomic indulgence." Once more the sympathetic eyes looked straight into hers, and the quick blood rushed into her face as she bent her head again hurriedly over the magazine. She knew instinctively that he was trying to help her, talking nonsense with a tact that ignored her equivocal position. She was grateful to him, but even his chivalry hurt. She watched him under her thick lashes as he went back to the Sheik and sat down beside him, refusing his host's proffered cigarettes with a wry face of disgust and a laughing reference to a perverted palate as he searched for his own. The hatred she had been prepared to give him had died away during dinner. Only the jealousy remained, and even that had changed from its first intensity to an envy that brought a sob into her throat. She envied him the light that shone in the Arab's dark eyes. She envied him the intonation of the soft, slow voice she loved. Her eyes turned to the Sheik. He was leaning back with his hands clasped behind his head, talking with a cigarette between his teeth. His attitude towards his European friend was that of an equal. The haughty, peremptory accent that was noticeable when he spoke to his followers was gone, and a flat contradiction from Saint Hubert provoked only a laugh and a gesture of acceptance. As they sat talking, the contrast between the two men was strongly marked. Beside the Frenchman's thin, spare frame and pale face, which gave him an air of delicacy, the Sheik looked like a magnificent animal in superb condition, and his quiet repose accentuated the Vicomte's quick, nervous manner. Under the screen of her thick lashes, Diana watched them, unheeded. Their voices rose and fell continuously. They seemed to have a great deal to say to each other, and they talked indiscriminately French and Arabic, so that much that they said was incomprehensible to her. She was glad that it should be so. She did not want to know what they were saying. It seemed as if they had forgotten her presence with the accumulated conversation of 2 years. She was thankful to be left alone, happy for the rare chance of studying the beloved face unnoticed. It was seldom she had the opportunity, for when they were alone she was afraid to look at him, much lest her secret should be betrayed in her eyes. But she looked at him now, unobserved, with passionate longing. She was so intent that she did not notice Gaston come in until he seemed suddenly to appear from nowhere beside his master. He murmured something softly, and the Sheik got up. He turned to Saint Hubert. "Trouble with one of the horses. Will you come? It may interest you." They went out together, leaving her alone, and she slipped away to the inner room. In half an hour they came back, and for a few minutes longer stayed chatting. Then the Vicomte yawned and held out his watch with a laugh. The Sheik went with him to his tent and sat down on the side of his guest's camp bed. Saint Hubert dismissed the waiting Henri with a nod and started to undress silently. The flow of talk and ready laugh seemed to have deserted him, and he frowned as he wrenched his things off with nervous irritability. The Sheik watched him for a while and then took the cigarette out of his mouth with a faint smile. "Eh bien, Raoul, say it," he said quietly. Saint Hubert swung round. "You might have spared her," he cried. "What?" "What? Good God, man, me!" The Sheik flicked the ash from his cigarette with a gesture of indifference. "Your courier was delayed. He only came this morning. It was too late then to make other arrangements." Saint Hubert took a hasty turn up and down the tent and stopped in front of the Sheik with his hands thrust deep in his pockets and his shoulders hunched up about his ears. "It is abominable," he burst out. "You go too far, Ahmed." The Sheik laughed cynically. "What do you expect of a savage? When an Arab sees a woman that he wants, he takes her. I only follow the customs of my people." Saint Hubert clicked his tongue impatiently. "Your people? Which people?" he asked in a low voice. The Sheik sprang to his feet with flashing eyes, his hand dropping heavily on Saint Hubert's shoulder. "Stop, Raoul! Not even from you!" he cried passionately, and then broke off abruptly, and the anger died out of his face. He sat down again quietly with a little amused laugh. "Why this sudden access of morality, mon ami?" You know me and the life I lead. You have seen women in my camp before now." Saint Hubert dismissed the remark with a contemptuous wave of the hand. "There's no comparison. You know it as well as I," he said succinctly. He moved over slowly to the camp table where his toilet things had been laid out, and began removing the links from the cuffs of his shirt. "She is English. Surely that is reason enough," he flung over his shoulder. "You ask me to spare a woman because she is English? My good Raoul, you amuse me," replied the Sheik with an ugly sneer. "Where did you see her?" asked Saint Hubert curiously. "In the streets of Biskra for 5 minutes, 4 months ago." The Vicomte turned quickly. "You love her?" he shot out, with all the suddenness of an American third degree. The Sheik exhaled a long, thin cloud of blue smoke and watched it eddying towards the top of the tent. "Have I ever loved a woman? And this woman is English," he said in a voice as hard as steel. "If you loved her you would not care for her nationality." The Sheik spat the end of his cigarette on to the floor contemptuously. "By Allah! Her cursed race sticks in my throat. But for that—" He shrugged his shoulders impatiently and got up from the bed on which he was sitting. "Let her go, then," said Saint Hubert quickly. "I can take her back to Biskra." The Sheik turned to him slowly, a sudden flame of fierce jealousy leaping into his eyes. "Has she bewitched you too? Do you want her for yourself, Raoul?" His voice was as low as ever, but there was a dangerous ring in it. Saint Hubert flung his hands out in a gesture of despair. "Ahmed, are you mad? Are you going to quarrel with me after all these years on such a pretext? Bon Dieu! What do you take me for? There's been too much in our lives together ever to let a woman come between us. What is a woman or anyone to me where you are concerned? It is for quite a different reason that I ask you, that I beg you to let this girl go." "Forgive me, Raoul. You know my devilish temper," muttered the Sheik, and for a moment his hand rested on Saint Hubert's arm. "You have not answered me, Ahmed." The Sheik turned away. "She is content," he said evasively. "She has courage," amended the Vicomte significantly. "As you say, she has courage," agreed the Sheik, without a particle of expression in his voice. "Bon sang," quoted Saint Hubert softly. The Sheik swung round quickly. "How do you know she has good blood in her?" "It is very evident," replied Saint Hubert dryly. "That is not what you mean. What do you know?" The Vicomte shrugged his shoulders and going to his suitcase took from it an English illustrated paper, and opening it at the central page handed it to the Sheik silently. Ahmed Ben Hassan moved closer to the hanging lamp so that the light fell directly on the paper in his hands. There were 2 large full-length photographs of Diana, one in evening dress and the other as the Vicomte had first seen her, in riding breeches and short jacket, her hat and whip lying at her feet, and the bridle of the horse that was standing beside her over her arm. Under the photographs was written: "Miss Diana Mayo, whose protracted journey in the desert is causing anxiety to a large circle of friends. Miss Mayo left Biskra under the guidance of a reputable caravan leader 4 months ago, with the intention of journeying for 4 weeks in the desert and returning to Oran. Since the first camp nothing has been heard of Miss Mayo or her caravan. Further anxiety is occasioned by the fact that considerable unrest is reported amongst the tribes in the locality towards which Miss Mayo was travelling. Her brother, Sir Aubrey Mayo, who is detained in America as the result of an accident, is in constant cable communication with the French authorities. Miss Mayo is a well-known sportswoman and has travelled widely." For a long time the Sheik studied the photograph silently. Then, with slow deliberation, he tore the page out of the paper and rolled it up. "With your permission," he said coolly, and held it over the flame of the little lamp by the bedside. He held it until the burning paper charred to nothing in his hand, and then flicked the ashes from his long fingers. "Henri has seen this?" "Unquestionably. Henri reads all my papers," replied Saint Hubert with a touch of impatience. "Then Henri can hold his tongue," said the Sheik nonchalantly, searching in the folds of his waistcloth for his case and lighting another cigarette with elaborate carelessness. "What are you going to do?" asked Saint Hubert pointedly. "I? Nothing. The French authorities have too many affairs on hand and too high an appreciation of Ahmed Ben Hassan's horses to prosecute inquiries in my direction. Besides, they are not responsible. Mademoiselle Mayo was warned of the risks she ran before she left Biskra. She chose to take the risks, et voilà." "Will nothing make you change your mind?" "I am not given to changing my mind. You know that. And besides, why should I, as I told you before? She is content." Saint Hubert looked him full in the face. "Content? Cowed is the better word, Ahmed." The Sheik laughed softly. "You flatter me, Raoul. Do not let us speak any more about it. It is an unfortunate contretemps, and I regret that it distresses you," he said lightly. Then, with a sudden change of manner, he laid his hands on the Vicomte's shoulders. "But this can make no difference to our friendship, mon ami. That is too big a thing to break down over a difference of opinion. You are a French nobleman, and I," he gave a little bitter laugh, "I am an uncivilized Arab. We cannot see things in the same way." "You could, but you will not, Ahmed," replied the Vicomte with an accent of regret. "It is not worthy of you." He paused and then looked up again with a little crooked smile and a shrug of defeat. "Nothing can ever make any difference with us, Ahmed. I can disagree with you, but I can't wipe out the recollection of the last 20 years." A few minutes later the Sheik left him and went out into the night. He traversed the short distance between the tents slowly, stopping to speak to a sentry and then pausing outside his own tent to look up at the stars. The Persian hound that always slept across the entrance uncurled himself and got up, thrusting a wet nose into his hand. The Sheik fondled the huge creature absently, stroking the dog's shaggy head mechanically, hardly conscious of what he was doing. A great restlessness that was utterly foreign to his nature had taken possession of him. He had been aware of it growing within him for some time, becoming stronger daily, and now the coming of Raoul de Saint Hubert seemed to have put the crowning touch to a state of mind that he was unable to understand. He had never been given to thinking of himself or criticizing or analyzing his passing whims and fancies. All his life he had taken what he wanted. Nothing on which he had ever laid eyes of desire had been denied him. His wealth had brought him everything he had ever wished. His passionate temper had been characteristic even when he was a child, but these strange fits of unreasonable irritability were new, and he searched for a cause vainly. His keen eyes looked through the darkness towards the south. Was it the nearness of his hereditary enemy, who had presumed to come closer than he had ever done before to the border of the country that Ahmed Ben Hassan regarded as his own, that was causing this great unrest? He laughed contemptuously. Nothing would give him greater pleasure than coming into actual collision with the man whom he had been trained from boyhood to hate. As long as Ibrahim Omer remained within his own territory, Ahmed Ben Hassan held his hand and kept in check his fierce followers, whose eyes were turned longingly towards the debatable land. But once let the robber Sheik step an inch over the border, and it was war, and war until one or both of the chiefs were dead. And if he died who had no son to succeed him, the huge tribe would split up in numerous little families for want of a leader to keep them together, and it would be left to the French government to take over, if they could, the vast district that he had governed despotically. And at the thought he laughed again. No, it was not Ibrahim Omer who was troubling him. He pushed the hound aside and went into the tent. The divan where Diana had been sitting was strewn with magazines and papers. The imprint of her slender body still showed in the soft, heaped-up cushions, and a tiny lace-edged handkerchief peeped out under one of them. He picked it up and looked at it curiously, and his forehead contracted slowly in the heavy black scowl. He turned his burning eyes toward the curtains that divided the rooms. Saint Hubert's words rang in his ears. "English," he muttered with a terrible oath. "And I have made her suffer as I swore any of that damned race should, if they fell into my hands. Merciful Allah! Why does it give me so little pleasure?" End of chapter 6C. Recording by M.J. Franck, Portland, Oregon.
Chapter 7A of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Perard. The Sheik by E.M. Hull. Chapter 7A. Diana came into the living room one morning about a week after the arrival of the Vicomte de Saint Hubert. She had expected to find the room empty, for the Sheik had risen at dawn and ridden away on one of the distant expeditions that had become so frequent, and she thought his friend had accompanied him. But as she parted the curtains between the two rooms, she saw the Frenchman sitting at the little writing table, surrounded by papers and writing quickly, loose sheets of manuscript littering the floor around him. It was the first time that they had chanced to be alone, and she hesitated with a sudden shyness. But Saint Hubert had heard the rustle of the curtain, and he sprang to his feet with a courteous bow that proclaimed his nationality. "Your pardon, madame, do I disturb you? Tell me if I am in the way. I am afraid I have been very untidy," he added, laughing apologetically, and looking at the heap of closely written sheets strewing the rug. Diana came forward slowly, a faint colour rising in her face. "I thought you had gone with Monseigneur." "I had some work to do, some notes that I wanted to transcribe before I forgot myself what they meant. I write vilely. I have had a hard week, too, so I begged a day off. I may stay? You are sure I do not disturb you?" His sympathetic eyes and the deference in his voice brought an unexpected lump into her throat. She signed to him to resume his work and passed out under the awning. Behind the tent, the usual camp hubbub filled the air. A knot of Arabs at a little distance were watching one of the Rough Riders schooling a young horse, noisily critical and offering advice freely, undeterred by the indifference with which it was received. Others lounged past, engaged on the various duties connected with the camp, with the Eastern disregard for time that relegated till tomorrow everything that could possibly be neglected today. Near her, one of the older men, more rigid in his observances than the generality of Ahmed Ben Hassan's followers, was placidly absorbed in his devotions, prostrating himself and fulfilling his ritual with the sublime lack of self-consciousness of the Mohammedan devotee. Outside his own tent, the valet and Henri were sitting in the sun, Gaston on an upturned bucket, cleaning a rifle, and his brother stretched full length on the ground, idly flapping at the flies with the duster with which he had been polishing the Vicomte's riding boots. Both men were talking rapidly with frequent little bursts of gay laughter. The Persian hound was lying at their feet. He raised his head as Diana appeared, and, rising, went to her slowly, rearing up against her with a paw on each shoulder, making clumsy efforts to lick her face, and she pushed him down with difficulty, stooping to kiss his shaggy head. She looked away across the desert beyond the last palms of the oasis. A haze hung round about, shimmering in the heat and blurring the outline of the distant hills. A tiny breeze brought the acrid smell of camels close to her, and the creaking whine of the tackling over the well sounded not very far away. Diana gave a little sigh. It had all grown so familiar. She seemed to have lived no other life beside this nomad existence. The years that had gone before faded into a kind of dim remembrance. The time when she had travelled ceaselessly round the world with her brother seemed very remote. She had existed then, filling her life with sport, unconscious of the something that was lacking in her nature. And now she was alive at last, and the heart whose existence she had doubted was burning and throbbing with a passion that was consuming her. Her eyes swept lingeringly around the camp with a very tender light in them. Everything she saw was connected with and bound up in the man who was lord of it all. She was very proud of him, proud of his magnificent physical abilities, proud of his hold over his wild, turbulent followers, proud with the pride of primeval woman in the dominant man ruling his fellow men by force and fear. The old Arab had finished his prayers, and rose leisurely from his knees, salaaming with a broad smile. All the tribesmen smiled on her, and would go out of their way to win a nod of recognition from her. She faltered a few words in stumbling Arabic in reply to his long, flowery speech, and, with a little laugh, beat a hasty retreat into the tent. She paused beside the Vicomte. "Is it another novel?" she asked shyly, indicating the steadily increasing pile of manuscript. He turned on his chair, resting his arms on the rail, twirling a fountain pen between his fingers, and smiled at her as she curled up on the divan with Kopec, who had followed her into the tent. "No, madame, something more serious this time. It is a history of this very curious tribe of Ahmeds. They are different in so many ways from ordinary Arabs. They have been a race apart for generations. They have beliefs and customs peculiarly their own. You may, for instance, have noticed the singular absence among them of the strict religious practices that hold among other Mohammedans. Ahmed Ben Hassan's tribe worship first and foremost their Sheik, then the famous horses for which they are renowned, and then only, Allah. Is Monseigneur a Mohammedan?" Saint Hubert shrugged. "He believes in God," he said evasively, turning back to his writing. Diana studied him curiously as he bent over his work. She smiled when she thought of the mental picture she had drawn of Saint Hubert before he came, and contrasted it with the real man under her eyes. During the week that he had been in the camp he had forced her liking and compelled her confidence by the sympathetic charm of his manner. He had carried off a difficult position with delicacy and savoir-faire that had earned him her gratitude. He had saved her 100 humiliations with a tact that had been as spontaneous as it had been unobtrusive, and they had the bond between them of the common love they had for this strange leader of a strange tribe. What had been the origin of the friendship between these utterly dissimilar men, a friendship that seemed to go back to the days of their boyhood? The question intrigued her and she pondered over it, lying quietly on the divan, smoothing the hound's huge head resting on her knee. The Vicomte wrote rapidly for some time, and then flung down his pen with an exclamation of relief, gathered up the loose sheets from the floor, and, stacking them in an orderly heap on the table, swung round on his chair again. He looked at the girl's slender little figure lying with the unconsciously graceful attitude of a child against the heaped up cushions, her face bent over the dog's rough gray head, and he felt an unwonted emotion stirring in him. The quick sympathy that she had aroused from the first moment of seeing her had given place to a deeper feeling that moved him profoundly, and with it a chivalrous desire to protect, a longing to stand between her and the irremediable disaster that loomed inevitably ahead of her. She felt his concentrated gaze and looked up. "You have done your work?" "All I can do at the moment. Henri must unravel the rest. He has a passion for hieroglyphics. He is an invaluable person. I could never get on without him. He bullied me when we were boys together, at least that is what I called it. He called it amusing Monsieur le Vicomte, and for the last 15 years he has tyrannized over me wholeheartedly." He laughed and snapped his fingers at Kopec, who whined and rolled his eyes in his direction, but did not lift his head from Diana's knee. There was a pause, and Diana continued fondling the hound absently. "I have read your books, monsieur, all that Monseigneur has here," she said at last, looking up gravely. He gave a little bow with a few murmured words that she did not catch. "Your novel interested me," she went on, still stroking the hound, as if the nearness of the great beast helped her. "As a rule, novels bore me. The subjects they deal with have been of no interest to me, but this one gripped me. It is unusual, it is wonderful, but is it real?" She had spoken dispassionately with the boyish candor that was characteristic, not complimenting an author on a masterpiece, but stating a fact simply as it appeared to her. Saint Hubert leaned forward over the back of his chair. "In what way real?" he asked. She looked at him squarely. "Do you think there really exists such a man as you have drawn, a man who could be as tender, as unselfish, as faithful as your hero?" Saint Hubert looked away, and, picking up his pen, stabbed idly at the blotting pad, drawing meaningless circles and dots with a slow shrug. The scorn in her voice and the sudden pain in her eyes hurt him. "Do you know such a man, monsieur, or is he wholly a creature of your imagination?" He completed a complicated diagram on the sheet of blotting paper before answering. "I do know a man who, given certain circumstances, has the ability to develop into such a character," he said, eventually, in a low voice. She laughed bitterly. "Oh, then you are luckier than I. I am not very old, but during the last 5 years I have met many men of many nationalities, and I have never known one who in any degree resembles the preux chevalier of your book. The men who have most intimately touched my life have not known the meaning of the word tenderness, and have never had a thought for anyone beyond themselves. You have been more fortunate in your acquaintances, monsieur." A dull red crept into the Vicomte's face, and he continued looking at the pen in his fingers. "Beautiful women, madame," he said slowly, "unfortunately provoke in some men all that is basest and vilest in their natures. No man knows to what depths of infamy he may stoop under the stress of a sudden temptation." "And the woman pays!" cried Diana vehemently. "Pays for the beauty God curses her with, the beauty she may hate herself, pays until the beauty fades." "How much?" She pulled herself up short, biting her lips, moved by the sense of the sympathy that had unconsciously been influencing her during the past week and which had shaken the self suppression that she had imposed upon herself. Her tongue had run away with her. She was afraid of the confidence that his manner was almost demanding of her. Her pride restrained her from the compassion that her loneliness had nearly yielded to. "Excuse me," she said coldly. "My ideas cannot possibly interest you." "On the contrary, you interest me profoundly," he corrected quickly. She noticed the slight difference in his words and laughed more bitterly than before. "At what? A subject for vivisection? Get on your operating coat and bring your instruments without delay. The victim is all ready for you. It will be copy for your next book." "Madame!" He had sprung to his feet, and she looked up at him miserably, her hand held out in swift contrition. "Oh, forgive me! I shouldn't have said that. You haven't deserved it. You have been kind. I am grateful. Forgive me and my rudeness. It must be the heat. It makes one very irritable, don't you think?" He ignored her pitiful little subterfuge and raised her outstretched, quivering fingers to his lips. "If you will honor me with your friendship," he said, with a touch of the old world chivalry that was often noticeable in him, "my life is at your service." But as he spoke, his voice changed. The touch of her cold fingers sent a rush of feeling through him that for an instant overpowered him. She let her hand lie in his, and for a few moments she avoided his eyes and looked down at the rough head in her lap. Then she met his gaze frankly. "Your offer is too rare a thing to put on one side. If you will be my friend, as you are Monseigneur's friend," she faltered, turning her head away, and her fingers lying in his trembled slightly. He started, and crushed the hand he was holding unknowingly, as the thought was forced on him. Monseigneur's friend! He realized that in the last few moments he had forgotten the Sheik, had forgotten everything, swept off his feet by an intense emotion that staggered him with its unexpectedness, except the loveliness and helplessness of the girl beside him. His head was reeling. His calmness, his loyalty, his earlier feelings of dispassionate pity had given way to an extreme agitation that was rushing him headlong and threatening to overwhelm him. His heart beat furiously and he clenched his teeth, fighting to regain his usual sang-froid. The emotional temperament that Diana had divined from his novel had sprung uppermost with a bound, overthrowing the rigid repression of years. The blood beat in his ears as he strove to master himself, to crush the madness that had come upon him. He had closed his eyes with a shock of self-revelation. He opened them now and looked down at her hesitatingly, almost fearfully, clasping her hand closer in his and leaning nearer to her, drawn irresistibly by the intoxication of her nearness. He saw her through a mist that cleared gradually, saw that she was ignorant of the emotion she had awakened in him, and conscious only of his sympathy, had left her hand in his as she would have left it in her brother's. She was bent low over the hound, her face almost touching his big head, and as Saint Hubert looked a glistening tear dropped on Kopec's rough gray neck. She had forgotten him, forgotten even that he was standing beside her, in the one predominant thought that filled her mind. With an immense effort he got command of himself. Somehow he must conquer this sudden insanity. The loyalty that had hung trembling in the balance reasserted itself, and a self-disgust seized him. He had been within an ace of betraying the man who had been for 20 years nearer to him than a brother. She belonged to his friend, and now he had not even the right to question the ethics of the Sheik's possession of her. The calm that he had lost came back to him. The wound would heal, though it might always throb, but he was strong enough to hide its existence even from the jealous eyes that had watched him ceaselessly since his outburst on the night of his arrival. He had been conscious of them daily. Even this morning the Sheik had made every effort short of a direct command to induce him to go with him on the expedition that had taken him away so early. Sure of himself now, he lifted her hands to his lips again, reverently, with a kind of renunciation in his kiss, and laid her hand down gently. He turned away with a smothered sigh and a little pang at her complete absorption. And as he did so, Henri came in quickly. "Monsieur le Vicomte, will you come? There has been an accident." With a cry that Saint Hubert never forgot, Diana leapt to her feet, her face colourless, and her lips framed the word "Ahmed," though no sound came from them. She was shaking all over, and the Vicomte put his arm round her instinctively. She clung to him, and he knew with a bitter certainty that the support of a table or a chair would have meant no less to her. "What is it, Henri?" he said sharply, with a slight movement that interposed himself between Diana and his servant. "One of the men, Monsieur le Vicomte. His gun burst, and his hand is shattered." Saint Hubert nodded curtly towards the door and turned his attention to Diana. She sank down on the divan, and, gathering the hound's head in her arm, buried her face in his neck. "Forgive me," she murmured, her voice muffled in the rough grey hair. "It is stupid of me, but he is riding that brute Shaitan today. I am always nervous. Please go. I will come in a minute." He went out without a word. "I am always nervous." The tales he had heard of Diana Mayo as he passed through Biskra did not include nerves. His face was set as he ran hurriedly across the camp. Diana sat quite still after he had gone, until the nervous shuddering ceased, until Kopec twisted his head free of her arms and licked her face with an uneasy whine. She brushed her hand across her eyes with a gasp of relief, and went out into the bright sunlight with the hound at her heels. The noisy clamour of excited voices guided her to the scene of the accident, and the surrounding crowd opened to let her pass through. The wounded man was sitting holding up his hands stoically for Saint Hubert's ministrations, with a look of mild interest on his face. In response to Diana's smile and cheery word, he grinned sheepishly, with a roll of his fine eyes. Saint Hubert looked up quickly. "It is not a pleasant sight," he said doubtfully. "I don't mind. Let me hold that," she said quietly, rolling up her sleeves and taking a crimson spattered basin from Henri. Saint Hubert flashed another look at her, marvelling at her steady voice and even colour when he thought of the white-faced girl who had clung trembling to him 10 minutes earlier. Outside of Ahmed Ben Hassan, she still retained the fearless courage that she had always had. It was only when anything touched him nearly that the new Diana, with the coward anxiety of love, rose paramount. She watched the Vicomte's skilful treatment of the maimed hand with interest. There was a precision in his movement and a deft touch that indicated both knowledge and practice. "You are a doctor?" "Yes," he said, without looking up from his work. "I studied when I was a young man and passed all the necessary examinations. It is indispensable when one travels as I do. I have found it invaluable." He took up some dressing that Henri held ready for him, and Diana handed the now unwanted bowl to Gaston. She looked down again at the Arab, whose impassive face showed no sign of any feeling. "Does he feel it very much, do you think?" she asked the valet. He laughed and shrugged his shoulders. "Less than I should, madame. What is really troubling him is the thought of what Monseigneur will say when he hears that Selim was fool enough to buy a worthless gun from one of the servants of the Dutchman who passed here last week." And he added a few teasing words in Arabic which made Selim look up with a grimace. Saint Hubert finished adjusting the bandages and stood up, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. "Will he do all right now?" asked Diana anxiously. "I think so. The thumb is gone, as you saw, but I think I can save the rest of the hand. I will watch him carefully, but these men of Ahmed's are in such excellent condition that I do not think there will be any trouble." "I am going to ride," said Diana, turning away. "It is rather late, but there is just time. Will you come?" It was a temptation, and he hesitated, gathering together the instruments he had been using, but prudence prevailed. "I should like to, but I ought to keep an eye on Selim," he said, quietly, snatching at the plausible excuse that offered. He found her later before the big tent as she was ready to start, and waited while she mounted. "If I am late, don't wait for me. Tell Henri to give you your lunch," she called out between the dancers' idiotic prancings. End of Section 18. Chapter 7, Part A. Chapter 7b of The Sheik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Sheik by E.M. Hull. Chapter 7b. He watched her ride away, with Gaston a few paces behind and followed by the escort of 6 men that the Sheik had lately insisted upon. The continual presence of these 6 men riding at her heels irked her considerably. The wild, free gallops that she had loved became quite different with the thought of the armed guard behind her. They seemed to hamper her and put a period to her enjoyment. The loneliness of her rides had been to her half their charm. She had grown accustomed to and oblivious of Gaston, but she was acutely conscious of the 6 pairs of eyes watching her every movement. She did not see the necessity for them. She had never been aware of anything, any time, when she was riding that seemed to justify the Sheik's order. The oasis was not a caravan route, and if she ever saw Arabs at any distance from the camp, they always proved to be Ahmed Ben Hassan's own men. She had thought of remonstrating with him, but her courage had failed her. His mood, since the coming of Saint Hubert, had been of the coldest, almost repellent. The weeks of happiness that had gone before had developed the intimacy between them almost into a feeling of camaraderie. He had been more humane, more Western, more considerate than he had ever been, and the fear that she had of him had lain quiescent. She could have asked him then. But since the morning of Raoul's arrival, when the unexpected fervor of his embrace had given new birth to the hope that had almost died within her, he had changed completely into a cold reserve that chilled her. His caresses had been careless and infrequent, and his indifference so great that she had wondered miserably if the flame of his passion for her was burning out and if this was the end. And yet, throughout his indifference, she had been conscious, like Saint Hubert, of the surveillance of constant jealous eyes that watched them both with a fierce scrutiny that was felt rather than actually seen. But the spark of hope that the knowledge of this jealousy still fanned was not great enough to overcome the barrier that his new mood had raised between them. She dared ask no favor of him now. Her heart tightened at the thought of his indifference. It hurt so. This morning he had left her without a word when he had gone out into the early dawn, and she was hungry for the kisses he withheld. She was used to his taciturn fits, but her starved heart ached perpetually for tangible recognition. Love, the capacity for which she had so long denied, had become a force that, predominating everything, held her irresistibly. The accumulated affection that, for want of an outlet, had been stemmed within her, had burst all restraint, and the love that she gave to the man to whom she had surrendered her proud heart was immeasurable, a love of infinite tenderness and complete unselfishness, a love that had made her strangely humble. She had yielded up everything to him. He dominated her wholly. Her imperious will had bent before his greater determination, and his mastery over her had provoked a love that craved for recompense. She only lived for him, and for the hope of his love engulfed in the passion that enthralled her. Her surrender had been no common one. The feminine weakness that she had despised and fought against had triumphed over her unexpectedly without humiliating thoroughness. Sex had supervened to overthrow all her preconceived notions. The womanly instincts that under Aubrey's training had been suppressed and undeveloped had, in contact with the Sheik's vivid masculinity and compelling personality, risen to the surface with startling completeness. Today she was almost desperate. His callousness of the morning had wounded her deeply, and a wave of rebellion welled up in her. She would not be thrown aside without making any effort to fight for his love. She would use every art that her beauty and her woman's instinct gave her. Her cheek burned as she thought of the role she was setting herself. She would be no better than those others, whose remembrance still made her shiver. But she crushed down the repugnant feeling resolutely, flinging up her head with the old haughty gesture and drawing herself straighter in the saddle with compressed lips. She had endured so much already that she could even bear this further outrage to her feelings. At no matter what cost she must make him care for her. Though she loathed the means, she would make him love her. But even as she planned, the doubt of her ability to succeed crept into her mind, torturing her with insidious recollections. Ahmed Ben Hassan was no ordinary man to succumb to the fascinations of a woman. She had experienced his obstinacy, and knew the inflexibility of his nature. His determination was a rock against which she had been broken too many times not to know its strength. For a moment she despaired. Then courage came to her again, thrusting away the doubts that crowded in upon her, and leaving the hope that still lingered in her heart. A faint tremulous smile curved her lips, and she looked up, forcing her thoughts back to the present with an effort. At the beginning of the ride they had passed several vedettes sitting motionless on their impatient horses. The men had swung their rifles high in the air in salute as she passed, and once or twice Gaston had shouted a question as he galloped after her. But for the last hour they had seen no one. The desert was undulating here, rising and falling in short, sharp declivities that made a wide outlook impossible. Gaston spurred to Diana's side. "Will Madame please to turn?" he said respectfully. "It is late, and it is not safe riding amongst these slopes. One cannot see what is coming, and I am afraid." "Afraid, Gaston?" she rallied laughingly. "For you, Madame," he answered gravely. She reined in the Dancer as she spoke, but it was too late. Even as she turned her horse's head innumerable Arabs seemed to spring up on all sides of them. Before she realized what was happening, her escort flashed past and wheeled in behind her, shooting steadily at the horde of men who poured in upon them, and, with a groan, Gaston seized her bridle and urged the horses back in the direction from which they had come. The noise was deafening, the raucous shouting of the Arabs, and the continuous sharp crack of the rifles. Bullets began to whiz past her. Gaston tucked his reins under his knee, and with one hand grasping the Dancer's bridle and his revolver in the other, rode looking back over his shoulder. Diana, too, glanced behind her, and mechanically her fingers closed over the shining little weapon that the Sheik had given her the previous week. She saw with a sudden sickening the 6 men who had formed her escort beaten back by the superior numbers that enclosed them on every side. Already 2 were down and the rest were on foot, and, as she watched, they were swallowed up in the mass of men that poured over them. And at the same time a party of about 20 horsemen detached themselves from the main body and galloped towards her and Gaston. She seized his arm. "Can't we do something? Can't we help them? We can't leave them like that!" she gasped, wrenching the revolver from the holster at her waist. "No, no, Madame, it is impossible. It is 100 to 6. You must think of yourself. Go on, Madame. For God's sake, ride on. We may have a chance." He loosed her bridle and dropped behind her, interposing himself between her and the pursuing Arabs. A fierce yelling and a hail of bullets that went wide made Diana turn her head as she crouched low in the saddle. She realized the meaning of Gaston's tactics and checked her horse deliberately. "I won't go first. You must ride with me," she cried, wincing as a bullet went close by her. "Mon Dieu! What are you stopping for? Do you think I can face Monseigneur if anything happens to you, madame?" replied Gaston fiercely. "Do as I tell you. Go on!" Deference was gone in the fear that roughened his voice. He looked back and his face grew gray. For himself he had no fear, but for the girl beside him he dared not even think. They were Ibraheim Omair's men who had trapped them, and he cursed his folly in allowing Diana to come so far. Yet it had seemed safe enough. The scouts' reports had lately proved that the robber Sheik had up to now respected the boundary line between the two territories. This must be a sudden tentative raid which had met with unlooked for success. The bait would be too tempting to allow of any slackening on the part of the raiders. The white woman, who was Ahmed Ben Hassan's latest toy, and his servant, whom he was known to value so highly, would be a prize that would not be lightly let go. For himself it would be probably torture, certainly death. And for her! He set his teeth as he looked at her, and the perspiration poured down his face. He would kill her himself before it came to that. And as he looked she turned her head and met his agonized eyes for a moment, smiling bravely. He had refrained up till now from shooting, trying to reserve his ammunition for a last resource, but he saw that he must delay no longer. He fired slowly and steadily, picking his men with careful precision. It was a forlorn hope, but by checking the leaders even for a few moments he might gain time. The accuracy of his aim, that every time proved effectual, might keep back the onrush until they got clear of the undulating country, until they got out into the open where the sounds of the firing might reach some of the outpost sentinels, until they got too near to the Sheik's camp for pursuit to be possible. The bullets pattered continuously round them, but the men who fired them were not Ahmed Ben Hassan's carefully trained marksmen. But still Gaston knew that their position was almost hopeless. Any moment a bullet might reach one of them. Their pursuers, too, seemed to guess his thoughts and opened out into an irregular, extended line, swerving and maneuvering continually, making accurate shooting impossible, while they urged their horses to a terrific pace, trying to outflank them. Diana was shooting now. The thought of her escort's annihilation and her own and Gaston's peril had overcome the reluctance she had had at first, and she had even a moment to wonder at her coolness. She did not feel afraid. The death of Ahmed's men had made her angry, a fierce, revengeful anger that made her see red and filled her with a desire to retaliate in kind. She fired rapidly, emptying her revolver, and she had just reloaded with steady fingers when the dancer stumbled, recovering himself for a few steps, and then lurched slowly over onto his side, blood pouring from his mouth. Diana sprang clear, and in a moment Gaston was beside her, thrusting her behind him, shielding her with his own body, and firing steadily at the oncoming Arabs. The same feeling of unreality that she had experienced once before the first day in the Sheik's camp came over her. The intense stillness, for the Arabs had ceased shouting, the hot dry sand with a shimmering heat haze rising like mist from its whispering surface, the cloudless deep blue sky overhead, the band of menacing horsemen circling nearer and nearer, the dead dancer, with Gaston's horse standing quietly beside his prostrate companion, and lastly, the man beside her, brave and devoted to the end, all seemed fantastic and unreal. She viewed it dispassionately, as if she were a spectator rather than a participant in the scene. But for a moment only, then the reality of the situation came clearly to her again. Any minute might mean death for one or other or both of them, and with an instinctive movement she pressed closer to Gaston. They were both silent. There seemed nothing to say. The valet's left hand clenched over hers, at the involuntary appeal for companionship that she made, and she felt it contract as a bullet gashed his forehead, blinding him for a moment with the blood that dripped into his eyes. He let go her hand to brush his arm across his face, and as he did so, the Arabs, with suddenly renewed shouting, bore down upon them. Gaston turned sharply, and Diana read his purpose in the horror in his eyes. She held up her head with a little nod and the same brave smile on her white lips. "Please," she whispered. "Quickly." A spasm crossed his face. "Turn your head," he muttered desperately. "I cannot do it if you—" There was a rattle of shots, and with a gasp he crumpled up against her. For a moment it was pandemonium. Standing over Gaston's body, she fired her last shot and flung the empty revolver in the face of a man who sprang forward to seize her. She turned with a desperate hope of reaching Gaston's horse, but she was hemmed in, and for a second she stood at bay, hands clenched and teeth set, braving the wild faces that surrounded her, and were closing in upon her, with flashing, defiant eyes. Then she was conscious of a crashing blow on her head. The ground heaved up under her feet, everything went black before her eyes, and without a sound she fell senseless. Late in the afternoon Saint Hubert was still writing in the big tent. Henri had deciphered the notes that had baffled his master in the morning, and the Vicomte had taken advantage of the solitude to do some long neglected work. He had forgotten the time, forgotten to be surprised at Diana's continued absence, immersed in the interesting subject he was dealing with, and not realizing the significance of her delayed return. Ahmed had spoken of the proximity of his hereditary enemy, but Saint Hubert had not grasped how near the robber Sheik had ventured. He was too engrossed to notice the usual noise in the camp that heralded the Sheik's arrival, and he looked up with a start when Ahmed Ben Hassan swept in. The Sheik's dark eyes glanced somberly around the tent, and without a word he went through into the inner room. In a moment he came back. "Where is Diane?" Saint Hubert got up, puzzled at his tone. He looked at his watch. "She went for a ride this morning. Dieu, I had no idea it was so late." "This morning? And not back yet?" repeated the Sheik slowly. "What time this morning?" "About 10, I think," replied Saint Hubert uneasily. "I'm not sure. I didn't look. There was an accident, and she delayed to watch me tie up one of your foolish children who had been playing with a worthless gun." The Sheik moved over to the doorway. "She had an escort?" he asked curtly. "Yes." Ahmed Ben Hassan's face hardened, and a heavy scowl contracted his black brows. Had she all these weeks been tricking him, feigning a content she did not feel, lulling his suspicions to enable her to seize another opportunity to attempt to get away? For a moment his face grew dark, then he put the thought from him. He trusted her. Only a week before she had given him her word, and he knew she would not lie to him. And besides, the thing was impossible. Gaston would never be caught napping a second time, and there were also the 6 men who formed her guard. She would never be able to escape the vigilance of 7 men. But it was the trust he had in her that weighed most with him. He had never trusted a woman before, but this woman had been different. The others who had come and gone so lightly had not even left a recollection behind them. They had faded into one concrete cause of utter boredom. There had never been any reason to trust or mistrust them, or to care if they came or went. Satiety had come with possession, and with it indifference. But the emotion that this girl's uncommon beauty and slender boyishness had aroused in him had not diminished during the months she had been living in his camp. Her varying moods, her antagonism, her fits of furious rage, and lastly, her unexpected surrender, had kept his interest alive. He had grown accustomed to her. He had come to looking forward with a vague, indefinite pleasure, on returning from his long expeditions, to seeing the dainty little figure curled up among the cushions on the big divan. Her presence seemed to pervade the atmosphere of the whole tent, changing it utterly. She had become necessary to him as he had never believed it possible that a woman could be. And with the change that she had made in his camp, there had come a change in himself also. For the first time a shadow had risen between him and the man whose friendship had meant everything to him since, as a lad of 15, he had come under the influence of the young Frenchman, who was 3 years his senior. He realized that since the night of Raoul's arrival he had been seething with insensate jealousy. He had relied on the Western tendencies that prompted him to carry off the difficult situation, but his ingrained Orientalism had broken through the superficial veneer. He was jealous of every word, every look she gave Saint Hubert. Pride had prevented an open rupture with the Vicomte this morning, but he had ridden away filled with a cold rage that had augmented every hour, and finally driven him back earlier than he had intended, riding with a recklessness that had been apparent even to his men. The sight of Raoul sitting alone, absorbed in his work, had in part allayed his suspicions, and he had gone on into the other room with a feeling of new expectancy that had changed to a sudden chill at its emptiness. The vacant room had brought home to him abruptly all that the girl meant to him. A latent anxiety crept into his eyes. He went out under the awning and clapped his hands, and a servant answered the summons almost immediately. He gave an order and waited, his hands thrust into the folds of his waistcloth and his teeth clenched on a cigarette that he had forgotten to light. Saint Hubert joined him. "What do you think?" he asked, with a touch of diffidence. "I don't know what to think," replied the Sheik shortly. "But is there any real danger?" "There is always danger in the desert, particularly when that devil is abroad." He motioned to the south with an impatient jerk of his head. Saint Hubert's breath whistled sharply through his teeth. "My God, you don't imagine—" But the Sheik only shrugged his shoulders and turned to Yusef, who had come up with half a dozen men. There was a rapid interchange of questions and answers, some brief orders, and the men hurried away in different directions, while Ahmed Ben Hassan turned again to Saint Hubert. Section 19, Chapter 7b.